Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome back to Topstep TV. This is the opening call today, Thursday, January 8th, 2026. We got a great show of trading lined up ahead for you today, starting with the opening call. I'm Jay. In the middle, we got John the Goat Hoagland, and to the far right, we got JD. Hoag, JD, how are you guys doing this morning?
Excellent, Jay. Thank you very much. This week is flying by, man. 2026, it's already Thursday. JD, how are you feeling, my friend?
Time sure does fly when you're having fun, right, guys? Good morning,
Absolutely.
Jay. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning to all of our friends and traders in the chat. Happy Thursday. We got some action happening today. Let's get into it. Let's have a great day.
Get into it. We're going to take a look at this gold opening range trade. We've had some pretty good gold opening range trades recently. And if you're wondering what trade we're talking about, gold opens up at 8:20 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:20 Central. So in just about 2 minutes. We're going to be taking a 1 minute opening range trade, which means we're going to let that first minute play out. And we'll be long above the high of the opening range, short below the low. We're waiting for a candle close outside of that range. Gold had a pretty nice sell-off last night. During slow markets, Coach Dakota and I were both trading the metals. He was getting short silver. I was getting long silver, took a little bit of a loss. We made it back, but Hoag, take a look at the gold chart right now. Are you liking anything for an opening range trade here?
I mean, we came off that high a couple of days ago. We've been putting in lower highs, lower lows. We got a little bit of overnight inventory to the short side. A lot of that, I think, has been kind of reconciled in consolidation. So I don't know. If I had to pick one, I'd probably be looking to the short side because, again, short time frame, we're looking at lower highs, lower lows. I don't think we have very good trade location for it, but that opening range is going to guide our actions here this morning. We shall see.
Yeah, it looks like we might be opening with a little bit of a gap to the downside. So I'm going to look out for a head fake on a long as we fill this minor gap. We got a low from yesterday at 44.3290. I guess we're back inside range from yesterday. We did fill that gap just recently. All right. Forget what I said. But yeah, overnight inventory still to the short side. We'll wait for that 1 minute confirmation candle. We'll see how wide the first minute is. We'll adjust our size, wait for that breakout, and then take a trade.
Do we want to take it? I mean, we got jobless clams coming up here in just a few minutes.
Yeah, we do got some numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour too. You can always scale down in size, put a single micro on maybe, and ride into it.
Let's see here. Gold is officially open for business. Again, we're going to wait for this 1 minute candle to play out, and we'll decide if we want to take the trade from there. These have been pretty. Yesterday was a pretty small opening range, right, JD? If I remember, it was about 4 or 5 points.
We actually took a 3 lot. We've been doing 1 and 2 lots because the ranges have been so wide. I don't like taking more than $200 worth of risk on any of these trades, and we'll take up to 2 trades. On these opening range breakouts, we'll take the gold trade at 7:20 and the crude oil trade at 8 o'clock. And there's no way I want to risk more than $500 before the equities open. So we keep our risk pretty tight on these trades. And yesterday the range was just tight enough where we were able to put a 3 lot in on the micros. We scaled out of a couple of them at 1 hour and 2 hour. And then gold did come and take out our stop on that third one. We still made $200 off a couple of micros though. So it was a good morning.
Nice. There you go. We have our range established. I got a high in the big contract, 44.3770, low 44.3370, so $4 range. There, you guys seeing the same thing in the micro?
Yep, I got a high 44.3770, low 44.3370.
There we have it. So we'll wait a couple seconds here, another 40 seconds or so before we take a trade. We're waiting for a candle close outside of that range. We'll get into that economic calendar in just a little bit here. Hogue, you did say we got some numbers coming out, so we'll see if this even gives us an opportunity here. We do have Fed Myron speaking as well right now. Comments, the Fed is running unnecessary risks to the labor market. I don't know anything about my future at the Fed.
Ooh, interesting. I'm going to hold off on this trade. It's real tight right now.
All right.
No trade.
No
it
trade
did signal
here
along. Technically, we signaled along just by a tick or two, not by a lot. And like we were just saying, going into some numbers at the bottom of the hour, it's not a very strong signal to get into this trade right now. Maybe we'll go for another confirmation candle. See where this
It's pretty illiquid
next bar
too.
closes. Yep,
Looking
real
at the
thin.
dome. I mean, we even skipped some prices. Some of the prices inside the opening range didn't even get traded.
Yeah, very true.
No trade for the house account here. JD, let's go through that economic calendar then. What do we have to look out for today?
We've got quite a bit going on today. Actually, we've already had a number out. We had the Challenger job cuts number out at 6:30 a.m. Central Time. We saw a little. So the Challenger job cut number is corporate layoffs. That's what Challenger job cut measures, corporate layoffs. Last month, 71,321 corporate layoffs. This month, cut that in half, 35,553 actual. So corporate layoffs are going down, but still in the five-figure territory, mid-five-figure territory. Coming up later this morning, we've got jobless claims at the bottom of the hour and the U.S. balance of trade. So those could both be some market-moving numbers. Again, I'm not sweating, holding off on this trade right now. I'm kind of glad we did a no trade. So we'll see what happens at the bottom of the hour. Maybe we'll get better trade location on this, and we'll play it from there. Later on this morning, productivity and costs also at 7:30. Then we've got wholesale inventories at 9 o'clock, natural gas inventories at 9:30. We've got Trump attending a photo shoot at 9:15 Central Time. He might run into a camera. We will see. No doubt about it, though, he will likely run into a camera and a microphone and start answering some questions. And then we've got natural gas inventories at 9:30 Central Time. Oh, I already said that. That is the calendar for today. A lot happening, and I assume a lot more will be popping up on the calendar as the day moves on. As always, we've got one eye on the ditch for you right here on TopstepTV. We'll be keeping an eye on the news, keeping an eye on the markets, keeping you apprised of everything that's coming out of everywhere. Or at least doing our best to do so.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. Presidential photo shoot. We got gold trading right at VWAP right now, 44.41. No trade in the house account there. Managing risk, not taking a trade before the number. So Hogue, let's go through that checklist. Let's make sure we are prepared for the trading day.
All right, let's do it. Yes, you should make sure you do your homework before you get into trading. We are doing that now. We are doing our pre-market research, always putting the markets in context, always thinking about risk management and patience. Morning checklist. You got your coffee? You got your water? Have you been fed? Did you walk the dog? Did you get some exercise? Did you meditate? Mindset check. Are you in the right frame of mind to trade? Things going on outside of trading can affect your decision-making in trading. And then your trade entry checklist. I've always got my pen and paper sitting right next to me. You got to be writing down those trades, working on my journal throughout the day. And at the end of the day, reviewing those trades, reviewing the journal, finishing the journal, and preparing for the next trading day. One great way to do that is always by watching Coach Jay and Coach Paul on At the Buzzer after the Power Hour here on Topstep TV. Make sure you watch that. Great stuff.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, Hogue. Seeing gold continue to push up here, 63% long tilt there, 44.4270 last trade there. We got some numbers coming out in just about 4 minutes. I think we have some time, JD, to get to some of that news. President made some announcements yesterday on home buying.
He sure did. President Trump says he plans to ban large investors from buying up more single-family homes. In a social media post yesterday, President Trump stated he is taking steps to ban large institutional investors from buying up single-family properties and calling on Congress to codify it. Investors like Blackstone, JP Morgan Chase, and other banks and investment firms have increasingly snapped up family homes in recent years, eyeing rising returns on home prices. President Trump said he plans to outline additional housing and affordability proposals in the coming weeks. The cost of buying a home in the United States has surged in recent years, largely because of a housing market that has remained historically stuck due to low inventory combined with mortgage rates north of 6%. BlackRock got smoked, Westy. That is very true. Man, BlackRock a couple years ago, or a dozen years ago, I'm sure everybody remembers this, they were snapping up. They were robbing first-time home buyers left and right. They would just fly in with a bag of money right before a closing, swipe a home right out from underneath a young couple's feet, and then turn around and rent it back to them for $5,000 a month. Can you believe these people? But I don't disagree with what the president's doing here, to be honest with you. I saw a couple people get burned by some of these large investment firms buying up properties.
Especially in a country with a housing crisis right now. Looking at BlackRock stock right now, down 3.34%, down another 0.5% pre-market today. Let's take a look. We got about 2 minutes before these numbers come out. What are you guys going to be watching here? You're going to be watching gold, the equities. What do we think?
I'll keep an eye on gold. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to jump into a trade here. We're almost back inside the opening range. Again, no FOMO. I'm okay holding off on that opening range breakout trade. But let's see what happens in a minute and a half.
We will see what happens. Gold right now trading 44.39. You want to take a look at the higher time frame charts, Hope? We can get a little bit of the charting done before that number comes out. We got about a minute and 30 seconds here.
Of course, absolutely. So, our metals have kind of fallen into balance, of course. We're looking at the daily in gold right now, and price is really centrally located right in the middle of the area of balance, kind of looking at the area of balance as, well, last week's low, last week's high, but largely from that big bar on the 29th when they raised margins, and we're pretty much right in the middle of it. We're not seeing a lot of open interest change, at least not yesterday. We did add 1,400 in open interest, possibly attracting some new shorts to this market. Volume has been average to below average while we're kind of waiting for new information, waiting for new participants in the marketplace. If this were a tennis court, our little tennis player is standing right in the middle of the court, waiting to see where the volley coming back to him is going to be. Is it going to be higher? Is it going to be lower? It's just waiting for information.
We're getting some of that information.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We're getting some of that information potentially in 10 seconds here. We got that number coming out in just a little bit here.
Buckle up. Here we go. Might get some volatility. That gold dome is cleared out. It's almost 10 ticks wide right now. Almost $1 wide on the ladder.
NASDAQ too.
And, micro. We're going to get a knee-jerk reaction here.
Who has the numbers? There we go.
Who's got the numbers?
Initial jobless claims 208,000. Forecast 208,000. It was the forecast was 212,000. A little lower than expected as far as initial jobless claims.
A little better. That's better, by the way. When jobless claims are lower than forecasted, that is a good thing.
Yep. Continuing jobless claims were expected at 1.9 million. They came out 1.914 million. Good numbers, I would say.
We're back in the middle of the opening range. Do we take this trade on the cheap side?
You know what? As I was just saying, I'm on the border here as to what's going to happen here as far as gold is concerned. We're right in the middle of the current area of balance. I don't have a problem not taking it at all today. I'm
Okay,
on the fence as to whether I would trade gold at all today.
fair.
Of course there's going to be opportunities, but I got to stay patient. Uh,
Understood. Heard.
Jay,
Heard
what are
that.
you seeing on the daily?
On the daily, we are back below, or yeah, back below, kind of deciding what we're doing at the 50% mark of that December 29th candle, right? 44.48 is that price. Right now, we're trading below it. If we start to see price acceptance and a candle close below that, then maybe we're looking for the rotation all the way down to the low of that candle, which is another 3%. Gold right now is down 0.61%. We've seen some pretty big moves in the metals. I think I'm okay with a no trade here as well. We kind of just rejected off of VWAP, right? That initial move we had to the upside, but we rejected off of VWAP. Gold has been under some heavy sell pressure. So I think if we were taking the long, it might be fighting the trend. On the daily, we got a daily ATR. Let me pull that up really quick. Of $87. So far, high to low range, we have a $61 range. So there's still some room available in this trade on either side of the market. But it feels like where we're at right now, trade location wise, I agree with what you said there, Hogue. I don't know if we have great trade location for either side here.
Yeah, it seems to be really centrally located and a bit of a coin flip. If we were to look at the shorter time frame on the 30-minute chart here, we did add 1,400 in open interest yesterday, and really the direction, the daytime frame direction was actually moving higher, even though value moved lower. We're putting in lower highs, we're putting in lower lows. That's why I wasn't excited about looking at a long here. It doesn't mean that the long can't play out. We've traded basically right after the open, right to VWAP. We've rejected VWAP. We traded right to value low from yesterday, which we are showing signs of rejection of value from yesterday. So I'm not excited about longs here, at least not at this time. We also had the 200 session simple moving average. We just touched that after the open here, and now we're starting to see the market pull off. So I think it's a good no take for the long side. We were talking earlier about, in the short time frame, we've got a downside trend going, lower highs, lower lows. I was, thinking more to the short side, but again, we don't get to choose that when we're looking at the opening range trade. All we get to choose is whether we're going to take it or not. So I think it's a good no take. Overnight inventory was short. A lot of consolidation here, probably evened out most of that inventory. Jay, your thoughts on the 30?
Looking at the 30 here, Hogue, you just said it, right? The rejection off of that 200 moving average on the 30-minute chart. We have volume trading below that as well now. So that is a little bit of a change of structure if you're looking at volume in relation to that 200 moving average. To the downside, and just back to the daily, I just wanted to measure it. There's potential for 4,400s today in gold, right? If we don't make a new high and we see an at range day or an above range day, which is what the metals have been doing recently, there's a real possibility that we trade below 4,400 today in gold if that volume continues to the downside. On the 30-minute, what I'm looking for, Hogue, is we'll see another spike of volume when the equities open. I want to see how we respond to that same area, 44.43. And there's a lot there, right? We have VWAP there, we have the 200 moving average there, and we have value area low there. There's some decisions to be made there. Does the market agree that price should be trading lower, or do we accept back into that range? That whole zone, and there was some nice selling that came in there last night as well. About 200 contracts in a second traded right in that zone. So that price means something to someone. We'll see how they respond when the volume comes in for the rest of the day.
Awesome. The profile yesterday was a neutral trading day. Traded both sides of the initial balance, traded below it a couple of times, traded above it for a while, actually settled back inside of the initial balance. Settlement, if you want to get this on your charts, it's also on the Topstep daily levels, was 44.62 half. I always put that on my charts because, well, habit, I guess. Sometimes it can be helpful, can be useful. We just have been kind of wrestling with the low from yesterday so far in the session today. I'm not seeing any real good nuances stacking in either direction. Just looking at, basically at the short time frame, lower highs, lower lows. We'll see if that continues. There will be opportunities today. Perhaps those opportunities will become more clear as we get more market generated information throughout the day. Those are just my thoughts in gold. Any last comments on gold? And do we have time to take a quick look at silver?
I think we have some time, Hogue. Let's take a look.
All right. So on the daily, again, range bound. This box is the big bar on the 29th. Okay, we're back below the halfway mark on that, which is right around 76.50. What did we do yesterday? We added 1,100 in open interest coming off of that high. But again, relatively centrally located inside the area of balance. We are looking at some possible play with this trend line. And this trend line, I mean, it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points of contact on it. Could be an interesting opportunity in and around this trend line. Jay, what are your thoughts on the daily here, my friend?
We are below that 50% of the December 29th candle, right? That was the liquidation margin call candle in silver, and it is looking pretty heavy here. We talked about this yesterday. We had, what was it, from the beginning of December to that all-time high, that was a 50% move without a real pullback before December 29th. So I think this is still a market that's in an uptrend, but it's a healthy pullback. The 20 moving average on the daily is at 70.44, which is right at the low of that December 29th candle. I could see silver pulling back there before we continue to make a new leg higher. Right now, silver's down 4% on the day. We've seen bigger moves, but it kind of feels like the market needs to maybe test that 20 moving average on the daily before we continue up here.
All right. Let's take a quick look at the 30. Silver's a market that I've never really traded. I'm really just kind of getting into the analysis of it. I mean, it's the same analysis for any market, which is basically an auction process. I'm going to start to put together some weekly kickoff levels for it as well. It's just a very popular product right now. And if I can help with those weekly kickoff levels, absolutely. So we're in a little bit of a short time frame control here. Yesterday, we traded through a session gap from Monday to Tuesday. That's Wednesday. Today's Thursday. So from Monday to Tuesday, traded through the session gap. Again, it's similar to gold in the fact that, overall, the daytime frame movement was a lot more to the upside than to the downside, even though value was lower. So it's kind of confusing as to where that open interest came in. Was it new longs? Was it new shorts? 1,100 in silver is pretty decent. And any other market, I would say it was pretty much inert. But overnight inventory is obviously short. We were looking at opened up here at 5:00 last night. And, obviously we're trading lower than that. So the shorter time frame, weaker hands traders are short and holding into those shorts. We're going to be opening with a session gap, obviously. So we are coming into another session gap. There's still weaknesses in structure down below for this market to target. Of course, I'm going to be watching this trend line. We do have, some reference levels. We've got the naked point of control here from the 2nd of January, 73, 32.5 cents. We've got the weekend gap from last week, or that's this week, actually. That's this week's weekend gap. So we've got that to kind of look at. got a late spike down below that could end up being pretty supportive because it's relatively close to the bottom of that 29th bar that we've been looking at. So, if we do see this market continue lower, there are visual targets for short time frame traders to kind of focus on. But as far as the long time frame traders, I think they've adjusted inventories to fit their margin requirements, and right now I think they're just kind of sitting pat, waiting for something to change here. So we're going to see if we do have a gap. If we can't close the gap, gap rules apply. Don't forget, if we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, that is a subjective term. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Jay, what are you seeing?
On that 30-minute, we had another one where price and volume is trading below that 200 moving average on the 30. The 20 is crossed below as well. So this is definitely a change in structure here, or at least change in trend for the medium time frame. And just want to remind everybody that silver is a very volatile market. So if you are going to trade it, trade the micro contract. Even one micro can feel like a lot. The way this market has been moving, it's presenting opportunity. You're going to see a bunch of people trading silver and making some decent money. What you're probably not seeing is the people who are losing money trading it as well. So just like everything we say, manage your risk in this market. It's presenting a ton of opportunity though. Right now down 4.1% on the day, and getting below that 200 moving average on the 30 Hogue, I think is pretty significant here. Mm-hmm. If I was going to buy it, I have to look at the reaction to that 200 moving average, which is at give me 1 second. I'll get that price. 76.82. So about $2 from where we're trading right now.
All right. The profile yesterday was a neutral trading day. Traded both sides of the initial balance. The market obviously is now seeking new levels to facilitate trade. And what's the market's job, Jay? It is to facilitate trade. It is to find levels where two-sided trade can comfortably continue, and it's still looking for that right now. In the short time frame, we've got a little bit of a downtrend going. We do have visual targets down below. So if we again can't close that gap, and I get again relatively early. I know I know it frustrates people when we say something needs to happen relatively early for it to mean something, but there's no way that you can put an absolute figure on if we don't close the gap in silver by 8:00 a.m. Central Time, then the market is going to go lower. You just can't do that. Nobody knows for sure whether the gap is going to be filled or not. Just it seems the probabilities are greater for continuation the longer the market maintains that session gap. And it's been maintaining it now for a little while. And if we can't close that gap relatively early, we look for opportunities in the direction of the gap. So I apologize if that frustrates you, but that's all we got, man. We don't know what's going to happen. We have no idea. All we can do is limit our risk.
Absolutely. We're going to take a look at the S&P here, but before we do that, JD, we got some updates on markets overnight.
Yeah, let's take a look at what happened overnight. Stocks in Europe closed a little bit mixed overnight. The Shanghai Composite down 0.07%. The Nikkei down 1.63%. Hang Seng Index down 1.7%. Actually, the ASX 200 was up 0.29%. That's why I said mixed. Big three were down. Stocks in Europe currently trading lower this morning. The DAX is down 0.26%. FTSE down 0.26%. And the French CAC down 0.18%. The US dollar index up marginally, about 0.15% to 98.835, last in the dollar. The VIX up 2.5%. 2.15%, 1571 last print in the VIX. And the 10-year U.S. Treasury note yield 4.177%, up marginally this morning. That's your update for what happened overnight going into the equity open. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Let's take a look at the S&P chart here.
All right. So a lot more interesting things going on in the S&Ps than gold and silver, I think, at least in the equities. because we were looking yesterday, Jay, at a potential breakout to the upside in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. And I'm calling it, particularly in the S&P, is a failed breakout. So we looked above weekly kickoff high and rejected. This would be a breakout, and we were talking about maybe some pretty big opportunities if this breakout decided to continue, some possible new all-time highs, everything coming up roses. Well, it just did not happen. We lost about 5,000 in open interest. So when we were talking yesterday about a lot of short time frame longs coming into the market, anticipating this breakout, they got disappointed, and many of them liquidated those positions. So here we are. We're back in range. We're back in range bound, looking for this market to do what range bound markets do. They trade to the high, then they'll swing to the low. Now we've got a couple of opportunities or targets for a downside move. We have three touch points on this trend line off this low here. And there's also last week's low and then the weekly kickoff low below that in a kind of larger area of balance. So no long time frame buyers came in to save all of those short time frame longs, anticipating that breakout to the upside. They are going to unravel, and they are unraveling, at least for now. Unless something changes, we get some good numbers or some good news comes out, I'm looking for this market to kind of rotate a little bit lower before we find any buyers and before we liquidate a lot of those short time frame longs that are currently underwater. Jay, what are you looking at?
So I know we had the cash market making all-time highs recently, but we trade the futures here, and the futures, at least on this chart that I'm looking at, have not made that all-time high. We asked yesterday, Hogue, was yesterday going to be the day? And it was, like MP says, it gave it the old college try, right? We looked above 7,000s, but the market's not going to go up if no one's buying it. And there was just not a lot of interest up there at 7,000s. We'll take a look at the NASDAQ, no interest above 26,000 as well. And this is still a range bound market, right? Balance to breakout rules, right? We trade balance until it gives us a reason to do otherwise. And, I don't think there's anything saying that this market doesn't fall back to 6,800 in the next couple of days or weeks, because that's what we've seen. That's what we've seen it do. It is channeling higher where we do have higher lows, but I don't know what it's going to be to get us to break out and make that all-time high. Maybe they're still accumulating a position, the longer time frame traders. When it does break out, it's not a move that I want to fade. That could be the trend for 2026, unless we get some news that changes the trajectory of the markets. But for right now, you kind of have to trade it like a range bound market, even on the higher time frames. Still a ton of opportunity, right? These ranges aren't contracting to the point where you can't trade them. It's just not a very directional move.
When we were hoping for one to begin a directional move to the upside, but we were denied. We've got excess on the high. Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So yeah, there was weekly kickoff high. There was that trend line, that upper trend line, and we were looking to see if we saw some good volume, spent some time, and saw some participation and some good price action to the upside here. The S&Ps were really tough to get that breakout above that weekly kickoff high. I mean, it really seemed to have to labor, and volume was just not present up above that level. So initially we had a failed downside auction. We took a look above the weekly kickoff high early. We put in the initial balance low. After that, we looked below. We rejected. I'm thinking, oh boy, here we go. We got the failed downside auction. Let's take out the IB high and we'll see what we find up there, which we obviously did not find anything. The market peeled off. We had some pretty negative delta by the end of the day yesterday, almost 26,000 to the negative, and we've put in a late spike to the downside. We'll talk about that late spike to the downside when we talk about the profiles, but pretty significant failure up there. And in the back of my mind, and Jay, I'm sure in the back of your mind, you're still hearing the word resilience resonating and echoing in the back of my mind. But you mentioned 6,800 for a pullback. Is that because it's weekly kickoff low, or did you just pick that out of the wind?
I mean, the fact that it is we could kick off low, Hogue, gives a lot more credence to that level. I was just kind of looking at, where the market turned the last time, right? We do have this swing low on the daily 68, 67, but below that, I see 6,800s, kind of big fat round number level. We rejected at 7,000s, 6,800, but I was not aware that that was the weekly kickoff low. I need to refresh my charts and put those Topstep daily levels, which are also pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you have those on there, so you're not blindsided by these levels. Interesting, Hogue. Okay, yeah. If we don't find buyers, I think that is where we may be going.
How do you like the 200 session simple moving average here on this 30-minute chart today?
It's a decision-making zone. Volume right now is staying above it. Volume right now, VWAP is 69.52. The 200 moving average 69.48. We are, trading lower. Overnight inventory is lower on, of course, lower volume. So we'll see what happens during the New York session. If volume comes in and accepts price below 69.48, then I think we may continue to see a sell-off here. We'll see what happens here. I'll be watching to see how the market trades. We've also had a ton of volume trade in this range, Hogue, over the past couple of days.
Yes. All right. So we did put in a late spike to the downside yesterday. It's almost like kind of two-stage, right? I mean, the market started heading lower and putting in a new low up here at 69.76, but the true late spike base is at 69.67.75. A late spike is when price extends the range in the last 30 minutes and closes on either the low or the high. So it closed near the low here. Settlement, we're looking at 69.63 and a quarter, with the base of the late spike 69.67.75. If the regular trading hours open below that level, or even with a session gap below that level, the high probability of acceptance of lower pricing. What does that mean? All that means is that we're expecting value by the end of the day to be outright lower, or at the very least overlapping to lower the previous day's range. Acceptance of lower pricing. Well, that kind of goes right along with our nuance of, well, we had a failed auction out to break out of a long time frame balance. It would make sense for the market to rotate and check the lower end of that balance. That's just kind of what markets do. So if we do open with a gap below the late spike, that's two nuances. And if we can't close the gap relatively early, that's another nuance that says price is likely to be accepted at lower pricing today. There's no guarantees, there's no promises, and nobody promised you a rose garden. These are just context ideas, hypotheses, whatever you want to call them. So you can kind of put some sort of again, context over what you're looking at in the market. So right now in the S&Ps, the nuances to me are stacked to the downside. You always got to keep in mind the resilience of these markets. Jay, what are you seeing on the 30?
On the 30, again, we'll see how we respond to that 200 moving average. If we see price and volume below 69.48, then I'm looking maybe for a rotation down to 28. But we will see here. We did see some buying come in right around, you look at that 30-minute candle, which was 1 a.m. Central Time. So the market's kind of deciding what to do with that. There was some nice buying that came in the NASDAQ. We'll take a look at that in just a minute. But yeah, decision-making zone here, Hogue. I'm going to stay patient. And I think that's been the case with the equities because sometimes in this range, it feels a little random. uh, where yesterday it looked like we were just gonna rally, and then you get a headline that comes out, and we're right back to where we came from. So, waiting for opportunities near extremes and letting the market determine how it's going to trade. I personally am keeping an eye on the Russell and the Dow as well. If you look at the Dow chart from yesterday, it was pretty clean. So we will see, but not a lack of opportunity. We just have to find where those opportunities are. As we see silver continue to make new lows on the day, I think again, good no trade in gold there. Silver new lows trading below $74 now. Going to take a look at crude oil in just a couple minutes. Crude oil does open up in about 3.5 minutes here. JD, before we look at the charts and look at that opening range trade, you got some news on crude.
Sure do. Quick update on gold. You called it, Jay. Good no trade. We have broken through the low of the opening range. We're trading below yesterday's low. Yesterday's low, 44.3290. I'd say there's a 98% chance if we had taken the long position on the gold opening range breakout, we would be stopped out right now. So good no trade on that. All right. Venezuelan oil, U.S. gas prices impact, and more.
President Trump says Venezuela will turn over $30 million to...
Oh, okay. I'll do the lead. Here we go. Americans are enjoying some of the lowest gas prices in years. Will the situation in oil-rich Venezuela change that? The answer is complex. Karen Kefa is in Washington with a look at the possible scenarios and what it means for consumers. Now let's roll it.
50 million barrels of oil to the U.S.
We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people.
The number may sound like a lot, but for perspective, the United States consumed just over 20 million barrels of oil per day over the past month, which underscores how the lengthy process of U.S. access to Venezuela's vast oil reserves, the largest in the world, may not change how much drivers pay at the pump too soon.
I think when the president and his advisors talks to U.S. oil companies, executives, and analysts, I think there's going to be a mismatch between how quickly the president wants the money to flow and the oil production to grow and how quickly it will really happen.
Restoring Venezuela's oil production infrastructure will require billions of dollars of investment, and with the political climate still uncertain, it may be a risky sell to the private sector. And forecasters already say 2026 will be the cheapest year for gas since COVID. OPEC production is up and global demand down. After the weekend's events, fuel savings platform Gas Buddy stood by a prediction gas prices will average just below $3 a gallon nationally this year. In Washington, I'm Karen Kefa.
Well, needless to say, these headlines are creating some volatility in the crude oil market. We had no trade yesterday, but Tuesday we put on a nice crude oil trade. We'll take a look at it in just a minute, see if we get another one. I've got the micro crude loaded up with the 1 minute chart. We'll look at the 1 minute opening range breakout. Here we go.
Crude opens up in about 40 seconds here. Right now, 52% short tilt, so pretty much 50-50, 57.04 last trade in crude. And start taking a look at these charts. Had a decent rally last night, but it's in an interesting spot. An interesting spot for sure here in crude oil. 20 seconds until the open. What do we say? Take a look at the crude oil charts. JD is going to keep an eye on that trade for us. See if we get into something today.
Absolutely. All right. So we've been kind of looking at crude oil as in a kind of a two-stage balance. There's the upper balance and the extended balance. Lower end of the upper balance would be last week's low, and we did close below that yesterday. And we added 20,000 in open interest. As a matter of fact, there's been a lot of open interest increasing since the beginning of the year in crude oil. We're looking at an additional 66,000 contracts. It's a lot. It's a lot of new contracts being created. So there's a lot more interest in crude oil now than there has been lately. And it's kind of showing in some of the opportunities and some of the ranges that we're seeing. Yes, it might be safe to trade crude again soon. We looked at weekly kickoff high 2 days ago, caught a good trade right off that weekly kickoff high. The opening range was the dead ass high right up against it. Caught a really good trade on that. Yes. 2 days ago, We saw some continuation to the downside yesterday. With all of this open interest coming in a range-bound market that I still believe is more kind of short time frame controlled, my question is, are we getting a little bit too short now? And you're starting to see some of those shorts bailing out here. Are we looking for a full rotation, a weekly kickoff low, or have we rejected below the upper area of the two-stage balance, and are we headed back to the upside? Jay, what do you think about that?
Yeah, on the daily, what I'm seeing here, Hogue, and I think a lot of people are expecting the crude oil markets to do something different because of what's going on geopolitically, but I think it's going to take some time for that to show in the markets, really. When we open up the week, I talked about this on Monday, but I see Twitter headlines and Twitter posts of like a really zoomed in chart. It had to be like a 30-second chart, and they're like, "Oh, crude oil is selling off," and then you zoom out, and it's doing the exact same thing it's been doing for the last 3 years, right? So
Right.
really not much has changed, and I think on a daily, anytime we get down near these $56 a barrel, $55 a barrel, we're finding buyers. Crude is still channeling lower, and right now what I'm looking at is the 20-day moving average, which is 57.30. It's kind of near the upper extreme of the range so far today. Daily ATR in crude hasn't really increased at all, $1.43, and so far high to low range we have $1.24 range. Another one that shout out to all of our London traders. We'll take a look at the 30-minute chart, but that's where the trade is. But for right now, not much has changed as far as the trend goes, still channeling lower. But this is a demand area where we have seen buyers step up and kind of support this market. The bounces, though, on the higher time frame have been, it's like a bouncy ball, right? The first time you bounce it, it goes a little bit higher, but every time after that, it's lower and lower. So we're getting lower highs on all of these bounces on a higher time frame, which is maybe concerning if you're looking for longs here.
Bouncy ball.
Yeah,
I like it.
25 cents. They're probably 75 cents now with inflation, but
all right. Very small opening range so far.
Yep.
8-tick opening range, JD.
Yeah, 8-tick opening range. We triggered a short by a single tick. No trade yet, just because there's very little movement in this market. And honestly, I don't trust the way it's looking right now. We are below the opening range by just 2 ticks. We could get into this trade, but it's got that feeling. I think it's a trick bag this morning. I think we're going to play the other end.
Well,
we're gonna
on
test
the
the high.
30-minute chart, we just traded up to the 200-session simple moving average, just above the session high from yesterday, and seemed to be rejecting that 200-session simple moving average is coming in at 57.17. So
Yep.
above that is your risk.
57.17 is also yesterday's high. All right, I'll work a 2-lot. We'll get them for 2 micros.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
working
such a
01s.
cheap trade. Why not?
Yep.
Right?
I'm not going to chase it. We're working all ones right now. I bet we get them.
Right. And we got overnight inventory to the long side. I mean, if we're looking at the 30-minute chart here, market opened at 5 p.m. last night right there. Got a little bit short, but we're looking at overnight inventory to the long side where, we opened spanning the high from yesterday up against this 200-session moving average. I don't see any reason, and it's such a cheap trade. Why not take it? Right. Some of the best trades I've ever taken were taken because they were cheap. we shall see. But on the 30 again, overnight inventory inside range above value. We do pull back inside of value. We could see yesterday's low. One thing about yesterday's low on the profile is we have an unfinished downside auction. There's a weak low at the low from yesterday. So with no excess down below that, it wouldn't surprise me to see that revisited sometime soon. Jay, what do you like on the 30?
I do like that rejection at the 200 moving average, especially because VWAP is at 56.60. So I could see if we do get into a short, that being the target to the downside. Again, rejecting right at yesterday's high and that 200 moving average. It's a decent spot to limit risk. Now, crude is up 1.82, almost 2% on the day. Could it continue to rally? It could, but if I'm looking at this for the past 2.5 days, this has been the upper extreme of the range. I do like that trade. Back to the downside, 56.60 at a minimum, which is VWAP, and then we'll see whether or not the market wants to continue to sell from there. We got settlement down at 55.99, but I do like this for a range trade here in crude oil, even though we're kind of fighting what happened in the overnight session. I think we've seen that a couple of times this week already, right? Where the London session will take crude in one direction, and then we come in for the New York session and it takes it the other way. So, yeah, if we are able to get into a short, I do like this trade.
So we also, I mean, we're still holding below the spike base that occurred on Tuesday, right? Market, extended the range at the end of the day, closed down there. That spike base is 57.35, and the market did what it was supposed to do based off that spike base from the day before. Price continued to move lower, showing acceptance of lower pricing and moving value outright lower than the previous day. So the spike base still kind of remains in play today. We're kind of basing this trade off of overnight inventory to the long side in the 200 session moving average, but that spike base can still be impactful today if it attracts price. So I don't know. We'll see how that happens. Pretty much almost a trend day to the downside yesterday, again, with no excess on the low. That's kind of an unfinished downside auction down there. Wouldn't surprise me to see that revisited again sometime soon. Doesn't have to be. And it may be, 3 days from now, but there's no excess down there. There's maybe some unfinished business down below that level. So we'll have to see. That's what we're looking at here. Are we in the crude trade?
We certainly are. House account is short a pair of micro crude at 57.01. Got a CYA up at 57.26, about 9 ticks above yesterday's high. We're only risking about $50 on this trade.
Oh,
Nice.
You got to take that, right?
Yep.
$50.
Could have held out. I had a
$50.
feeling we were going to take out the high of the opening range. Could have got better trade location, but that's okay. It's still a fairly cheap trade. So only risking $50 on this.
Yeah, and for now it's still valid. So we'll see what happens. $50 is $50, right?
$50 is $50, as they say in Cicero, Illinois.
All right,
That's what we
we're
got
going to
for
take
crude.
that is what we got. We're going to take a look at the NASDAQ in just a little bit here. Before we do that, we got some news. Hogue, I see your brother in the chat. Shout out to Rick Hoagland. And Dolby Time, welcome
Hey.
back. Good to see you, Dolby. Good to see you. JD, we got some news on tech.
We sure do. CES 2026 is underway in Las Vegas right now. The Consumer Electronics Show highlights some of the biggest tech products that will hit shelves this year, from smart sprinkler systems to a robot that will fold your laundry. Jen Sullivan takes us inside CES in today's Consumer Watch. Let's roll it.
It's the World's Fair of Technology and Gadgets, the Consumer Electronics Show in Las Vegas.
The whole idea is to see the latest technology that will be available to change and enhance our lives.
The more than 2.6 million square foot exhibit space is like a giant time machine into the not-so-distant future. Allison Freed with CES says this year artificial intelligence is taking tech to a new level.
AI is completely changing global economies, essentially.
The multi-day event brings together some of the smartest tech minds from more than 4,000 companies. Sorry, it's not open to the public. So let's take a look at some of the products promising to make life easier for us. Like Deslock Smart Lock. No need to enter your home with a key. This solar-powered gadget reads your face.
If you're not at home and you have a parent, a friend, a kid who needs to get in, you can upload their picture, make sure that they are an approved user to come into your house.
This smart lock costs about $300. Check out this robotic lawnmower from Dream that can give you real-time feedback on your lawn. Sticker price about $3,000. Tired of watering your lawn with a hose? Check out Aper's smart irrigation system. It tailors care to every plant in your garden. It will cost you around $580. Love to grill? Several companies are rolling out smart grills that can perfect your meat. No more burnt burgers. And how about this? LG's Cloyd, the robot that will take over household tasks like cooking and laundry. Many of these products will be available to buy this year. For Consumer Watch, I'm Jen Sullivan.
What was that at the end?
Robots that will do your cooking and cleaning for you, fold your laundry, cook your meals. I am in on this. You know how much more efficient I would be if I had somebody doing these things or something doing these things for me? I'm in. All right. That's all I got to say. I'm buying a robot.
I might be in too, JD. To be honest, I got a bunch of laundry that needs to be folded right now, and if a bot could take care of it. But who said this in the chat? Pat said it in the chat. Says, laughing out loud, all of this is going to get hacked, and that's the one concern.
It sure is,
right?
yeah. It sure is.
It's just like, but hey, you know what? If you want to hack me but fold my laundry, you know, there's a give and take for everything. But whatever that AI Furby was at the end of that video, they can throw that in the trash. I don't know what that was.
Yeah.
I don't know what that was.
It's a robot pet.
Right.
I guess, you know, one thing good about it, it probably doesn't poop.
And it won't turn into a drunk on you.
Dolby, we know those jokes were there, but this is yeah. Let's talk about the NASDAQ. Hope we're here to talk about the markets.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Here's the daily. So again, we attempted a breakout to, you know, a new market state, and you know, the market, particularly the NASDAQ, has been narrowing in range. That has a tendency to happen. And, you know, we looked above that range. We closed pretty much right on it. The upper trend line, which has 1, 2, 3, maybe now 4 points of contact on it. We looked above it, closed right on it. We also closed back below the weekly kickoff high, 25,880. You know, yesterday we were looking at saying, you know, if we accept outside this range, it could be a pretty substantial upside move, and it just didn't play out. You know, most breakouts have a tendency to fail. We lost 600 in open interest in the NASDAQ yesterday, losing 5,000 estimated in the S&Ps. So this was some long liquidation came into the market. We were looking at the fact in the S&Ps and in the NASDAQ that we were kind of looking at having some pretty substantial short time frame longs in the market just by looking at price action over the past couple of days and the increases in open interest. We were saying the market needs new business. It needs new buyers to come in order to continue a breakout move to the upside. Those new buyers did not come in. Looked like they might for a while, but the long liquidation came in, and it has now kept us basically back inside of our range and below the weekly kickoff high. Jay, what did this look like to you yesterday? Were you getting excited for some continuation, and then all hopes were dashed by the end of the day? NASDAQ held up a lot better than the S&Ps, though.
It did, and I was looking for a continuation, Hogue. I was actually on air while we were trading right below 26,000, and I think the one thing that, you know, I saw from a volume perspective, there was just not a lot of interest up there. It wasn't like there was a ton of size on the offer up there that the market had to take out. I think at 26,000, which, you know, sometimes you might expect to see a big order there, it was 100 contracts, and you know, Hogue, you could flip 100 contracts in your sleep. But there was not anybody in the world that was willing to trade 100 contracts up there in the NASDAQ. So those new buyers that we're looking for, they're just not here yet. And again, just like the S&P, we are still in a range, in the range that we've been in for the last 3 months or 2 months, I guess. And you know, maybe the market is looking for a catalyst to bring us out of this range, but That was a pretty interesting rejection up there. 25,996 is the high from yesterday. 996 and a quarter. And again, if you we're 4 points away, if buyers were really convinced, do we think they stop that way? And maybe not yet.
Yeah, there's probably, something important about the fact that it didn't get to 26,000 yesterday. What doesn't happen
Right.
can be as important, if not more important, as what does. And for the market not to get to that big fat round number, it just ran out of gas. We did not see those really strong buyers. The longer time frame is what we were looking for to come into this market. Maybe they're waiting for unemployment tomorrow. Who knows what they're waiting for, but we don't get to choose when they enter into the marketplace. Let's take a look at the 30 and see how this went yesterday. So we had some singles from the previous day. We opened right in those singles, cleaned those up first thing. The NASDAQ was really strong yesterday, much stronger than the S&Ps. The S&Ps had trouble getting through weekly kickoff high. The NASDAQ traded to it, and the next 30-minute bar blasted right through it. So there again, I'm thinking, all right, now I'm excited. Maybe we're going to see some continuation. And the NASDAQ, I think, had the best chance of continuation. Volume, of course, in the middle of the day kind of died off. And we don't see a huge amount of excess on the profile up here. There is excess up here, but when we got up to that trend line, that this upper trend line, it just kind of died off. The market turned around. One thing about the NASDAQ that the S&P did, the NASDAQ didn't take out the low of the session and put in a late spike to the downside. S&Ps were a lot weaker. The NASDAQ looks like we're about ready to open inside the range, right at the low of value from yesterday with this value low here. Could offer a decent level of reference, 25,812. Overnight inventory, you're kind of looking at it as largely kind of reconciled. We got pretty short here. We've come all the way almost back to where we opened. So I'm kind of looking at the overnight inventory as already adjusted and reconciled. It's not going to be a part of any decision that I would be making today. We did start to kind of take a look at that 200 session moving average, which the S&Ps is playing with right now. We haven't played with it yet in the NASDAQ in the overnight here. Jay, what does this look like to you?
This looks like patience, Hogue. We're like you said, overnight inventory not really giving us a whole lot to work with. We did take a look at that 200 moving average on the 30-minute, which right now is at 25,673, kind of the low of the range for the day, that overnight low. But right now we're right back in the middle of the range. We still got a lot of data out the rest of this week, right? We got non-farm tomorrow, so I'm not surprised that maybe we're seeing a little bit of range-bound activity in the equities. So I'm going to be patient, right? We have non-farm and Michigan sentiment tomorrow. We had the jobless claims number that came out today that really doesn't look like it affected the markets too much. It sounds crazy, but we've been talking about 2 months now of trading the market in a range and identifying those extremes. And I think that's exactly what we have to do today. VWAP's a flat line in the middle of the daily range. Definitely going to be patient here in the NASDAQ.
Yeah. Profile yesterday was a normal variation day. It wasn't a neutral day like it was in the S&Ps. Value was pretty much outright higher. Just again, to me, the failed upside auction was a little bit of a disappointment, but hey, them's the breaks. That's what we're looking at as far as context in these markets.
Really quick, Hogue. I know we're going to get ready for fast markets in just a little bit here, but last night or early this morning, there was a range where a ton of volume was traded that I'm going to watch out for today. You can actually see it on a 1 minute candle. It was the 1:23 Central Time candle. A ton of volume traded there. I'm looking at a range of 25,737 up to 25,785. So it's a pretty big range, but 400 contracts traded in a second in that range there. So I'm watching the market's response to that.
Look at that.
738 up to 787.
Nice.
That was a ton of volume for that time of night, or
Very
time of the morning.
detailed. Very detailed. Wow. Look at that. 1 minute. Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jay.
Don't know what was going on there. Thanks, Hope.
Awesome.
All right. I think that's it. I think we got to all of our news. JD, let's get an update on this house count trade real quick.
Yes, we are short. Looked like crude was back to its old tricks for a minute. It was definitely on some BS. It took out yesterday's high, and now we're back right in the middle of the opening range. Real quick, I'm going to run through this schedule for the day, and then we'll get out of here. Coming up, fast markets are trying something new. Usual cast of characters: Andre, Jack, and Hogue will be in there. Then we're swapping out Vince, Mandy, and Dakota for the rest of the session, or for the entire session. Vince will be there from 8:30 to 9, Mandy 9:30 to 10, Dakota 10 to 11. Should be an interesting fast markets today. Hogue will be back for the morning recap at 11 Central Time. Rising Star, Yusuf will be here with Coach Jay and Dolby Time. Dolby Time is back in the house. 12 o'clock, shoulder tap with Jack and risk manager Aaron. Gabe, Vince, and Hoop will be here for group coaching at 12:15. I will be back with my old man, Coach Jack Sr. and Dolby Time for Trade with Topstep at 1 o'clock. And we're closing out the damn Power Hour with Andre, Gabe, and Dolby. You're going to get a heavy dose of Dolby today. First day back, we're going to make sure he's in there. All right. Let's get it.
Let's get it. The team's getting ready in the back here, Hogue.
Yep.
Me and JD are gonna fade out, I think. See Coach Vince there, Andre's there, Jack's there. Hogue,
Yep.
do the thing.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, JD. And as always, thank you to everyone. Just going to kind of go look back at these longer time frame charts and these equities, and just thinking about what happened yesterday. Yesterday had some pretty big potential for a continuation. It was certainly a breakout type of situation. This is the daily chart in the NASDAQ. I'm kind of focusing on the NASDAQ because it's a little bit of a cleaner breakout. And, there were some things that were against that breakout to the upside yesterday. We knew we had a lot of shorter time frame longs in the market, and we knew we were going to have to attract new, probably longer time frame buyers to see any kind of continuation. And it looked like we were going to see them come into this market, and we're going to see a little bit of a change in the market state from range bound to, a new continuation to the upside. But as breakouts have a tendency to do, they have a tendency to fail. A lot of breakouts are going to fake you out this way, and it makes it very difficult to trade them. I'm usually going to be looking for some sort of confirmation that the breakout is showing acceptance of higher pricing through volume, open interest, and all of those things. And then I'll look for the pullback to the starting point of the breakout for the opportunity. So rarely am I going to be trying to catch the first part of the breakout, which you may get better trade location if you do that. But because so many of them have a tendency to fail, I like to wait, make sure that, maybe you get the move, you get the breakout, and then you get the pullback, and then the continuation. So that's one of the things that I like to think about or do when I'm looking at a breakout situation. So, if we were to look at the S&Ps on the daily chart, it was very familiar, very similar, but the S&Ps really had a hard time yesterday. There's a lot more excess on the high here. We've got the late spike to the downside. The rejection above this level really means something. I'm looking, there's a good probability that this market could rotate back near the low end of this balance, and time will tell. Time will tell. So just taking a look, I think we're about ready, and it looks like we are. So just taking a look at my early risers here. The Leprechaun, good to see you this morning. Tommy C, Shu Anastasios, Ox Thin Air, there's a new name for you, Random Trader. Anya Bratberg, Alexandre, good to see you. Charles Henry, Mayorki, Gorillionaire, Dan Trader. My brother Rick is in the chat today. Good morning to my brother. Don't forget, folks, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. Let's get ready for fast markets in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Music there.
Old school music indeed. Vince, good morning. Welcome to Fast Markets. Hit it.
Good morning.
I feel like James Brown when I hit those, when I could do the like, dun, dun. Those words make me happy. Dre, what are you doing for the Bears game?
I will not be in town, unfortunately. What about you, Jack? Will not be in town, I know.
Looking at
winning?
Tickets. They're a little expensive, so probably just watch it somewhere comfy. Let's make some ticks.
Let's make some ticks. See if we can buy those Bears tickets against the Packers. Go Bears. Anyways, welcome everybody to Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. Who we got? Look at Vince on the right talking about that old school music. We got Jack in the middle. Let's get right into it. Vince, good to see you. Thoughts coming into this open. Too. What markets we got our eye on?
Let's see here. We got the ES up right now. We're going to see how we open in a couple of minutes. We do have a gap in balance, so maybe we'll catch something off the open here. Let's see. What are you guys looking at?
Well, I know Jack's got his eyes on the ES right now, trading 69.52. We did take a peek above 7,000s. We got to what, 7,006 or so? About 50 points off of that right now. Jack, thoughts coming into today? We had some jobs numbers. Pretty good. We got more coming on tomorrow, but big pullback overnight.
Job numbers are fine. Came in roughly in line on the jobless claims, up slightly. 208,000 was the number, up from 199K I see last month. Look at the ES overnight. We sold off and checked the there's 3 degrees of fat numbers. There's the hundreds and thousands, but we got down to 6,900 in the SPX, kind of turned around and been thrashing around here since then.
So we have. All right, house account is short to micro crude from $57.01. Take a peek at the last trade in crude, $57.08. Take a look at silver. Big selling coming in. Look at $5, maybe more. Just based on looking overnight, last trade in silver, $73.92.5. Gold seeing some selling as well. Right, look at the last trade, $44.36. Good old NASDAQ trading 25,780 right now. We did get almost got to 26,000 yesterday. Got within about 4 points of 26,000. Did not get there. Big night, big day coming up right now. Vince, any levels, any prices of interest you got your eye on?
Well, if we get back into yesterday's range and value in the ES, there may be an opportunity for us for value area play. So I'm watching that. We do have a late spike, which is interesting information from yesterday. So I think we're going to have an interesting open here, Dre. I'm very excited for the equity opens right now.
Saying that makes 2 of us. Hopefully that makes 3 of us, Jack. Take a look at the bonds. Take a look at anything going over there. Looks like we pulled back, retreated off those 4.2%. I'm taking a peek.
Yesterday we've been at a very tight range. You know, since the beginning of December, really, we've been bouncing around between 4.1 and 4.2. So pretty much a holding pattern there. Had Myron on the box this morning. My man, real quick, here's the open.
We are open. Here we go. Yep, here we go. Let's go. Let's do this thing. Yeah, we got Myron speaking at the top of the hour. In terms of any other numbers, not seeing too much between now and then. Yeah, Myron scheduled to speak at top of the hour, and this is on the schedule. I am not kidding. 9:15. Trump attends photo shoot. That's what it says.
Yes, I saw that.
Incredible.
I have not seen that before.
I have never seen that before. I'm not sure what that entails. Well, I guess we kind of do. It speaks for itself. Anyways, we'll get right into it. We got 50-50 across the board on the tilt. Pretty muted open for right now. Maybe a little downside pressure in silver. Take a look at the Dow. Dow always moving quick off. Yeah.
Man, the Dow's been a beast.
Dow has been a beast. Dow popped about 100 points right there when that bell rang, trading 49,100. We made new all-time highs yesterday. And we are down dramatically from, what was it, 49,876. Was right on the open yesterday. We're down about 800 points from there. This New York session open. All right,
almost down a hat, Trey. Almost down a hat. 1,000 points in the Dow. Right now, in the stocks, we got Amazon and Google are up. Amazon's up 0.75%. Amazon's been really nice in 2026 so far. Congratulations, Mr. Bezos. Google's up 1%.
Amazing.
Little more. Everything else is down. Furthest down, 1.6% down. Tesla, 1.2% down. Apple. What's Intel doing? They had a hell of a day yesterday.
A big yesterday. Definitely holding up the NQ up a hat. I like that one. A little more selling here in silver. Vince, you got your eye on the NASDAQ, S&Ps. What markets again you got your watching?
Yeah, so I'm watching 4 markets right now. So I have up the NASDAQ, S&Ps, gold, and the Dow. So I have 4 up. Silver I watch too. I've been trading silver a lot at night. I've been doing a practice trading on silver. I mean, I'm up about 50 G's on it in the past few weeks. So
have you been getting
I don't know if I'm going to go over to live yet. I don't know if I'm going to go live yet on it though. So,
all right.
You know what happens. You know what happens when you're ready to go live, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess when that market goes, are you just marketing in, marketing out on those silver moves?
No, I'm playing my levels.
Playing levels?
I'm actually practicing. Yeah, I'm practicing with my own strategies with it. So it's been working out pretty nice. I mean, I took a short last night. I've been trading live at night with my group coaching sessions.
Nice.
And we did all right last night, and then the night before. So yeah, it's a wild market though. It's very volatile. So I don't advise anybody to trade that on a full size contract at the moment.
Wise words.
Unless you got deep pockets.
Wise words. All right, take a look at the Dow. Dow still holding bid just a little bit. Ooh, turnaround in gold. Looking at about $10 turnaround. I'm trading 44.41. Right. We're just trading 30s.
So we're starting to get into an interesting level here at the ES. This 59.25 and 68s are interesting. So I'm going to watch here. I might be looking for a short.
What market, Vince? Which one are you talking about? NQ?
Yes.
ES.
ES on that. Yeah. On the NQ, let's take a look. All right. NQ. All right. I want to see us stay below 813s. So up around the 813s. If we fell up there, I'll play the shorts. But I do like a test of the overnight low here, 25,670s. But we're at the half back from the 6th of January trading day right now to the tick. So we're going to see if we can't hold this half back. I think we might flush a little bit here. So we got to keep our eyes here on this NASDAQ. But I do like to stay underneath 813s today if possible. If not, then I'm looking for a rally.
Well, what was that ES price again? You said 58s?
On the ES?
Yeah.
So 59.25, 59.25 and 68.
Very good. 59.25 and 68. Last trade 69.50. Looking about 100 point sell off here in the NQ. I'll trade 25,700. We're just trading 800s. We're seeing downside pressure in the NQ right now. Still 50-50 on the tilt. ES pretty muted right now, but right now selling in the NASDAQ. The NQ.
We're right in the middle of the ES. Of sort of, I agree with Vince. We're bouncing around between the 6,900 and 6,925 SPX prices. Those are the possible support resistance I see right now. And you can see, I'm going to get cute this year. Instead of horizontal lines at the move, is just slant these ever so nicely so that they follow the convergence of the contract.
Very good.
Remind me, I'll do that this afternoon. But you can see how these things do tend to at least pause. But right now, we're very middle for me. I'm not. I need some movement before we take anything.
That makes sense. And on top of the hour, we got Myron scheduled to speak. Real big economic releases. Again, tune into Top Step TV. We'll keep you rest with the breaking headlines here. But right now, the only thing really moving in equities, we had the NQ sell-offs about 100 points. ES 69.50. We've seen that price a lot lately. All right, we have okay, there it is. Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. I couldn't find it for a second. They're always right where they're supposed to be. Those are updated refreshed before every New York Open. All right, that's pretty much just a reminder to go, hey, see that indicators tab at the top of Topstep X? Click on that thing. Type in Topstep daily levels. Get those updated and refreshed levels on your charts. Very, very easy to do. Again, updated, refreshed before every New York Open. Topstep daily levels on the indicators tab of Topstep X. Buyers did try giving it a shot in the NQ. Pretty much met with more selling there. Back to 25,700. They got above the 720s. And sellers did jump in. It looks like the Dow wants to make another push higher here. Buyers going to give it a shot.
Higher by about 2.25%. We're at 1574. Bitcoin in the spot market is below 90,000, trading 89,740 at the moment.
What's doing in Crude? What's doing in CL? Again, house account is short. A couple micros from $57.01. Think about 19 cents of heat right now. Looking like turnaround in silver also. I'm trading $74.36. Watching what's going on in the NQ right now.
Yeah, that's getting interesting too here. So Dow is getting into a zone that's interesting to me, Dre. This 95 to the overnight high.
It's pushing.
I would like to see you sweep that overnight high, pull back in, and maybe take a short on that.
What do you have for overnight highs, Vince? What do you got?
Overnight high, 49,272 in the Dow.
Okay.
If we go up there and fail, we sweep it, fail, I think I'm going to take a short.
Okay. Mass trade 216, looking for about another 60-point push higher here. But Dow off to the races, up about 200 points since that bell just rang about 8 minutes ago. ES, I did see some buying. NQ staying heavy. More selling. And NQ just gets met with sellers. And taking it beneath 700. Bit of a rock fight there, 25,700. Keep an eye on where that Dow goes. ES 69.55. All right, more selling here in the NQ. Looks like sellers are going to take a short.
Yeah, the Dow's going to, or sorry, not the Dow, but the NASDAQ especially is probably getting weighed down by the big dogs, right? I mean, like we're only down in the ES 0.2% right now, but we have much of the Mag 7. NVIDIA is down 0.75%. Microsoft down 0.8%. Broadcom 1.5%. Apple 1.3%. That'll do it.
We'll do it. Downside pressure. NQ down about 115 points. Off that opening bell. Got another 5 minutes. Getting ready to open here in about 50 seconds or so. You got 50-50 on the tilt. We got a speaker at the top of the hour. It's Myron, everyone's favorite dove.
He already spoke this morning. He's looking for 6 rate cuts in 2026.
That would take us to what? 6. Would that take us in the 2s? We'll be in the 2s then? Respect.
Yeah.
Mark's getting heavy here.
The base neutral interest rate. Myron wants those Swiss rates. He wants that old school Japan. Get it going negative.
Nagy? Yeah, let's go Nagy.
There you go.
You pay me.
Oh, my God. Let's take a look at the 6.
I like a downside target on this NASDAQ at 25,590. So if you're short, man, I'm holding that sucker.
25,590. All right, currently trading 25,780. 780 right now.
We're testing over and low. There it goes out.
Definitely seeing some
well, this is going to be a transformative year in the Fed. Powell will no longer be the chair come May. As we said, he can stick around. He's still has his term, I believe, for maybe a year or two more if he wants. Bostic retired or is retiring. but there's still the Fed by design changes very slowly. There's 14-year terms. So I think we're going to see a lot of interesting press conferences because the votes aren't there to Myron it. So Kevin Hassett, whoever it is, going to have to stand up there and I don't know. It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Would you stick around after your term is over? I mean, it's a chair. Ain't no way, man. Ain't no way. No way I'm sticking around.
I don't know. I've never been a
You haven't?
governor, so no.
Just the hell he's been going through lately.
We just loves ball.
Yeah.
Hey, ball is life.
Yeah. He likes to fight, I guess, right?
He's been wearing it like a champ. I'll give him that. We'll give him that.
Yeah.
This Fed chair poly market is pretty incredible. So we switched again. Right now, other Kevin Warsh is on top, 39%. Kevin Hassett, 38%. Waller, my guy, Waller Baller, 14%. Those seem to be the top three. There's been $147 million of volume in that market. It's quite something.
Interesting.
Nice.
Right, got the NQ holding beneath 25,700. 12 minutes into this New York session. I'll tell you what, we got those numbers coming out. We got 3,500 people watching us bright and early here all across the globe on TopstepTV. For those that are new, welcome aboard. If you'd be so kind, please click subscribe, click that bell, the notified bell in the upper right-hand corner as we're on the march to 200,000 subscribers. We're selling here in the
That's
NQ.
awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, markets are looking heavy.
Yep. I'm not 25,663. NQ down about 140 points, 130 points since that bell rang. Antonio, what's up? Gold, pretty tame for now.
Ooh, there's
more selling,
more
selling.
There.
Big push lower. ES push lower. NQ.
Yep.
NQ just dropped about 50 more points. A new low, 626, 25,626. Down about 180 points since the bell rang.
Big block order there. That was 4,000 ES traded in a second. I think that's a new leader in the clubhouse since I've been monitoring this.
Nice.
ES just got smoked. Yes, it did.
ES got smoked about 6 points in a second there.
Yeah, it was a big,
almost
big
10 points in 2 seconds. They're trying to fade it back now. I got the second chart up.
That was the play. Yep. We saw something more aggressive selling yesterday. Look at that. Sheesh. What do we see? 15,000 yesterday in a second?
No. That was over like 30 seconds. Like this what is it? 4,000 in a second is the most I've seen in a second when I've checked it, at least during past markets.
Wow.
Here goes the NQ. More selling here in the NQ. Lows.
The NQ's looking real heavy here.
Yeah.
But we are in an excess here. We're going to see there's probably going to be a battle right here in the NQ at this 25,620 area. Let's see if it holds or if it flushes out. If it takes out this 25,590 was my target to the downside. So we'll see what happens here. We're getting close.
590. Yep. What was that? Just came in. We're seeing offers jumping in the ES ladder here. 580, 590. Yep. In the NQ. 50-50 on the tilt. Across the board right now. We got more sellers ready to jump in here in the NQ. And down about almost, I've called 200 points since that opening bell rang.
It's about $1.4 billion in notional switching in a second there.
And here we go. ES just getting pummeled. A little more selling here in the ES. Pretty resilient. Now the Dow has turned around. Dow is now selling off. Let's see. It's simply catching up to ES and the NQ. But right now, sellers in the house in the equities. 25,600 now. NQ.
SPX right at 6,900 here.
Okay.
Any news?
I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah, I'm curious about that myself. If there's any news out there, because markets are trading like they're spooked at the moment.
Yeah, they are. Heavy selling. Let's take a look at the ES. S&P ES. They were at about 18 points. We popped on the open, but sellers definitely came in and pushed price lower.
You know, the NASDAQ, the 5-minute open range bar, the NASDAQ was 113 points. You know, usually I'll look at an open range trade on a gap imbalance, but it's just too big of a range for me to play. But right now, it's a thing, pretty good trade location at the moment. ES had a 10-point open range.
Yeah, buyers giving it a shot.
Real quick. Got to stop waiting for news and just.
I got you on the news. I got you.
Well, that's what I mean. It like look at where it tapped. Just exactly.
There you go, Jack. There you go. Let's see what happens here.
Oh, that was fun.
And ES turning around back. Turn around about 10 points. 10 points. And here goes gold. Gold seeing some buying now. Gold on the move. 44.44. ES buyers are like, I don't think so. Look at
that 90s low.
Wow.
It didn't quite get to 90s, but it got to 97. Wow.
Oh,
reversal on that, huh?
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to 97. Didn't quite get to my 90s, but close. Close enough for rock and roll.
I like that, Vince.
Agree.
Wow, ES.
Stoner man, I agree. And just like something, I think especially those GEX levels can come into play, like when you have very quick moves and things are looking, because there's sort of automatic, you know, when everyone jumps out on something, there is automatic buying and selling that needs to be done around those levels. You find some liquidity.
Gold off to the races now.
Right, so
gold up $13 in the last couple seconds.
All right, we're at an interesting zone here in the Dow. If we get some failure up here, we just took out the overnight high. If we get some failure here, I may take a short here in the Dow and keep our eyes on this market. It looks so strong, doesn't it?
Oh, wow. Yes, it does. 25 or 49,275. We got Vince watching the ES, watching the NQ, watching the Dow. We got eyes all over the place. Let's see what you guys are trading at home. Let's see those trader station setups. We got to see those. Where can you show us that? Let's see if we get the people to share how many different screens they're using when trading. Oh, I just read that verbatim, James. Upper left-hand corner, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Just over TopstepTV on the X. I kind of stopped. But yeah, let's see those trader stations. I love those. Love the different setups. Hey, maybe you're trading mobile. Maybe you're trading on your mobile train.
Your mobile train?
No, you're trading on your mobile. Your mobile-friendly Topstep X.
You're building mobile trains in your basement.
Oh, we pretty much built TopstepTV. We built this plane in the air. So far, it's
those behaviors are probably linked. I bet you there's some big model train heads in the chat. Reveal yourself.
What are they called? The HO railroads back in the day? They still got them?
Oof.
Remember the HOs?
No, Vince, I don't. Sorry. I'm saying,
my grandfather was in air brake sales for Westinghouse air brakes. He was being the train. It never caught on with me. But
all right, easy. Oh man.
All right, here we go. Here.
Yeah, I'm watching that. You watching the Dow?
Yeah, I'm watching all the equities right now.
I'll allow it, Brad Sims.
I saw that.
Let's see here.
See here. Yeah, I'm waiting for those. I feel like those more sellers are working right around the corner. We got a lot of volume trading right here in the ES. 69.50. Big magnet. 69.50. We were trading here, same price about 15 minutes ago, or 10 minutes ago, I should say, and we saw 4,000 line hit the bid, took it down about 10 points. And what you got, Vince?
I'm short 2 Dow micros.
What price?
We're gonna Price. Let me go back to my chart. Hold on a second.
Say 270s.
49,268.
268. Okay.
All right. It's a cheap trade. We're just going to risk the high of the session here. See if we get a rotation back down. So cheap trade.
What's your target on this Dow trade? You're in the money right now.
I mean, let me see. To give you my ultimate target here, we're probably looking at
NQ about to get.
Oh boy.
Look out below NQ.
48,650.
48,650. Okay, you're looking for a real push lower. Oh, all right.
Yeah, 48,650s. Yeah, I mean, if we get cooking, I mean, I'm looking for the overnight low, but ultimately 48,650 is my ultimate downside target today, and I'll put it down there. I'll let it work. We'll see what happens here.
Yes, we will.
Cheap enough, right? It's a big risk to small risk, big reward. If I get it, if not, it's a scratch.
Okay, short two. Dow is pushing lower here. It looked like they wanted to take the NQ lower. That was some buying. Man, oh man. There is. What do we got down here? Nope. It's are all over the place right now. There is definitely volatility here. Oh, is that they just lifted the offer? Wow, ES just. Wow.
This is fun.
Wow. It's fun to watch. I mean,
it's wild. We got a wild morning here, fellas.
Yeah, there is lots of size. If there is definitely volume being thrown around right now. ES. Now they're pushing it higher. They just got the shorts. Shorts got their hand caught in the cookie jar. And they are getting squeezed right now in the ES. They tried taking it down to 69.40. The Royal They. Tried taking it down to 69.48. They just buyer stepped in and pushed it 7 points higher now. Trading 69.55s.
Now this Dow needs to stay below 49,275. If it starts to accept above it, I'm a little bit concerned with the position. I may cover it if we don't start pushing down, because there's some low volume here below the market where we can maybe start buying the Dow around 49,220s. So I'm going to keep my eye on this closely here and see what happens. Because this Dow, if we get cooking to the upside, I mean, we could get a pretty nice move up to about 49,535s, and then I'm going to be looking around 49,830 for upside targets. So we're going to see if I end up flipping this thing around here. But right now, I'm just going to let it work.
I love it. Chat is fired up today. Absolutely love it, chat. Dude, this dude calling the 5-minute candle a squeeze in the ES. Well, if you were short from 48, 49, and they ran it up to 57s, it's a squeeze in my world, at least if I was short. So I love it. I love the passion, keeping an eye on, calling us out when needed. Now you're really squeezed. It's up 10 points. Now if you're short, you're really getting squeezed. And there goes Crude.
Get this come back in here.
Saw chat laughing at this cow. That Crude trade isn't working out so well. Looks like Crude has turned over a little bit. So now the money, a couple cents. So managed the risk quite well there. But markets are whipsawing around right now. We got Myron top of the hour. What's is he going to? He called for 6 rate cuts.
Yeah, I mean,
man.
Wow.
Myron's in a good position, although he's done at like the end of the
January.
He's not around long. January.
I thought he was done it after. Yeah, I thought he was done after December, but like
he's
a cockroach. Cockroach.
He's got a great job, man. He doesn't move the market that much because of the structure of the voting. He's just one person, so he can say whatever he wants.
It's very true.
6. He can say 14 cuts. Who gives a shit?
6 rate cuts. What a beast! What a beast, man. Job well done.
That would be nice, though.
Would it?
Well, yeah. Well, if you're looking to buy a house, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't make me tap the 10-year chart.
Yeah. Well, hey, Vince
Fed
did it.
has
Don't.
the Fed has no bearing unless you want the Fed to start, QE again and start buying 10-year treasuries. Rates on the 10-year, which is most linked to mortgage, are up since we started cutting.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's not good.
That's right. It's going the wrong way. They influence a little
Yeah.
bit, though, Jack. You know what I mean. I know it's the market.
They can influence the short end of the curve. So long, let me see if I can bring this up. The savvy trade has been this guy here since we uninverted. Let me share this tab instead.
There we go.
So this is the yield between the 2s, 30s. We kind of double bottomed in 2023, but ever since
Mm-hmm.
we tapped a few times, but once we finally uninverted, there's just been a pretty nice, consistent grind up.
All right, NQ. Curious spot right now. 25,625. Last trade about 20 points off the lows. NQ.
Yes, range bound.
Yes, is definitely range bound.
Love Wetlands asked, does Topstep have numbers on how much trading has moved to the metals? Yeah, we could probably find them. I'd have to ask. It might take some time, but anecdotally,
yeah,
we can definitely see it because I do shoulder tap, and I just see a lot more people trading gold. And I'm sure soon, because the silver mania is relatively new, so it takes time for people to work through the live accounts and stuff, that we will be seeing plenty of silver traders.
Let's see. Could you maybe ask? You're gonna be on with Aaron today. Maybe see ahead of time if we can kind of get a general ballpark idea.
Here, I'm gonna type a Slack right now.
Boom, perfect, awesome. Bulls want to take this thing higher in the Dow.
Yes. John Doherty.
Oh yeah,
we get any
it's
numbers
strong.
We'll see though. Take a look at the ladder here. What do we got on the ladder in the NQ? NQ, what do we got up here? Nothing really. Still thin. And we saw a lot of size trading on the offer yesterday. Yes, one's higher. Could be. It was definitely ES. There is a lot of size being traded. Right back to 69.50.
Oh, what happened?
What do you got? I heard order filled.
It said order filled, but all I was doing was moving my stop to 49,330, which is a couple of ticks above the high. That's weird.
Drag it in there. Did you drag? Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure what I did there. All right.
Minis?
No, it was micros. Yeah, I don't know what just happened there though, but must have fat fingered something. I don't know.
Nvidia's down 2%.
Yeah, we'll just put it back on and put it where it was going to be to see if I get a full stop out on it or not. All right, we're back in. Let's see if
what's the price you got now?
Well, I put the stop where I wanted it, 49,330, which is a little bit above the intraday high. So I'm short from 308s. I'm short from 308s. Yep.
308s and heartbreak. Yes. So there you go. NQ. The round of selling did come in, looking to new lows. NQ 25,593.
There's some top 10 market cap stocks getting whacked right now. Broadcom's down 3%. Nvidia's down a little more than 2% now. Meta's down nearly 2%.
Wholesale inventories came in line. Month revision, 0.2% expected, 0.2 actual. Waiting for Myron. Nothing from Myron yet. And then an hour from now, we got the New York Fed 1-year inflation expectations.
Oracle down 3%.
Oof. 50-50 tilt.
Oh, the big man. He's not around, right?
Which one? Larry?
No, didn't Buffett have a pretty sizable position in Oracle?
Oh,
I'm sure. I mean, he probably has a side
all the
Step
blue
down.
chips. Yeah, all the blue chips,
Yeah.
right?
They did, I believe, turn down the Paramount offer. Or what were they trying to buy? Warner Brothers, whatever the
Yeah, I
hell it
think
is.
they
They
tried to go cash on it or
rejected
something.
that. They're going
Okay.
to Netflix.
Might be looking for some new lows in the NQ. Another round of selling did just come in.
Yeah, look at that. The NASDAQ
Not
is
done.
heavy.
Not done. Sellers, not
Boy, I
done.
should have been shorting that sucker. All right. Yes, range bound.
It is for now. 578, 577. It's talking the NQ. NQ seeing a push to the downside. Harlan just jumped in there on the bid. It was filled. Pretty much the lows. 25,575. New lows. Okay. All right. New lows NQ. I mean, buyers just getting met with more selling. Dow doing anything? Dow paying attention to this?
Not really. It's kind of it's still strong. I mean, I'm short, but it's holding its own right now. But NQ is looking real weak at the moment. I mean, next target for me in the NQ is down to 25,400 downside target.
Tech stuff down way more. Nvidia is only the 20th weighted stock in the Dow. Goldman, Caterpillar, Microsoft are the top three, accounting for nearly 25% of the index. They're down, but slightly.
Silver, pretty quiet. All things considered, trading $74.18. Like now, granted, it's been a 5-6. It's like a $6 overnight range, but right now, last 30 minutes since fast markets hit the air, it is pretty tame. Dolby is in the chat. Dolby time is back. What's up, Dolby time? Good to see you.
You had the flu, I believe.
Oh man.
Oh man.
It's swag flu.
A lot of people getting that right now.
And Q just getting heavier. Yep. Lows and
they're heavy.
Q. Just everything gets met with sellers.
See, NASDAQ.
So we got another round here.
I want to check the Delta. You got the Delta, Trey, on NASDAQ?
I do not, but I know someone that will be jumping on here in a couple minutes that will have the Delta.
I'm curious to see what that's looking like. See, I might be able to pull it up on my end here. Let's see, NASDAQ.
I mean, it's got to be negative. Well, shouldn't say that.
It's negative 3,800, it looks like.
Already?
We could probably verify that for us. See, ES.
In which market?
Yep.
The NASDAQ.
Roger. Yep. Check.
Yep. Okay.
I'd assume the ES is negative, if only because we had that 5,000 second.
4,000 now. 4,000. Folks signing in here.
Dow is negative 2,300 in the Dow.
We got a lot cooking right here. What, Myron? Myron, where you at? Myron? Nothing yet. Dow's strong right now.
Yeah, I'm probably going to get popped on this. Let's see here.
5 minutes just open.
And I'm probably starting to hunt for longs in the Dow. If this trade doesn't work, then I know my next move is going to be on the long side. So
I like that approach, Vince. Sometimes that's how you're able to get a real sense.
Got to pay for information.
And pay for information. Thank you. You said it much more eloquently than I did. Pay for information. Just feel it. When you're in the markets, you're watching the ladder, you're short, it's not going lower, and you see why reading time sales, and like, all right, Got it. Lesson learned.
All right, we're out. All right. So I already know my next entry, so I'm going to place that now.
Pay for information. Love
Where
that.
are we?
Ooh, ES.
Wow.
Oh,
All right, Dow.
back up to upper end of the range in the ES. $69.56 last trade. 58's now trade. New session highs incoming in the ES. Not quite.
Okay.
Thinking about this thing, man. Oh man, tough getting a read. Can't get a read one way or another.
Yeah,
These markets are always interesting, aren't they, boys?
Wow, yeah.
Yes, violently range bound is the word. It is the word.
You're seeing all this size getting thrown around. I mean, NQ struggling to stay bid. ES violently range bound. Look how wiki the ES is on the 5-minute.
Oh yeah, I got that up right now.
Oh, hearts, yeah. In 15 Central Time here, so we're in Europe. But yes, President Trump 10th photo shoot in about 8 minutes. I don't know what that means. We've never seen something like that before. But yes, you heard it. President, what's he gonna?
I understand that, as the head of state, there will be photo shoots. I think it's particularly, I can never say that word, weird that they would have that as an event on our calendar.
At least they do, so we can't be caught off guard in case he does find a camera and microphone. Hey, new highs ES. All right, get this guy in here. We're looking for Delta. Hogue, what's up? Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday, Hogue. What is going on? Please make some sense of this. NQ heavy. ES catching a bid. Help me, Hogue.
Well, good morning, everyone. First, we were talking this morning about the failed breakout to the upside yesterday in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Jay has been slacking me. He's been short the NASDAQ since the open, so he's looking pretty good here. The S&Ps were a lot stronger yesterday, or a lot weaker yesterday. Today they're acting a little bit stronger, right? I mean, we're putting in new session highs in the S&Ps, and we're still way off that in the NASDAQ. It looks like we just closed the gap in the S&Ps. The delta was down around 4,000 negative at one point. We just took that all out. It's back to even. Opening range in the NASDAQ is the dead ass high. The S&Ps did not leave the opening range. It's right in the middle of the range currently. Just trying to make sense of it myself here, Andre. I do still like, the opportunities for shorts as long as we don't reaccept inside the range from yesterday in the ES. Obviously, the Dow has been holding up a little bit better than the NASDAQ. Really just kind of thinking to the short side because of the failed upside breakout yesterday, both in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. But maybe this is just an opportunity to give us better trade location here in the S&Ps.
Yeah.
We do have a late spike yesterday. 69, 67, 75. Vince, I heard you mention 69, 68 as an important level for you. As long as we hold below that, I still think that there's opportunity to the short side. We're a long way from finding value acceptance in the S&Ps. But hey, anything can happen. Somebody just really came in for these S&Ps, man. Just
don't hit the buy button.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah.
I got short 3 MES.
We got some volatility. It's exciting, right?
Yeah.
375.
6375.
Yep.
Cool. 69. MES 63.75.
Right around settlement.
Uh,
63 and a quarter.
69.50. Big magnet there. What we got? Oh, gold cooking now. Pushing higher. New highs. Well, for this New York session. 44.58. Looks like silver woke up a little bit as well.
Mm-hmm.
Vince, you long now?
No, not yet. I'm working in order to get long, though. I'm going to try to take a momentum trade. You know, I was looking for the fade, didn't work. I faded the spike base, didn't work. Now I'm looking to get into the long side on the Dow, and I'm looking for maybe a possible value area play. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. You know, but I do need to pull back. I'm not going to chase it.
See the Dow here.
Let's push higher here in
So-
gold.
So Vince, I mean, well, in the S&P and in the Dow, I mean, there's kind of two late spikes. There's the 2:00 breakout to the downside and the 2:30 breakout to the downside. The 2:00 breakout to the downside is 49,372, which is right here, right now, just about.
Right.
And that's value low as far as I see it on TPO.
Yep.
So interesting spot here.
Sure. Yeah, believe me, I was thinking about it. I'm wondering if we're going to get this value area back to the upside. So I might try to flip it around, see what we got here.
The 1 minute opening range in the Dow is the dead ass low. It's the dead ass high in the NASDAQ, and it's right in the middle of the range in the S&Ps. This crosses my eyes when this happens.
Yes, they're all doing their own thing.
Oh,
for sure,
man, seriously. No real. You know, I haven't taken a look at MBT in a while. Micro Bitcoin doing trading 90,500.
Yeah,
Just
the
trade
spot
95.
market
Yeah.
back above 90,000 too. It was-
Huh.
Silver.
Went as low as 89,200 in the spot.
I do have a question for some of these silver traders. Some of our silver traders, are we still sticking to silver right now? Because it's not moving the way maybe perhaps
It's range bound right now.
it's range bound. Thank you, Vince. It's not. I don't think
100%.
that wasn't the allure to trading silver. Was trading a range bound silver market, but maybe I'm wrong. It's being patient, waiting for a breakout one way or another.
Yeah, I'm watching silver, but from the pit open, if you use the pit open time, we're in a range right now. So
Nice.
it's off limits for me at the moment.
Yeah, it's different market state. You know, everybody's used to about
Market
big
in, market
trending
out.
market. Now that it's range bound, it's gonna be a different trade now.
Strips your gears, Hogue.
So tempted to
Yes, it
short
does.
the ES, but I'm trying to be a little more patient. I want to see it sweep the overnight high, which I would like to see happen, but so tempted to short it.
Shout out to Face
Right
Charm.
in that-
Face Charm. You get it, Face Charm in the chat. TopstepTV, stop us from overtrading, I swear. That's
Nice.
absolute one. That's one of the kindest compliments, realest compliments you can pay. That's what we're here for. Also, trading can be lonely. Can definitely be lonely. Yeah. Maybe perhaps keep you from clicking the buy sell button a little more. Yeah, Dolby still love hearing that. 100%. Thank you for that. Stay patient. Stay patient. See if we get another setup here. A lot more trades today.
Boy, that Dow just keeps on cooking.
Is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
49,390. 390. Vince, I love what you said. Pay for information. Didn't want to go.
Yep.
We bottomed out pretty much 49,001.
You can't get mad when you take a stop. You know, it's part of the game. You got to pay for your information, and then you adjust your outlook on what's going on.
Hey Vince, are you like? Well, I know
You got the
Jack
right side of the market.
Jack agrees with this. When you get stopped out, you just want to see the market completely keep going that way, right? Like you want to, yeah.
You want to be
You're
wrong.
short. You want to be wrong.
Yeah,
Right,
that's
wrong
exactly.
big.
I agree
wrong
with
big.
that. Wrong big, right?
Dolby time,
Makes
yeah.
you feel better.
It does make you feel better. It makes you laugh at yourself. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Good thing I had my stop in there.
Exactly.
JK.
Positive reinforcement for using a stop.
P for information, 100%. Bottom of the hour. What do you got? What do you got?
Little tape bomb there in the S&Ps.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a guy.
Yeah, we got a megaphone here. S&P's in a megaphone pattern. There might be a short right here in the ES. Man.
How was that?
I kind of like those sometimes. They catch everybody off guard and then they take it. No, I don't like the megaphone pattern, but those tape bombs sometimes.
Right.
Those tape bombs, though, sometimes they
What up,
they
Mike?
get everybody all up in shambles, and then they take it the other way. Let's see.
Well, they hammered it. Saw the 4,000 lot hit the bid. Look where we're at now. Gold on the move. New highs in this fast market. And silver as well. New highs, gold for, again, New York session. 44.61. Now 62's print.
Yeah.
Silver,
gold is
looking as well.
Gold's a perfect value area acceptance play.
Mm-hmm. Gold never done.
You got yesterday's value right at the IB high, 44.40. And once that gets accepted, I mean, it's back inside value. It reaccepted value. This is a really quick value acceptance play, probably going up to at least 44.66.
Wow.
66 is all right. Well, 63. He's talking gold here. All right, silver woke up.
Dragging silver up too. Yep, dragging silver up with it.
And markets are rocking right now. Markets are absolutely cooking. There you go.
Yeah,
Silver.
Yes.
Short what, Vince?
I'm looking to short ES, but that overnight high has my eyes on it, though.
Yeah, it's not the worst I do. Oh, hold up. We got 80% long tilt. 80% long tilt in the ES. 80% long tilt.
Wow.
78% long
I want
tilt.
to short it so bad.
80% long tilt in the ES. Look at Topstep X. Average price of $69.59. In the money a little bit. 80% long tilt.
I like that for shorts.
It's a big one.
I mean, I'm chomping at the bit right now to sell this thing.
What time is it? 9:18. 69.62. Last
New lows
trade.
Crude. Session low.
Okay. Then we got 78% long tilt in the NQ as we trade. 25,683. Heavy long tilts right now. Heavy long tilts, ES and the NQ. Not taking heat though.
Here is 69.25 in the SPX, like right here. Right, Vince. The problem with that level is we may sweep these highs first. We'll see.
That's what I'm waiting on. I want to sweep the overnight high and fail.
A2D. That's not a real A2DY. Blah, blah, blah. Tilt means nothing if prices are going higher. Do with it what you want. Just calling it out. That's pretty heavy. Did you really laugh out loud? LOL. I don't. Come on. There's nothing else funny. It does mean something. That means they're getting with the trend, getting with the move. We'll have to keep an eye on.
Hold my gamma, people.
Hogue. Solid rejection there. And gold is just the dip to buy. Emmons.
No.
Tilt is not delayed. What's going on? Tilt is not delayed data if you have Topstep X. No. Another LOL. A lot of jokes about tilt today. I'm loving the laughs. All the laughs. I mean, I'm just telling you. 80% long.
Lots of love.
Wow. Well, absolutely. I'm just playing. Bottom of the hour in 10 minutes still. Myron, where are you at? Nothing out of the photo shoot for president.
He's pushing on the Leaning Tower of Pizza, I hear.
Hello.
We're in an old-timey saloon.
Remember the Costanza photo shoot? No. Oh.
I too miss those days, Andre.
Yep. 80% long tilt in the ES. 78% long tilt in the NQ. Hogue, what do you got for Delta in both NQ and ES?
ES positive 800. NASDAQ negative 3,200. Still
What was it
crossing my eyes.
near the lows, Hogue? In the NASDAQ, where the lows?
NASDAQ? What was it?
Yeah.
Rob, come on.
Down around 4,000.
At the lows. Okay. And it's
Yeah.
3,200 now, you said? Okay.
Yeah. Pretty sure that's about right.
Talk to our lawyers, Rob.
Oh, that yeah. No, don't. Lawyers already made their decision. Do not. It's final. It's final. There's nothing. YM was the trade. YM continued to grind higher. Watching YM. All right, looks like we might be seeing one of those trend days higher. Oh, we are. Let's be
one of them trends.
All right, I'm short 2 MES.
Short 2 MES. Like, what price you get, Vince?
I'm short from 69.61.
Okay.
And we'll put our stop just above the overnight high. So this attempt
61.
here.
MES 69.
Hold on. I got to pull my MES short.
All good. All good. About the hour. 7 minutes.
All right.
All right. Here back a little bit. It was still 75%. Yeah.
Say like, you ever get into those pictures with the lasers in the background, Dre? Like in high school?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Did they have lasers in Palatine?
Oh, they had laser tag. That was the shit. I loved it.
That's what I bet. I bet you
Little
Palatine's
007.
got one of the highest per capita laser tag facilities.
Little golden high, little laser tag. Sign me up. Good old days. 69% long tilt right now in the ES.
Delta positive 800 in the ES.
Okay. It's the Dow. The Dow is going to drag this thing with it, isn't it?
No, it's positive 1,200 in the ES. We just had
Those
400 come in on a market order.
All right, let these trades.
What's that, Vince?
You said to the long side, Hogue, or?
Yeah, there was a
that order to the long side.
400 lot buy order.
Okay.
Buyer. All right. I really want to see. There's a lot of volatility today. We've got silver waking up. I want to see how some of our live funded traders are doing so far on this Thursday. Big numbers again. Catherine up 25 large. Sam up 22. Theo up 18,000. Timothy and Indies up 18,000 and 14,000 bucks respectively. Make sure lock in those profits. We'll keep up with them and we'll keep you updated on how they continue to manage their capital, their account for throughout this trading day. Well, job well done. I don't know what markets. We'll get JD in here. for yesterday's P&L payouts. He'll always take a look under the hood and that's what they're trading. Jack, I'm very interested in shoulder tap to see what the shift has been, how much.
I don't know if we'll have it for today. I did put out the request. Catherine was on it yesterday too.
Yes, Catherine's been trading. About 4 minutes to the bottom of the hour. Get those initial balance high, initial balance low. Is how 25,000. There's a lot of movement overnight also. Yep. You go, Dolby. What's initial balance high, initial balance low? Simply the highest. No, we'll get it for the NQ and the ES. Simply the highest price, lowest price traded the first hour of the New York session.
I'm now short 2 MES from basically 69.64. I took one off. We seem to be losing. We're eating away a little bit at this resistance that I put the trade on for. So I'm lightening up a little bit just in case it sweeps those highs.
Hold this thing. Tilt's now 69% long. ES 62% long in the NQ.
Jack bought one for the break.
Heavy long
I did.
tilts. What was it? 919.
Well, I saw that flash down real quick. There we go.
Yep.
Now they think you're
Go, Jack.
920. You saw that long tilt coming at 918 a.m. That long tilt. With that tilt building up again, 72% long tilt now in both ES and NQ. 73% short tilt in crude.
What's the metric in crude when it gets to like 80, right?
Yeah. We've seen it up at actually seen it at 90 before, but anything above 80
90. Wow.
Yeah. You get with the Mo.
Momentum.
Uncle Mo.
Momo. The Momo. Got the Momo.
Still in this crude house account. Speaking of crude house account, short 2 MCL. Stop it. Rocky Investments. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Crude trading $56.88. House account still in this thing. It's the Dow. Dow's doing this thing.
Oh, we got 2 minutes until the bar closes.
Yeah. Still in this thing. Yep.
Jack, where are you short from?
Got within 3 ticks.
Is 69.63 3/4. And
Okay.
we've definitely seen what we'd expect to happen here. I don't love that it's spending
Hold
a ton of time here. It's like the 4th time.
Yeah.
Hold it.
I haven't taken too much green or red on this trade yet.
Where's that 4,000 lot? Gotta be another one. There's gotta be another one right around the corner. A little rejection there in the NQ. Dow rolling over here.
Come on.
It's coming, Jack.
Come on, sellers.
30 seconds, Hogue. 30 seconds. I got the lows. 69.63. 69. Yeah, 36. ES. Might be low 69.36 1/4.
Oh, what's your delta in the ES?
Hogue's got it. I'm putting in IB lows. He was like minus 900. All right.
Come on.
There you go.
Let's go. Now let's get the sellers.
Where you at, 4,000
Come on.
lot? Where you at?
Come on.
All right. IB low in the ES. 69.36 1/4.
All right, let's roll it over.
IB high 69.66.
There we go. Come on.
Come on, you know you want to go back to 50s.
Mm.
Come on.
6940 is the low, IB low in the S&Ps, Andre.
Not 36.
Nope.
My target's 6,900.
That's because you're using the 15. Okay, 69.
6,900.
Yep.
Nice. You want 60 points? I love it.
Love it.
I want 60 points. Yes, sir.
Let's go.
Gotta make it worth it, Jack. If you're gonna put on risk, you gotta make it worth it.
Nice. Yep. John Diamond. Yep. Well done. Where's that 4,000 lot? It's
Yeah.
right around the corner.
John Diamond. Yeah, that's where I was looking too.
6,900s?
No, like down around 6,940.
That's IB low.
Like not for the full size. Yeah, it's also 6,900 in the spot market.
All right, Hogue, what do you got for NQ?
IB low is 25,569 even.
Okay.
High 25,803 even.
803, not 8. Okay.
And that is also the high of the 1 minute opening range up there in the NASDAQ. Still opening range. DAH.
Oh, shoot, that's right. Shit, that's right. Oh, my bad. All right. All right, Vince, keep us posted. Keep us posted on this ES trade. Most definitely. We'll see how that plays out. All right, we got to do a little bit of a line shift. So Vince is going to drop. You'll see him in the chat. Vince, keep us posted on this short in the
You got it.
MES. Thank you, Vince.
See you, my brother.
See you later. See you.
And we'll get a new when she is ready to join. Hit that doorbell. We got a new trader jumping in here in fast markets. Momentarily, we are watching silver push higher. $75.43. Where is it? Where's that?
Delta just kind of hanging around here around 1,300 positive.
Where's that 4,000 lot? That's silver continuing to grind higher now. On the jacket. You working any bids? We're just short 2, correct?
Mm-hmm. Okay. I typically don't put, unless I'm in bonds or something where Q position matters, or I'm going to be away from the computer. I don't put bids in or like cover orders in.
You don't want them to know?
Well, no, because like, what if it's like,
sure,
you're limiting your potential upside in the case that something, we get a flash crash
happens.
Now.
Sure.
Yeah. Like if you're watching it, really the only advantage to having that order sitting in there would be the Q position, but that doesn't matter to a significant degree in equities.
ES just hanging out right here. Again, Vince short from 69.61. House account short from 69.64 as we trade. 69.61. We'll move first here.
Around.
Yeah, we had that heavy long tilt. The tilt has flattened out. Now 59% long in the ES, 59% long in the NQ. And there goes the NQ.
QQ.
Yep. Pushing lower, 25,668. Yes, oh, there it is. Who is it? There she is. What's up, Mandy?
Good morning, team.
It's going to be rapid fire here. Jump on board. How we looking today? We trading silver, we trading NQ. What's up, Mandy?
Hey, silver is just being so fun. I'm up a little bit on a combine, and you guys, I've been struggling with my XFA, so I'm taking a quick pause on my XFA. But silver, I'm still really enjoying it right now on my combine. So I think about ready to trade that over into the XFA, see how that goes. But man, silver has been super fun and it's the new shiny thing, but I'm trying to be as careful with it as possible.
Love it. All right. We got any levels? We're currently trading $75.40 in silver. What's the play here?
NQ.
Silver or
NQ is looking
NQ?
good.
NQ. Okay.
NQ.
Let's do it.
I've got an eye on both, and it's been, I think I'm gonna get into NQ here in about. Give me another like minute or two. I just want to make sure this candle stays low on the 1 minute, that we don't get any like bounce here. I like NQ.
NQ pushing lower here.
It is. Let's see if we can get a little pull back here.
Here goes the ES.
Might run without me.
Here we go.
Yeah, it took some time, but we finally got there. And ES continuing to roll over now. 69.55 last trade.
Exercise and patience there.
Very NQ down about 70 points. 70 points in the last 6 minutes. Yeah. Dow holding bid.
Man, NQ, I missed the entry. It was good. It was just didn't want to jump on it too fast. But let's see. It's probably going to retest. JD's in my head right now. Where would be my downside target for the long term? Where do I still have more potential for this move? I think so. Let's see if we can get a little pullback here on NQ. If we do, I'm going to enter short. But it's just just drop.
Yeah.
We're out of a second at VWAP. I'm going to pull, like we got tested many times there. I'm going to pull below the high of day, and then we'll hold this last one to see if it draws it towards the 6,900 in the SPX. Let's see.
Yes, continue to grind lower. 69.53 last trade. Pretty much where overnight VWAP is. And Q same there. Same there.
Right to that point of control.
Well, you got 50s, 54s?
Volume point of control is 53.25. That's where you see that 11,000 contracts traded.
You should probably pull up the ES ladder. Yep.
All right. We retesting pressure here on my 1 minute on the NQ. If we stay below this, I will be entering in short as long as it doesn't run without me. I want to keep it below minimally my moving average, but ideally below my EMA.
Okay, looking for a short.
Yeah, this
better
looks
not
pretty
run
good.
without you.
I know. 10 seconds. I think we're good here. I'm going to hit sell. Yeah, about 5 seconds. Just being a little preemptive on this. Yeah, I am short one NQ. We're going to go ahead and it might come and it might come test pressure again, but that is okay. I'm going to put my stop right above pressure. So
what price, Mandy?
We got in at 34.25. Oh my gosh, it's coming to touch pressure. Let's see if we can push down below it.
Okay.
And it just tagged me. Dang it.
All right.
We is the one thing I was worried about, but I will look for that same re-entry. We'll be fine.
Yep.
We'll look to see if we close below the let's see, the moving average will be fine to re-enter short again. Sometimes NQ likes to test those. So it might be coming up here to test 3 minute pressure. Could hit as high as 76. But then we could see a rotation back down. But it would be like another 2 minutes for sure before we can get some validation.
They turn that thing around. Silver continuing to grind higher. $75.50.
Silver, man. Slow grind.
That is
straightforward this morning. Not so like wiki.
Fired up. Well, chat. All right. Everyone that's fired up, the passion for the markets, the passion for market structure. Do you have respect for market structure, chat? That is the Top Step TV tip of the week. Andrew, like that one. I did it right. Identify key support and resistance zones. Kind of like IB high, IB low. Not quite, but it's just something to work within. Watch for trends and reversals. Look what the silver's doing right now. It's just trending higher in the last hour or so. Trade within the prevailing context. That's easier said than done sometimes. That's why you tune in to Top Step TV. Or trying to figure out prevailing context is in that moment. Avoid forcing trades against trends, aka over trading, and respect market structure. I like that one.
This is a nice bounce on NQ.
E, there goes E. Yes, find some buyers. Silver find buyers.
It is. I flipped that one contract back out, so we the short
Nice
2
cover.
MES from 64.
Right, look at this
And
dynamic
let me
trade.
take a look at it. I don't want to. Do I just go back to the well with the same trade here? Are we gonna? I have room now. So let's back this off. Still seeing.
Hold the runner where? All right, Mandy, you are flat. Perhaps looking to get nice cut, by the way, Mandy. Nice cut. Look at that.
Great
That's
cut.
how you do it. Absolutely.
It's a good reversal. Definitely went against our trend, that bounce. That's why I got in so quick too. We had a nice downward trend, so just was looking for continuation of that. NQ came in and said, "Nope, we are going to push this thing higher, push it almost
Yes.
700." Wow, what a bounce!
Interesting.
It's great.
Yep. Look at a 75-point turnaround.
Yeah. S&P's
Keep
went
in
right to
mind,
view
this
app.
isn't my personal account. That's why.
Oh, chat is just like it. We got top of the hour in 18 minutes. 18 minutes. Got the initial balance high, initial balance low in. I guess I'll have a mind. Let's all take a check. Let's check in on that crude trade. The house account's been in.
Still in it.
In the money. Short 2 MCL from $57.01. About 15 cents in the money right now.
It ain't giving us much, but at least it's
I
great.
cut. Yeah, I cut that trade for 50
All right.
bucks. Some of that resistance is disappearing. I don't want to be involved with it anymore.
That's good. Good
Could
call.
still sell off.
Yeah, we came in touch VWAP on NQ.
That is a messy chart.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to find something that's got a bit of a prevailing trend. That's silver right now. Trading 76. It was just trading 76 bucks. Oh, what's your analysis? How are you reading this? I'm looking at ES and Q. There goes silver. There goes gold. What? I can't find a correlation. I can't find anything.
No.
Any confluence.
No. You gotta trade what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Or look at what you're trading. That's the only thing you can do. You know, this 60 in the S&P's the 69.62 quarter level has been a level of exactness for since I don't know, since Christmas. Before Christmas. 5th of December.
Oh,
10th of December. So this is an important level. We've also got the late spike to the downside that occurred yesterday, and it's kind of a two-stage late spike. Right now we're looking at 67 and the orders as the base of that late spike. So
sevens.
What that's telling us is there's a high probability of acceptance of price at lower levels and acceptance of value at lower levels. Doesn't give us necessarily a good entry, although it can provide a decent entry, or at least an opportunity to limit risk against it if it holds. So after the failed upside breakout in the longer time frames yesterday, the S&P and in the NASDAQ, we're looking. I'm still looking for this market to rotate to lower levels to kind of revisit some support levels that we've seen in the past. It's just not happening in my time. Things rarely happen in trading in my time. I'd like them to happen now. But as long as we stay below these late spikes in the S&Ps, I like the idea of looking for opportunities for shorts. Certainly it's working out in the NASDAQ. I haven't even looked at the Dow, but
Stop looking at it too.
yeah. So, I'm still, I haven't changed my main hypothesis that we are going to accept pricing at lower levels today. Just where to get in is always the question.
Yeah, that's over a longer time frame. I guess that's the tricky part. You're looking at a longer time frame. Well, just from yesterday, right? We did look at the ES. So how do you apply that to the short term time frame that we're trading? I mean, if you get to a sweet level, spot when those two things line up, you said 69.67.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just no trade, right? That's letting the trade come to you, I guess, is what that is. That's what I'm asking. That's the answer.
Absolutely.
Let trade come to you.
Absolutely. And, what's our current high? I mean, our IB high is 69.66.
What was
The base of the late spike is 69.67 in the orders. That's in the zone, right? Everything's a zone. There's nothing precise in trading.
Yeah.
So anywhere in that zone around that 69.67.75, I like shorts. Where do we limit risk? Probably above this 200 session moving average here on the 30-minute chart, which is 71 and a quarter.
Okay.
So you're looking at 6-7 points of risk for a potential rollover and continuation to the downside.
We were trading 7,000s yesterday. Yeah, 7,000s. Yeah. Almost trading 26,000s in Q.
We didn't quite get there. So sometimes what doesn't happen is as important as what does. Here's the NASDAQ. Here's the upper trend line. It looked like
wait, show me an upper. Where's the upper trend line on that NQ? I'm not seeing any upper trend line.
Here, let's take a look. This trend line comes off the daily chart. So it's this trend line. 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact. And then yesterday on the 30-minute chart, this is that trend line. Okay, so there's another point of contact. We opened, we broke out above it, and boy, it sure looked like this thing was really gonna grow some legs to the upside, but it failed. This was a failed breakout to the upside. So when we have a failed upside breakout, you're going to be looking for the opportunity for price to come back down and rotate to lower pricing. Of course, a logical spot would be this lower trend line that's off that same daily chart. We've got lots of points of contact on it. The market has been narrowing in its range. So it's basically a pennant formation or a Dorito formation on the daily chart. But, we can go even a little bit further back, Andre. We were seeing open interest increasing at higher levels. We said on Tuesday that we're probably going to see a whole lot of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders preempting this breakout to the upside. Weaker hands traders love to preempt breakouts. And we did. We saw a pretty decent increase in open interest on Tuesday. Yesterday, we saw the breakout. We also saw the breakout fail. Some of those longs probably decided, we're going to get out of this. But a lot of them are probably still holding on to the hopes and dreams of this continuation breakout, which did not happen yesterday and actually failed. So we're probably still sitting with a whole lot of shorter time frame, weaker hands traders holding long positions. What we needed yesterday, we needed longer time frame buyers to adjust inventory to either get out of shorts or get into longs in the NASDAQ and the S&Ps. They didn't show up. So now all of those short time frame longs are nervous. They're like, uh-oh. Well, we're not getting what we're looking for. So some of them got out yesterday. A lot of them got out in the S&Ps. but it's a big community. There's probably a lot of those longs still hanging around, hoping that that they're going to see this market turn around and see a substantial breakout to the upside. Jay and I both agreed that we were holding longs. Short time frame traders were all long looking for this breakout. We also both agreed we need new business. We need new buyers to come in for this market to see any kind of continuation to the upside, which they tried yesterday. The failure yesterday. So all of these longs are still sitting. They may become initiative sellers, and lower pricing may increase selling pressure as all of those short time frame longs start to get out. They're going to capitulate. They're going to want to get out because they're not going to be able to buy their kids the GI Joe with the Kung Fu grip, right? So, my main hypothesis today, especially in the S&P, is due to that late spike to the downside yesterday, was look for opportunities for short. Is that based off of longer time frame information?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's the
Am I
tricky
looking
part.
at shorter time frame levels to look for? Yes, I am. Why?
Line up.
Because it's the short time frame. The short time frame longs are controlling the market.
With what we're seeing right now. With what we're seeing right
Yes.
now. Gotcha. Great stuff, Hogue. That was spot on. So, oh man,
So
I love
good.
it. It's like I can see clearly now.
I didn't want to interrupt that. He was
No,
clearly
let him
explaining
cook.
that.
I do
Yeah,
want
let
to
him
address
cook.
someone in the chat. It's something in the chat. I don't know if they're being facetious or not. Andrew in the chat saying, in other words, the only way you're going to learn this is by losing 10,000 times. You said to traumatize yourself, what not to do. There's no secret. The traumatized part, I don't know if you're being facetious, but that is 100% spot on. At least for myself, my experience. That is essentially how I learned to trade, is by seeing what happened, what wasn't working, and pretty much, if you can't beat them, join them type thing. And that's exactly,
Yeah,
100%. You gotta get your ass kicked. And then you learn when you see other traders that are, getting their ass kicked, perhaps what's going to happen next because you've been in that situation, you've been in that scenario, you've taken the heat on those trades. Obviously, they turn out to be losers, but you knew the pain, the heat they're taking on these trades and basically taking the other side of the trades. That makes sense. So 100%, that's how you learn, is essentially what learning not to do. I don't know. That's how I learned learning what not to do. So
I did snag a little bit of a sell off. I sized back down since I want to try to keep my day green. I just went 5, so I went half of a mini. Snagged some of that on the sell while Hogue was given an epic lecture and TED Talk. I love all of it. I mean, the knowledge from Hogue has been so good. So yes, back up 237. Curious to see what we're going to do here. If we can reclaim these new lows, we are pushing really close to that low that we just had here about, what was that, 20 minutes minutes ago.
Andrew in the chat saying best lessons in life are the most expensive. Well, if you were in your own brokerage account, it would be extremely expensive. We're talking tens of $1,000 lessons, $30,000 account lessons. That's why you work in the sim environment. You kind of have a little on ramp into the live trading environment. They can be very expensive, but that's how I learned how to trade. Get my ass kicked.
Yeah,
silver.
You
Silver.
You let your left down a little bit, and you get that right cross against your chin a few times. You learn to keep your left up.
Well, it's like, I was taking longs there, I kept, you learn, I'm going to fade this market. It's just grinding higher. You keep trying to sell the tops and keep puking. And you realize, oh shit, I'm the one that's fueling this rally, right? I'm fueling this rally. So let the shorts come in, try to call the top on this thing. Watch when they're hung, and you get in long and watch them puke and push your long higher. Anyways, 2 TED Talks, 1 fast markets. Mandy, did you catch did you get in?
Yeah, I caught the short on this last leg down, but I've been flat for a couple minutes now. Silver, Oh, I really want to get short in it. It is just maybe
Yeah.
wanting to retest something. I
Thinking the
just
same
am
thing in
curious to
gold, but
see.
I kind of missed it.
Yeah.
Hey, Dre.
Yeah, I know.
Check
It's
out my
nice.
Much pontificating.
ES chart.
69.50.
They're just bouncing between these two options levels right now.
Oh, are we at the lower end of that
We're in
level
the
right now?
dead middle right now.
Dead
But
middle.
high.
So the
Yeah.
40s. We can actually.
No
All right.
man's land?
No man's land for me, yes.
5 minutes
Okay,
till the
yeah.
top of the hour. Manny coming in here. Quick 30-minute shift. We saw you power hour yesterday. Nice trading.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was fun. Power hours can be an interesting market.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean
but
by that, Mandy? Just say what you
It
mean.
can be pretty slow, right? For that first like 40 minutes. And then sometimes we start seeing that volatility, and MOC is always a party with us, you guys.
We took a lot of
Wednesday, power hour.
a lot of grief. A lot of grief about MOC yesterday. A lot of grief about it.
It was good. It was great
Uh-huh.
to be on with Gabe. He's fantastic. It's been so fun hanging out with him last couple times too. So
All right, let's take a look at some of these prices. NQ trading around the lower end of the range, but not quite near initial balance low.
not yet.
25,620 last trade. About 50 points off the lows. ES trading 69.53. A lot of volume trading there. High of 69.66. Pretty much in the middle of the range, like Jack was saying. Crude oil trading $56.88. House account short pair from what up right around $57. Silver saw a little pullback there. The buyer's going to jump in as we trade $75.32 in gold. Looks like we got a little trend forming here. $5 off the highs in this New York session. 44.60. Gold level was it 44.67 upside?
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's the value area high from yesterday. So the value area acceptance play played out to almost the tick. Also, the 100 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart is up there at 44.6640. So we start to base up here, start to see any kind of reversal pattern. I'd like to short it.
67. Jack, you might get another shot.
I mean, I don't know if it's where we've tapped on this level so many times. Let me look at it real quick and some other
Has anything
stuff here.
changed? That's I get it. But
Yeah.
has anything changed?
No, we're actually looking like
silver.
there's some pretty at that upper green line of my chart. It still looks like there's. I would expect it to at least slow down and rock fight there again. But part of me, especially when you're looking at short things, the upside keeps on seeing like markets go up, and when you keep on tapping on this, it has been. That's why I dumped that trade before. Has a tendency to try and run through it.
Might be giving it a shot right now.
And we're
69.60.
spiking here. This is a 5-minute candle.
Yeah, it is. Is there volume behind this thing? It's a good one. About a 10 point pop here. No, more than that. 14 point
This is
pop
crazy.
here. It's all right into the sucker. How much volume is behind this thing? Pop here in the NASDAQ
Do it.
also.
Let's do it for
Yeah.
a quick scalper. It's short 3 MES from 64 and a quarter.
Cool.
Let's see if we get some.
All right. They might try to pop those
tracement
stops.
here.
Keep that stop wide enough in case they pop those things. All right, good stuff. Top of the hour. Coming in here 10 seconds. Mandy, good stuff. Nice cut on that trade, man. We'll see you. That was a quick one. But thanks for jumping on. Still, we see you in the chat. Mandy in the markets. Thank you so much.
In long silver.
Let us know how that trade.
75.20.
Let us know how that thing goes in the chat. Thank you so much. Top of the hour has now just hit. Then from there, we're going to throw it to James. James, come on in. We got some announcements. Get this thing cooking.
Always a pleasure, Mandy.
Butchered that, James. I
Let's
butchered it.
cook
Thanks, guys.
indeed. Hello, everybody. Thank you, Mandy, for showing up for Fast Markets. We love having you drop in. And chat, I'm here to talk to you about TopstepTV on the X, also known as Twitter, also known as Twix. Call it whatever you want. Be sure you have it installed on your phone or you have it in your browser, and you are following TopstepTV. What do you get when you follow TopstepTV on X? Well, you get live reactions, hot takes, and TopstepTV highlights to help you stay in control and feel confident no matter what the market throws your way. So we can post best ofs, anything you missed. You can probably find a highlight reel on X. We post about sweepstakes when they happen there. And you can also find, that's where you go to submit your Power Hour and Fast Markets content. Get your stuff shown on TopstepTV. Follow us and tag us. And while you're on X, be sure to follow all things Topstep, including at Topstep, at Ask Topstep, our new support channel, as well as following Michael Patak himself for all things teasy about future of Topstep. Also, later today, you know it, you love it, group coaching is continuing on at 12:15 p.m. Central Time. Group coaching is the part of the show where you get to have your questions answered live by TopstepTV personalities. Today, we have Gabe, Vince, and Hoop sitting down for your group coaching needs. If you caught Vince this morning on Fast Markets and you thought, man, I would love to ask that coach a question, well, group coaching will be your time to do just that. Go ahead and click on the link we're going to drop in chat. We're going to pin it to the top. This is your group coaching question submission form. It's a lot of words to say. Put your question in that link and then tune in here at 12:15 p.m. Central Time to see if your question is answered live on air. If you can't make it, bookmark it, come back later. And don't forget, all the questions we get go into a question bank. If you don't hear your question read today on air, well, you just got to keep tuning in. Maybe you'll hear it as we go down the list. Now, before we go back to Fast Markets and our third and final special guest, we're going to talk about oil. Americans have been enjoying some of the lowest gas prices in years, but will the situation in oil-rich Venezuela change that? The answer is complex. Karen Kaifa is in Washington with a look at the possible scenarios and what it all means for consumers.
President Trump says Venezuela will turn over 30 million to 50 million barrels of oil to the U.S.
We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting. That money will then be handled in such a way that we will control how it is dispersed in a way that benefits the Venezuelan people.
The number may sound like a lot, but for perspective, the United States consumed just over 20 million barrels of oil per day over the past month, which underscores how the lengthy process of U.S. access to Venezuela's vast oil reserves, the largest in the world, may not change how much drivers pay at the pump too soon.
I think when the president and his advisors talks to U.S. oil companies, executives, and analysts, I think there's going to be a mismatch between how quickly the president wants the money to flow and the oil production to grow and how quickly it will really happen.
Restoring Venezuela's oil production infrastructure will require billions of dollars of investment, and with the political climate still uncertain, it may be a risky sell to the private sector. And forecasters already say 2026 will be the cheapest year for gas since COVID. OPEC production is up and global demand down. After the weekend's events, fuel savings platform GasBuddy stood by a prediction gas prices will average just below $3 a gallon nationally this year. In Washington, I'm Karen Kaifa.
Karen. And bam, look at that. Who we got here? I don't know about you guys. I am loving this new format. New traders coming in here quick and fast. We got Dakota in the house. What's up, Dakota? Also, shout out to production.
Green and yellow.
Oh, get the hell out of here.
Good luck.
It's already been 6 years since COVID. Damn. Time goes by so fast.
Thank you. That's your open. Love it, Dakota. But yeah, also
Goes by faster the older you get.
Shout out to the folks in the back for spinning a lot of plates. What they're doing, Andrea, James, job well done. All right, Dakota, thoughts and Q. What do you got your eye on? They'll pop here in Crude, by the way.
Yeah, silver's been selling off. Coach Jay and I tore it up last night in the silver markets, in the metal markets. Played out pretty good going into this session in the green. NASDAQ, it kind of had a false breakout on that higher time frame. Looking at this wedging pattern on the daily here in the NASDAQ that we were looking at, Hogue, that was looking to break out. And we got so close to 26,000 and rejected, failed, and we're right back into this wedging formation on the daily, right in the middle. And maybe we get rotation, come back down, tests even lower. It's non-directional. It's a two-way trade. I don't mind either direction. Zero biased since we were right in the middle of this range on the daily. And then zooming in here, I kind of get that same feeling. We had that big sell-off, it looks like, to start the New York session, and just been chop back and forth. Maybe some range-bound trades can come into play if we come down to these 620s, look for a reversal, and yeah, we'll see where it goes. We'll see where this goes.
Yes, we will.
Dakota.
Yes.
The last time I was at the game, I remember this, was that the Packers beat the Bears in the playoffs, was the 2012 NFC Championship.
Okay.
They defeated the Cutlerous Bears. But the last time the Bears beat the Packers in a playoff game, do you know when that is, Dakota?
Have they?
1985?
No, it was the week after Pearl Harbor.
Dang. Wow.
Does anyone in the chat remember that game? Did anyone in the chat did anyone in the chat attend that game? Anyone remember?
That was the last time the Bears beat the Packers in a playoff.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow.
So what about it? Yeah. Caleb Williams wasn't playing that game. Now Caleb Williams is playing that game. Yep. That's all I gotta say.
Oh,
man. Remembers.
Hey, hope we'll keep you in a losing trade longer than you need. Laughing at that one.
I got Hogue like that one. Hogue like that one. Let's take.
It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, it is.
At this, like this, Dolby, with the 3.
How's trading been this morning for you guys?
Woo!
House account short crude.
House account is short crude.
Back to short entry. 3 MES from 64 quarter.
There you go. Where are we going to take this thing, Jack? I guess we're back to 52s.
See, I'm feeling the vibes. Maybe some off of VWAP. I still like us going down to the 69.40 area, like the lows of the day, at least for a runner. This is same. I put on the exact same trade I did last time, and I'll take off one guy here.
Back to the well. I like this. Very mechanical.
I mean, look at that trade location.
We're not letting this test.
Is it gonna be?
We're not letting this test the highs of the day here.
Great trade.
We've gone to the well.
Well,
yeah.
It's we got the 5 minute
lower end. Remember
69.57 last trade. Looks like 52s are the lower end of this range. Looking at this is a 5 minute. Again, get those group coaching questions in. Or pin to the top of the chat with Gabe, Vince, and Hope. So Gabe on fast markets.
NASDAQ starting to sell off.
Just like that.
Going through, catching up on these markets, seeing what I missed this morning so far. I mean, Nvidia's down 2, Apple down 1.5, Microsoft down 1 1/4. It's like Google and Amazon though is doing pretty well. Up 1.6, 1.2.
Google's my spirit animal.
Oh,
yeah.
Trader Mike J in the chat saying, I'd love, all caps, love to talk with the Topstep VP of Marketing. Ask them why. Trader Mike, let me know. I can most certainly pass that question along. Just why question mark? Be more than happy. Just let the VP of Marketing say why question mark. Let me know.
Why?
Just let me know. Throw it here. Throw it in the chat. What would you like? What would you like? Why?
Zane, I'm just looking at that.
Message retracted. You let me know. I'll pass it along.
Why?
Not yet, Zane.
It's always why Topstep, never how Topstep. See if we could sell off here in the NASDAQ. We are
As long as
continuing
it's
All
not
right,
to push lower.
we're down to 1 in the area of VWAP,
done.
and then we're not
Hit
gonna
that reverse. Hit the
we're
reverse
not gonna
button.
play this game again. No. I'm not buying until down in the 40s, probably if it were to break the low. We could reverse it. Yeah, I'll reverse it.
Ooh, hit the reversal button.
I
ain't
mean,
gonna
we're
flip
seeing
it.
it right now. I don't see the question. No question mark. 25,634 last trade. NQES grinding lower. Nice cover there, Jack.
Yeah, I don't want to
Yeah,
see
we might get
this range.
maybe some buyers stepping in now.
Well, we'll be out if it gets back to that. I have all my levels on the ES.
No, we haven't seen. No, not so much size. Not a lot of size on the NQ ladder or ES ladder.
Not today, huh?
Question I'd be asking myself, the why. If we're talking about, why question mark. Why couldn't we get through those 7,000s or stay above 7,000 in the ES? Why was there such a sell off? Why was there such a big sell off in silver and GC overnight? Why has crude been stuck in this range for so long? Those are the whys I'm thinking.
Those are the important ones. The money making wise.
No
Tomorrow's
problem.
non-farm. We have non-farm payroll tomorrow. That's very important.
Yeah.
And look at this. Look at this market. Look at that cover. Almost like you know what you're doing, Jack.
Yep.
From time to time.
Why?
We're going to the well too many times here.
Bingo.
I'll put this. Well, you know what? Live and die by the gamma level. Let's just put it exactly at 65. And it trades. We'll be out.
Okay.
$100.
Stalled out there. Oh, respecting market structure. Tip of the week. Look at the ES chart for me, Hogue. What is the market structure today? Range bound? I mean, violently range bound?
Well,
yeah, brutal.
I mean, we had the failed upside. We had the failed auction in the longer time frame yesterday.
Yeah.
We're putting in lower highs, lower lows. Generally, value is lower. We've got delayed spike. To me, it's setting up lower value. It's accepting lower pricing, at least for now. ACH, anything can happen. This is a very weak high. It's kind of a triple top. Some would say that's a strong high, but it's very mechanical for short time frame traders. Just like you said, Andre, it's a very mechanical trade. It's worked twice. Is it going to work again? It's working again right now, but eventually, because there's no excess on that, it's likely not to hold. So we could, see the price come back into the range from yesterday, maybe even, get the value low from yesterday, but that's still going to keep value outright lower to overlapping to lower. So we've got a failed upside. We have a failed auction higher in the longer time frame.
Failed. Say it one more time.
Structure. We have a failed breakout from balance in the longer time frame. That's structure, that's nuance, that's context. So just like Dakota was saying, if you look at this on the daily chart, you've got excess on the high, you got a breakout above balance. If that breakout fails, typically you're going to see price push to lower prices.
That's what we're seeing.
Even the low area of the balance.
That's what we saw.
Yep.
Yes.
Hell, why did we rally yesterday? Why did we rally so hard? That's my.
It was short time frame buyers preempting a breakout, believing that they were going to force new buying coming into the market, which didn't show up.
So you're saying it was just. I was talking pit-wise. So you're just saying it was locals. Locals kept running it up, and then they just got hung up top.
Yes. Yes,
Mm.
it was speculator class traders, not institutions.
And then that 15,000 lot
That
came
class.
in, and why did that 15,000 lot come in off that Nvidia?
It did too, right? Yeah.
Huh?
That's
Nvidia's down
not, to
2%
be clear,
today.
that's not all. That 15,000 includes a bunch of stops that were triggered and momentum out. Like
100%.
they didn't trade. Yeah.
100%. Still 15,000 contracts traded and puked. Can you see what the initial trade was that triggered all the stops? What the initial size was? Is that in
It'd be
time and sales?
tough.
I don't know. Yeah.
It would be tough because it wiped out
I'm
so
short.
many levels. It's hard to tell.
Well, instead of I'll
I'm
go
short
short ahead of that.
NASDAQ.
Okay.
629.
629.
Let's go see if we could test these 600s, maybe
Okay.
590s.
Could have got short from 25,629 in the NQ. We got 14 minutes till the London close. Never saw Myron.
How many, Dakota?
One micro, Hogue. See if we get through these to these 600s. Starting to pick up some steam here. Definitely more room to the downside.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Not seeing much on the headlines. Pretty quiet.
Yeah.
I just love it. Press secretary, love it. Scheduled to speak at noon Central.
Ooh.
And
People are. Can I give like social media echoing things with a complete lack of context, real quick? So yesterday there was a Kalshi market on the length of the White House press briefing, and at the time it was like the over under was 65 minutes, and it got up to like 98% that it would go past 65 minutes, and she very abruptly stopped it. Like it's pretty abrupt, like 10 seconds before, and it went to zero. And people are all like, "Oh, these people are trading and stuff." The volume in the market was $3,500. All right, ain't no one committing future securities fraud for that.
they're gonna
those
learn.
gamblers.
Yeah.
They're gonna learn. Yeah. Well, it's kind of like again how I learned trading. You're getting, we call it getting getting steamrolled by paper. Steamrolled by paper. You learn. Yeah, Goldman Sachs, they got bigger guns than I do, and they can move markets. Technicals be damned, fundamentals be.
Too.
Oh man, when you saw what was it? 480.
Scratch that one.
Yeah. Remember, you used to be able to see who you cleared, who you traded with on the other side. Hogue.
Oh yeah, and you knew which brokers filled which paper.
Well,
you traded with Doug Young. That was you traded with Doug Young. That was Shearson. You traded with Hicks, Merrill Lynch. You traded with Del Negro, Chi-Corp. You traded with App, Goldman Sachs. You knew who the brokers' customers were.
Yeah, well, they had that in electronic for a while too.
Yeah.
You ran into an iceberg and you saw it was 480, and that was Goldman Sachs. Oh God, here comes a tidal wave. A tidal wave's just gonna steamroll you.
Somebody asked why I'm not trailing this. I'm short one micro, and with this last one, sort of like a runner, I want to see it rotate down to the lows of the day. If it doesn't get there, we have moved our stop. I mean, we're basically scratched. I moved it to that 69, 65 level. So either we'll get on this last contract, we'll either make zero or we'll get the full move. I already covered two. That's the thing too. I mean, like moving your stop or trimming down trades accomplish the same thing. You remove the risk. So I just did it by taking
Mhm.
2 of those contracts off.
Got
If
a
I
question.
trailed, I'd be out here, so we'll see. Odds are I'll get stopped here, but who knows?
I'm not suggesting that we necessarily do this, but just food for thought. I know we're trading micros, or would this be the type of market structure where perhaps trading minis would be more conducive to trade minis? Hogue, that's my question for you. Trading, I guess
I mean, it can be the
talking about the
reason
ES.
that I would keep it smaller, even if I was trading minis, is because you got equities markets all looking in different directions. Like, NASDAQ left the opening range at the dead ass high. We're above the opening range in the S&Ps. There's no congruency in the market right now, and that would kind of keep me to the smaller side.
I'm talking ES here, right? I mean, ES. Look at the last. Just something
Yes,
to
yeah. I
yeah.
mean, because you can keep it cheap. We're up against important reference levels. If you can keep it cheap, yeah, you can trade micros.
Okay, yeah, like 10 micros, or maybe 10 micros. Maybe that's the
I mean,
that's even better
or
there.
minis, I guess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe 10 micros.
I will
Yeah,
say this, and this we talk about this all the time when the markets increase with volatility, like silver, right? How crazy
point.
silver has been acting about sizing down, trading with smaller size. Same with Nasdaq. Whenever we see spikes in volatility, we say size down. But I agree with what you said. We're seeing a dramatic decrease in volatility, and when we're not moving very directional, there's nothing wrong with increasing size, but
Yeah, I
not
guess
like
10 micros, or something
yeah,
like
not
that.
going from like I trade 2 or 3 micros. Now you're trading 2 or 3 minis, but yeah, like you said, like maybe 10 micros, maybe 6 micros if you're used to 3 micros.
Six,
But
yeah,
there's nothing wrong
with
with
what we're
increasing
seeing
size
right now. What we're seeing right now, I
Oh yeah,
guess.
yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. I would be okay. It's more about the risk, right? You're not going to just say, my day loss limit $600. Now I'm just going to risk 1,200. No, you're still going to want to risk 600, but it might just be a bigger
And
size to get to that risk.
well, and the thing
Yes.
is also one of those trades is it's inevitably going to be if you just kind of play the short upside, long, lower end, one of those trades will be a loser.
Yeah.
That's the thing with range trading.
Yeah, I mean,
One of
you
those
can't go
will be
swimming
a losing
without
trade.
getting wet, right?
Mhm.
And
It's rolling right back
I
up.
can't
Nice.
in good conscience, I cannot go back to the well on this. There is a case to be made, unfortunately.
From
But
64.
yeah,
Yes.
I don't like it though. This is like I mean, look at this 5-minute chart. This is like
That's what I'm saying, Jack. I mean, what if you were an algo? If you were
this
an
would be like the 8th
ATS?
time.
If you were an algo, if you were an ATS, what would it do?
Let's wait and see. If we do get growing
NQ just got
positive
smacked.
gamma there, I'll
What's
do it
up,
again.
NQ? Yeah, NQ just got smacked. 25,640. We were just trading 670s. More downside pressure here.
I still think we can run the lows before we reverse. If we're going to reverse, I
That-
think we can run the lows first.
Yeah. I'm hoping.
NQ just.
If I were an algo,
You know what I mean.
that sounds like a children's book. Like that definitely sounds like the title that I see often. If I were a fireman.
What happened to YM? Anything move there? Nope, nothing to YM.
It's like a Dr. Seuss book. Horton here's an algo.
If I were an algo.
Dr. Seuss was on one, man. Like
Soyce.
Oh yeah.
Can you imagine, becoming like a multimillionaire just rhyming a bunch of words that you made up?
Okay.
It's really easy to rhyme when you're like, what's in my pocket? A wocket. There's a jertin in the curtain.
Adam,
There's a nink in the zinc.
Adam Sandler did that. Made a fortune.
We're in the wrong business, boys.
Okay, we got 5
Market's
minutes till the
market,
London
man.
close.
You know, I said this on the show once. I presume that is where, I haven't looked it up because I don't want to be proven wrong on it, but I presume that's where Zillow got its name, because it's the last line in Walk in My Pocket is but the Zillow on my pillow always helps me fall asleep.
Wow.
That would be
Where
just
else are
what
you
a
going to
bunch
get
of
that? Where
you
else
could
do you
see
get-
a bunch of names on a whiteboard in San Francisco.
Wait.
Where they're like, look at it. It's like where you lay your head. It's cute. It's whimsical. It begins with a Z. Z and X are the coolest letters. Let's effing do this thing.
Hold on. You were worried about being wrong about that? Where the name Zillow came from? Being a
I
Dr.
don't want to
Seuss
know
book?
if I'm. Yeah, I don't want to. I just thought about it when I read the book, but I don't want to be wrong on that.
Jack, I won't hold it against you. If you're wrong on that one, the chat, will you hold it against Jack if he is wrong on that one?
That he's good. I'll keep you up at night.
I think you're on him because I don't think Jack is amazing. Absolutely. We got
Put that on Polymarket.
oh, so good. Markets are slow, folks. Markets are pretty much they're hanging out right now. Let's see what happens here on the London close at the bottom of the hour. Take a look at these prices. 69.60 last trade ES. We got the Dow continuing to just new session highs there in the Dow. 49,484. Since that opening bell rang in the Dow, we are up almost 500 points. We opened up right around 49,000 even in the Dow. And 2 hours later, almost trading 49,500. There's your trending market. Also, we saw a nice trend market in silver, kind of consolidating right now around the highs, $75.48. Gold trading 44.62, $5 off the highs. NQ trading pretty much in the middle of the range we've been looking at for last hour. 25,635. 635.
Still think we could flush these lows.
Right when 2 minutes, then Hogue, you're gonna. Oh, if you want to get out of here, you got a lot to get ready for. Morning highlights. What is it? Highlights. Hey,
The morning
Hogue.
Cambaroo.
Morning whatever.
Yeah, morning.
Morning whatever.
Hogue. It's highlights, man. These are highlights.
Highlights.
Highlights recap. Andrea.
Whatever.
A couple words. We got London closing in 90 seconds.
I'm short.
Hey,
I'm
trade
short
well,
the NASDAQ.
Short the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm going to build a position here. If we keep breaking, I like the play to break these New York session lows.
Okay.
About the same spot, huh?
Yeah, it's the same spot. Yep.
What price Dakota?
2 from 27.
627.
Awesome. All right. Well, make some money on that, Dakota. Nice job, Jack. Good job, everybody. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the morning
recap.
Recap.
Yes.
Let's recap the highlights. How about that? Let's recap the highlights. All right, Dakota. You're short 1 or 2 micro.
I'm short 2 from 27 3/4 here in the micro NASDAQ. Looking for a test of the New York session lows that we made this morning. Want to see if we can do that. 2, I'll probably build up to 5 micros at them.
New highs Dow. Dow on the grind.
Yeah, I'm going to add one right there. So short 3 from 27 even.
Short 3 from 27. 627. Last trade 625. Tilt 50-50. London closing in 10 seconds.
Let's get it.
Gold looking to make another push towards the highs. $5 to go there. See what happens here in this new 5-minute opens. On the hour. Not a whole heck of a lot.
Remind me, I'm going to go upstairs And tomorrow I'm going to bring out that Dr. Seuss book. I don't care if it's Zillions and Pillows. They missed a much better idea for a name.
Jack was right. I don't care what anyone says. He was right.
Okay. Ooh, here we go.
Yeah, here we go. And let's got to get another push here. Go to short MNQ. Here's the problem. Well,
What's the problem?
the Dow. The Dow. ES is going to take note of what's happening in the Dow, like we're seeing right now. And then will the NASDAQ pay attention? I mean,
yeah, we're seeing it now.
Yep. The Dow continues. It's picking up momentum to the upside. 49,523. Just trade new highs there. ES saw pop.
Pop getting sold off though.
Just gonna keep that. Yep.
We're trying. It's sure trying its hardest.
Damn.
These sellers. Google and Amazon's coming off its highs though, so give me a little confidence.
Solar consolidating. Gold consolidating around the highs. Again, pin to the top of the chat. Get those group coaching questions in for Gabe, Vince, Hoop. Pretty good trio. Gabe, man. That's Gabe. Gabe's been trading quite nicely. Very disciplined in the approach. New highs Dow. Gold's going to push higher. Nothing on the tilt. Nothing on the schedule. It's the Dow. Unreal.
This could easily be one of those where we flush these lows, but then when and how do we get there could be a crazy story.
A slog.
Yep. The market has hit a slug. We'll pop in silver. New highs about to print in gold for this New York session. Oh, Delta's been flipping a lot. We saw heavy long tilt earlier.
Yeah.
80% long ES, 78% long NQ. We got
last night was good. We were short silver last night. We made a pretty penny.
Last night? You speak of last night. 7:30 p.m. Central Time, Sunday through Thursday. Last night.
Yep.
I believe Dakota's referring to slow markets.
Exactly.
Dakota, we will be joining you tonight on slow markets.
Coach Jay joins me Mondays and Wednesdays. Tonight it's Barron. Barron has been trading really well in silver, and not only Barron, a lot of the community has been doing really well. Like every single night, I'm seeing traders passing combines, taking payouts, and just the opportunities during the Asian session have been numerous with this volatility that we're seeing in the metals.
All right, they're starting gold. Go figure. After London close, you start to see pickup in volatility, volume a little bit. Look at gold. New highs in, session highs, 44.70. And 71's now print. New highs. Gold, silver. Let's take a look at silver. Leslie, I know you're watching gold. I know you're watching silver.
Mm-hmm. Yep, silver's hanging out at 75.90, catching a bid.
Oh.
NASDAQ, it looks like it wants to go, but very, very resilient. There is a little bit of a push. Let's see if we get it now.
Big jobs numbers coming out tomorrow. Employment,
the biggest
rate, the biggest non-farm. Yeah. Supreme Court. Will we get a decision about the tariffs? Will we get a decision from the Supreme Court? And at what time?
Let me jump on the South Shore line. I could be in South Bend in 3 hours, and I'll ask Amy Comey Barrett about that.
There you go.
All right.
Hopefully she's in DC. Do they do a Zoom? Are they Maybe they do it
I'm gonna
via
go to
Zoom.
South Bend and then call her. It just feels right.
knock on the door.
Reflection.
Yeah. Okay. NQ. There we go. All right. Starting to push her. NQ. Dow rolling over. NQ leading the charge to the downside. ES looked like it wants to follow the NQ. There we go. What are you short?
Right, I'm gonna take one right there at 97 if I can get it. Got it. Gonna trail my stop loss.
Jack, we're still short one, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good stuff.
We're ride or die. We scratch or we get down around the lows of the day. Lows of New York session.
We'll go test the lows here in the NQ. About 30 points. 30 points away from the lows in the NQ. That'd be 25,569. 569. 30 points from there. ES. Going over as well.
Ooh, there we go.
We go. A little more selling there. ES
Like
and
that one.
NQ. 50-50 tilt. NVIDIA just broke new lows. There you go. Thank you, trading, traveling technician.
Yeah. Google and Amazon are starting to sell off too.
Got some news from my esteemed classmate Bill Pulte.
I saw that.
Trump is going to decide on Freddie and Fannie IPO in a month or two.
I wonder where. Never mind. Yeah. Yep.
I'll take one.
Session lows NVIDIA. Session lows NVIDIA. Again, we had that headline yesterday about NVIDIA. What was the? Help me with the headline. It was China will not be buying the H200 NVIDIA chip. Something along those lines.
It's confusing, man. China said that they don't want their company. That same
Go off.
headline has been released every month, it feels like, since the tariff thing went down. I don't know what it means. If somebody, is it banned? Are they still just exporting them through elsewhere?
No, that's
Who knows? I got a guy.
Headline here. Headline. Trump. White House says U.S. President Trump would veto Venezuela war powers resolution.
Cool.
Senate holds Venezuela war powers vote.
All right. Is that trying to stay above 600?
Do with the pop in gold, pop in silver there. Again, White House saying Trump would veto Venezuela war powers resolution, while Senate holds Venezuela war powers vote. So, new highs here, silver. New highs here, gold. Interesting. Equities did turn around a little bit.
Yeah, they did.
If that's not selling.
I'm going to just take what I got. Plus 1,000. Plus 1,000.
Nice.
Good thing I did. Good thing I did. Look at that.
Yeah, here goes silver. Here goes. Well, sounds like Senate's voting on war powers resolution. What that entails, I'm not sure. Sounds like the president would veto it. Help me. Chet, help me understand what that headline means. Not quite sure, but seems like it kind of woke the market up. Metals just saw new highs. 44.74 in gold. About a $14 pop there. And new highs just printed in silver. 60-cent pop in silver. New highs just printed $76.04.
All right. Question for you guys.
Yes, sir.
From a trader's mindset and a trader's perspective, we're talking about black swan events, right? Something that doesn't happen very often. And if something hasn't happened in over 30 years, would you, and you have a good risk reward, would you be inclined to bet on it?
You're talking about the Bears? Are you going? Is that where you're going with this? You're talking about the Bears beating the Packers? Is that
Come
where you're
on,
going?
Cody,
I knew it. I
you know
knew
me-
it. I knew it.
You know me too good. You're
I know. I'm finally on to you, man. I thought you were talking like, COVID, financial crisis, like Brexit. No,
I had Jack into it.
I knew it. I knew it.
I was listening until the way in which you described how you classify a black swan event.
Like, we just had one 6 years ago. You're just talking about COVID for like 30 years. I'm like, I'm on to you, Dakota.
Well,
although a quick note on sort of I see a lot online of like people trying to apply normal distributions to things that happen in the markets, which is not a good way to go through life. You'll see, like, it's weird because Goldman Sachs, I feel like, does this in their papers where like every year it feels like there's like 3 or 4 Six Sigma events. It's like, that's impossible, bro. The tails are fatter in the markets, right? Or else, the odds, if the markets were normally distributed, the odds of a move like Black Monday would be like the same odds of picking a single atom out of the universe or something. Weird stuff happens in markets. 3 or 4 times a year, we get something that's crazy.
Yeah, it's like a black swan
just to
event.
provide
every
a
other
little bit
year.
more clarity on that headline. It's happening. A majority of the U.S. Senate votes to advance a resolution that would block Trump from further Venezuelan military action without congressional authorization. And so they're trying to restrict some of the president's powers. And they'll obviously send that to the president's desk. And it sounds like the president would veto that. So just to keep you abreast on what is happening here on Topstep TV, we're watching a turnaround. Nice cover there, Dakota.
Thank you. Yeah, it's interesting. We just bought that right up. VIX is down. This is an interesting market. Last year at this time, we were getting the tariff headlines. We're seeing a lot of geopolitical headlines about what we're referring to. I'm surprised that we're not seeing as much volatility as we're seeing. Like this is very low volatility compared to what I thought with these headlines, especially in like oil. Yeah,
oil, big time.
Big time. Oil and equities. Yeah, it's been pretty calm, to be honest.
I would agree with
back
that.
in this range.
Market, especially equities, incredibly resilient. Like I said,
is this calm before the storm?
What would the storm be? I mean, what would this? I mean,
well, that's the thing. You inherently, it's going to take something. We were talking about black swans. It doesn't have to be a black swan. It just has to be something we're not expecting.
Yeah.
The market withstood COVID.
Wasn't,
market withstood.
Taking Maduro. So we don't know what it's going to be.
Well, obviously it's very serious. But like I said, the market withstood COVID. What else? I mean, what could possibly? Yeah.
Markets withstood everything, right?
COVID was the ultimate. COVID was the ultimate.
COVID, yeah.
We shut down. Business stopped for 2 months straight, and it withstood it. It's crazy. $6 trillion will help. $6 trillion will definitely help with.
Yeah, that was the bottom. I was out of town. When it happened. I had like spotty internet, and really wish I could relive that. Because I thought for sure until that intervention, I was convinced that we were going to sell off more percent-wise. Like that we were at least going to get not to zero, but I thought we were at least going to get 50% down, similar to like the financial crisis.
We were opening limit down on Sundays. Yeah, market withstood that. I mean, what could take it low? I mean, what could truly crush it?
Anywho, that's the most likely. You want Yes. It did it. We already have proof in point. It did it in 2022.
Business stopped for 2 months straight, and the market couldn't. 2 months, no business.
Yeah, I'm not talking about something that happens in one day, but if there were sustained high rates, like real high rates, that would do it, I think.
We just throw money at it. I think we got the playbook. Just throw money.
You can't.
Just throw money.
No. See, that's the beauty of the higher rates part. You can't throw money at it after a certain point, or else you just trigger huge inflation. The only way you can't combat high end. We've never had to deal with it until like 2022 or like the early 80s or something.
Yep.
If those got cooking, you think this country could deal with mortgage rates being like 13%? Nope.
Yeah, I think we'd come up with something.
All right.
I got you.
We're flat.
New high. We're pushing high.
I'm enjoying this.
We always do this, guy. COVID. We should have gone to zero. Not exactly. I'm just being hyperbolic. Anyways, new highs in the ES. That's why I'm not a bear anymore. COVID changed me. New highs ES 69.67 quarter. I'm pushing higher here in the Dow. New highs Dow 49,546. Before we get out of here, got a couple more minutes in fast markets. Let's get in JD. JD, come on in. Take a look at some of our funded P&Ls and payouts. What's up, JD?
What's up, guys? Yeah, let's do it. Let's take a look at yesterday's top 5 live funded PNLs. Up at the top, an anonymous hamster put up almost 14 grand trading gold and the NASDAQ yesterday. Timothy H. in a close second with 12,800 trading the NASDAQ. Tung Chi, 11,389 trading the NQ. Junlong, just about $10,000 trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. And Catherine R., who's been a staple on this list for a while now, $8,800 trading the S&P and the NASDAQ. Big shout out to these live funded traders. How about some payout numbers? Up at the top here. There they are.
Whoa.
Raffle, 85. Long story about Ralph. He's been a long time trader here at Topstep. He's had quite a few winning days in his account. Ended up closing the account, took his payout, 85 grand, closed his live funded account. I assume he's moving on to greener pastures, maybe setting up his own brokerage account somewhere, or maybe starting over. I don't know. But good luck to you, Ruffle. It's been a pleasure tracking your progress over these years. Diane, 57,145. Yuki, 35,980. Hoi, 2250. And Vincent M rounds out the top 5, $17,980 in payouts. Big shout out to all of these live funded traders. All right, last but not least, my favorite part, live funded bonuses. We had a trader yesterday lock in tier 2 of the live funded bonus. $5,000. That means they profited a total of $20,000 in a live funded account and earned a $5,000 bonus. Big shout out to Ajit. Making money for making money. That's how it goes here. All right, guys. That's all I've got for you. Back to you.
85 large
payouts. Those payouts, man. There's
nice
proof,
here.
man. Stepping stone for traders to find success and then continue to grow. Love it.
We're still in the short. Still in the short, Jack.
We're flat. Up 100.
Flat. Okay.
We're just. I still lean that way. Like we had to, we popped some. But we're so close to the high of the day, and we have just. I mean, how many times are we go to the well here?
Until it stops working?
Nah, I'm only on for another 5 minutes. I'm not going to deal with that.
I'm tempted to get back into a short in the NASDAQ. I mean, this is range bound, right? You short the highs, buy the lows. It's hard to short the highs when we're going up, but then hindsight is a powerful tool of I should have, would have, could have.
And we popped those highs right before JD came on. Are we going to see the 5 minute, what should we call it, Jack? Last 5 minutes of fast markets.
There's always something, yeah.
The 5 minute turnaround, the old 5 minute, the 5 minute fade.
We were lucky today it happened a few times. I mean, there's been a lot of chaos today, but we've been completely contained within this. If we go to my chart real quick, these lines were on here this morning. We've just been this 25-point range between the 6,900 SPX and the 6,925. We popped above it just right there by a few.
Ander.
Who?
The chat.
Yeah.
The old.
I know. My
why is he sweating and laughing?
my grandpa would say the same thing.
I mean, you nailed it, Ander. You pretty much just nailed it. That's exactly what it was. Sorry. Grow up, everybody. Grow up, everybody. Come on. Yep, still in the range in the ES. 10, 12-point range for most of fast markets. We did pop some highs, stops went off. Coming right back at 269.62. NQ finding its range as well. Looking at the 5-minute, about 75 points or so. Still beneath overnight VWAP. NQ trading 25,654. Gold pop new highs, pulled back off of that. Silver pop new highs, pulled back off of that.
All right.
And the Dow. Okay, yeah, the Dow continuing to grind higher, making new highs.
Bitcoin's still just around 90,000. Oh, look at that
And
sell
you're
off.
selling.
Yeah, this is
But
market.
Oh,
yeah, exactly.
damn, should have gone
exactly.
back to the well.
I mean, there's your 5 minute. There's your 5 minute blub up.
For bear up there.
There's your 5 minute old, like Andrew said.
Man, that is strong.
You get long.
Yeah.
You can
That
see
was
some people
consolidating,
going for the
waiting.
breakout. Going for the breakout. No. The 69.65 seller will not be deterred.
They're holding it up there. We'll get more info from Hogue when we get this morning recap in a few minutes. But they definitely jumped on the sell. Does this have to do with the vote?
A lot of people probably waiting for tomorrow too. Non-farm and everything. It's Friday. Friday's first full week of the new trading year.
Yeah, I got a headline here from Goldman. Investors are near most bearish on oil in 10 years. Goldman Sachs.
With good reason. This isn't like the,
what is going on at 640s?
Bullish AI everything. This is pretty firm supply and demand.
That's that Texas tea, 100%. Well, it's going to be another lower here in the NQ, or are we going to get right back up and tap on these highs? Very interesting trade, to say the least, in the last, for fast markets. Definitely in a range. Dakota, you're up. Nice today. Sweet. Nice job. When did you make your money? Just
good.
now or overnight? When did you make all
Silver overnight has been the
okay.
play. I've 2 losing days in a row, a good winning day. It's just volatility. There's so many opportunities in these markets during the New York session that we see, and then especially during the Asian session that we trade. We'll be on the fair again tonight, and go Packers.
Monkey Milker, that's maybe my favorite comment of the day. Dakota's the type of dude to start floating when he smells fresh apple pie on the windowsill.
What's that cartoon? What was that cartoon? I'm trying to think of it. All right, you guys are too much. You guys are absolutely too much. All right, we got morning recap coming up after this with Hogue. And after that, we got the rising star with Jay and Yusuf. And Dolby Time making his triumphant return for 2026. Make sure everyone wishes him a happy new year for those that celebrate. With that being said, Jack, good stuff. We'll see him in shoulder tap. Let's find out how many people here in the Topstep community have gone over to metals. We get a general idea. Dakota, we'll see you on slow markets, 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Topstep TV. Let's go. Markets are waking up. Come on.
love the manual lockout feature on Topstep X because it helps you avoid temptation. That's right, the devil on every trader's shoulder that says, I'm down a bunch, but I can just cannonball this and make some money. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Topstep X. You can take that option off the table by clicking the icon at the top of the Topstep X page and lock yourself out for an hour, a whole session, some custom time. It's all up to you and helps you stay within your trading plan.
All right, welcome to the morning recap. Hopefully you are having an excellent trading day. Happy Thursday. We'll start with the opening range trades here. The gold was just not looking very good. We opted out of the opening range gold trade, and it was a good idea. Good call, not taking the opening range trade in gold, but we did take the opening range trade in crude oil, and we are still in it. Context. All right, well, weak low there yesterday. Market opened, closed the gap immediately, but it's really not doing much. We're still holding below the late spike here from Tuesday. Not really seeing a whole bunch of price action here, though. I had a couple of, had a good trade yesterday, good opening range trade yesterday. Still in the opening range trade now, but it's basically right back to where we got in. So 57.01 is where we got in. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. So here it is. Here's that 1 minute opening range. Got a short 2 MCL, 2 micro crude oil, 57.01. Got within a few ticks of our stop, within 3 ticks of our stop, which still remains at the same place. We haven't done anything to Lenny this trade. It's still somewhat valid. So, we did see some price action below the initial balance low. I was hoping to hold below that initial balance low for some continuation to the downside. That did not play out. We've only got $50 of risk on this trade. We're right back inside the opening range, almost a little bit higher than where we got into this trade. We're just going to let this trade play out as it's pretty much still valid. We did, however, take out the high of the opening range. We wanted to make sure we had a pretty substantial stop on this, and that was a good idea. So again, it traded within 3 ticks, missed us, very well placed stop. We'll see how this plays out for the rest of the day. Now, we had Vince on this morning. Vince just going to kind of look at one of the trades that he took. He was trading the YM. The YM has been very, very strong today. It left the opening range at the low of the session and is now holding above its weekly kickoff high, 49,280. Let's take a look at the 30. This is where I meant to go there. So, yeah, again, the opening range, dead low. You really have to think twice before shorting a market that leaves the opening range at one extreme at the dead ass low of the day. You have to think twice about getting long a market that has left the opening range at the dead ass high. Vince was looking for shorts, though, probably thinking maybe we would give back the weekly kickoff high here. Again, that level 49,280. Shorted a couple at 49,308. He actually took a couple of shots at some shorts here. But wasn't in these for very long. Didn't cost him very much. Very good risk manager. My good friend Vince took a quick loss on those. House account has been active this morning. We have been watching the late spike. Let's take a look at context again here. So we did put the late spike into the downside yesterday. The late spike is when the market extends the range at the end of the day and closes below it. The reason for the late spike and its importance is the market doesn't have time in regular trading hours to show any kind of acceptance at lower pricing. So when the market opens below the base of the late spike and even below the range from the previous day, it's a good probability that the market is attempting to accept lower pricing. So the house account was very, very patient. First, we let the market come back into the range from yesterday, get relatively close to that base of the late spike, 69, 67, 75. Took 3 shorts there, 69, 63, 75. And did take a couple of profits on those. We got out of one of those at 69.62 and one of them at 69.55. Scratched the other one. Took another short. Short again. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. So the house got short again up against that initial balance high. Look at all these highs here. This is not a very strong high, and we just took it out. And what did that leave? It left a failed upside auction. Anyways, house account short 3 MES again, 69.64 quarter this time. Very good trade location on that. Saw some pretty decent price action. Got out of 2 of them at 69.55, and we just scratched the other one not too long ago. Take a look on the 30-minute chart here, however. So when we talk about selling tails or failed upside auctions, we just had a failed upside auction. We looked above the initial balance high. We closed that 30-minute bar back below the initial balance high. That is a failed auction. It doesn't guarantee that price is going to go lower. However, there is that probability, and it allows you to limit risk. You can see on the morning recap list down there, Dakota says that he earlier is thinking that we may see the lows in the NASDAQ, and that failed upside auction in the S&Ps would be a nuance that would support that hypothesis. Now, we had Mandy on. Traded a couple of silver trades. Very quick trader. Didn't really get time to take a look at them. So one day I know that she was short the. Actually, she was short the NASDAQ, 25,634.25. Took a little bit of a loss on that. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ now. 30-minute. So again, in the equities, I think the big story has been the failed breakout in longer time frames that occurred yesterday. We're seeing the market staying below value. We're staying below the trend line that was really the breakout point yesterday to the upside, which failed. We did have Dakota on. He took a couple of trades here in the NASDAQ. I'm going to look at the 5-minute chart here. So he came in, just after about 10 o'clock, and his first short here was pretty much scratched, 25,629. Did take another short at that level just before the end of, just before I was leaving Fast Markets, 25,627. Got out of one of those at 25,597 and got out of the other one. I don't know why it didn't print on here. Right around 25,600. Dakota ended his day up $1,000 after trading silver in the overnight session. Just a look at the trades we took today. I guess now it's time to take a look at the quotable quote, and I like this one today. All right. At the end of the day, don't go to bed until you've gone over the day 3 times in your mind. What wrong did I do? What good did I accomplish? And what did I forget to do? Good advice, Pythagoras tells us. This should really be part of your end of day review. Look at the trades you took. What did you do right? What did you do wrong? What can you do better tomorrow? And what did you forget to think about and look at in your trading day today and in life in general? There's your quotable quote. Looking forward to the next segment here. It's Rising Star. We got Yusuf coming back with 5 Express funded accounts under his belt, ready to rack up the markets here with Jay and Dolby. There's a lot left here on Topstep TV today. We're very happy you are here. Let's go.
All right, welcome back to Topstep TV Rising Star Edition. We got Yusuf back with us on Topstep TV, trading in 5 XFAs to start the year. And Dolby Time is back. It's no time like Dolby Time. Dolby, welcome back to Topstep TV. Yusuf, what's going on, man?
Oh man, just kicking off this new year right. How about you?
Back in 5 XFAs, trading well to start the new year as well. Trading well to start the new year as well. We'll get your opinion on the markets here. Dolby Time, first time on Topstep TV in 2026, I believe. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Yes. Been okay. Been okay. Had a rough start to the year, but we made it. Everything's good now. So glad to be here. Hit the big 4-0 on January 2nd. So
milestone.
new me, new decade, and doing a dry January, which is exciting. And I got a cheat of a head start because I had the flu for the first like 3 days, so I couldn't even get tempted by anything. So we're just chilling. Now we're just good. We got to recover. We're going to do some journaling for trading this month, focus on that, and just, kind of get back to basics and enjoy the markets, the beautiful opportunities that it offers. So I'm looking forward to being back.
Welcome back,
Just having
Dolby Time.
hell
You know
of
what they say, 40 is the new 30, Dolby. So you're as young as you've ever been.
I think it's like the new 18, Jay. It's how I feel.
I just turned 30
go.
and he just turned 40.
Mhm.
And I need your skin, your skin plan routine, Dobie. You look my age.
Oh yeah. I don't know honestly what I do. I think coconut oil is good, and I think that's about it. That's about it. Just some coconut oil every now and then. But yeah, I don't really have any wrinkles. I'm kind of freaking out about it, but maybe not. I don't know. We'll take it. We'll take it.
It's our generation,
Baby
Dolby.
face.
We don't age.
It is.
We don't age.
It is true. We don't age.
Let's take a look at the markets here. Yusuf, you've been trading pretty well back in 5 XFAs. What are you looking at right now in the markets? What are you seeing?
Man, just a lot of chop. It's very indecisive with everything going on in the world. It seems like it's just waiting. It's just waiting for that news, whatever it may be, to lean either way.
We got a non-farm payroll tomorrow. We got Michigan sentiment tomorrow as well. So maybe the markets are consolidating, kind of waiting for that. And Yusuf, you're looking at the NASDAQ right now?
Yeah, I've been sticking with the MNQ. I'll tell you that with the year, for some reason, it seems like with the new year, the opportunities are not as high as they usually are. You have to really be patient and pick your spots. I unfortunately haven't been able to make really any of those big trades, but I haven't taken any losses this year, as in a daily loss. Just very small, increments. I'm really just trying to get in the flow of things. I gotta wait probably until like the 15th, 16th of the month before everything clears up, before I can start going back in heavy.
Got you. Awesome stuff. We've seen Yusuf go on some pretty long win streaks before. I think he had, what was it, 28, 30 days in 2025.
Yeah.
So
wow.
that is not an uncommon thing to have no losing days. So good to see, man. Right now we got the NASDAQ trading 25,650s, kind of in the middle of this range, 69.61 quarter. Last trade in the S&P, gold 44.6830. And I know everyone's been looking at silver. Silver trading 75.920. Dolby, have you heard about the silver craze now? Did you miss all of that?
Oh yeah.
Silver's
It was popping off before I took a break. So I know I was here for when people were starting to call for it for the opening call. It's a hot market. Some people are doing really well, and then there's other people you don't hear from at all. And I wonder why that is. But it is a tough market to trade. But people like the volatility, and they'll go wherever it is. Wherever it is, they will find it. I haven't tried it though. Have you tried it, Jay?
Silver, I have. I've taken a couple silver trades, mixed results. I had some pretty good winning days this year, and then had some losses as well. I think the one thing, like we say everywhere, right? Just being conscious of the leverage that you're taking in that market. There's really no reason to be trading the big contract for most people. The micro is more than enough with the volatility that we're seeing in silver, right? I think at one point today we were down almost 5%. We're back up to 2.25%. Down on the day. So there's opportunity, but we know that this is a zero-sum game, so there's opportunity to make and lose money as well. So
Most
we will
definitely.
see. Dobie, what
And
we're looking at the Russell. Sorry, we were looking at the Russell in the
Yeah, we were.
green room here. What markets are you got an eye on right now?
I mean, looking at the NASDAQ, because that's kind of where the eyes are always at, and it has started to form a pretty good Dorito. It did not look like it was going to do the Dorito thing, and now it looks very Dorito-y. So that is just a series of higher lows and kind of lower highs. I think the market is just waiting for information. We have that jobs tomorrow, and then we also have tariff on Friday. Apparently, we have the tariff decision on Friday. That could be complete chaos depending on how that one comes out. I think Polymarkets is saying 24 or 25% chance of the Supreme Court agreeing with Trump. So I don't know how do you undo that? All that
Undo
tariff
the tariff.
revenue.
Yeah, I
Sending
don't
it
know.
back. You just like
Probably not.
hit the undo button on all those funds. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like what a quagmire to have to get through. So I think the markets are going to be very interesting on Thursday. So what we might get is like a big punch of volatility in the morning, and then we might just be straight chilling until tariff decision time, because that's probably the biggest news that we've had in a while, outside of maybe like, some geopolitics. But even the Venezuela thing did move the markets a ton. But tariff decisions, that's going to directly impact the U.S.'s bottom line and the markets.
You guys ever look at like the poly market?
Yeah, go ahead, Yusuf.
Have you guys ever noticed the poly market? Kind of people right now are betting on what's going to happen politically. And I saw this one yesterday. I really forgot what it was exactly, but the guy supposedly is 3-3 in betting against a missile strike between Iran and Israel. I forgot who would attack who first, but nonetheless, he's 3 for 3, and he just made a 4th bet for the end of this month. Does that play a role in the stock market at the end of the month? Is that something we need to look forward to?
It is interesting how Polymarket is starting to like provide some of that information to people, and I wonder how it is going to start impacting the markets. It's really, really interesting stuff. I mean, I just saw a bit where they said that I think Caroline Levitt was speaking, and they're like, "Is her her speech going to be like 65 minutes or over?" And she ended up like abruptly ending it under 65 minutes, and then like a bunch of people, I guess, won money. It's just the things you can bet on now is just wild, absolutely wild.
When you're betting on words, I think we have a different conversation to have there, right? Where it's just like I saw some poly, and we can get back to the markets in a bit, but saw some poly market odds on the U.S. and Venezuela, and what is technically considered an invasion, and people bet on an invasion. We go and take the Venezuelan president, but poly market says, well, that's not an invasion, so you can't get paid out on it. When you start to bet on semantics, I think we need to take a look at what we're doing. But let's take a look. It's insane.
They have to add like classifiers then, right? Like highlight
Read the fine print.
The qualifying word and be like, what are the conditions for such an event to be a win or a loss?
Read fine print. Let's take a look here. We are kind of chopping around in the markets right now. Got long tilts in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. 64% long in the S&P, 66% long in the NASDAQ, 69% short crude oil, and 63% long in gold. Are we going to see a little bit of a push here? The Dow and the Russell keep making new highs of the day. The Dow is right below its high, while we see the S&P and the NASDAQ consolidating.
I mean, you were talking in the green room, Coach Jay. You Coach Paul, were trading in the morning, and guys are trading the RTY. It's kind of been like a joke thing to trade, but RTY is actually kind of fun. You can trade 1 to 2 E-minis with it pretty reliably. It kind of moves independent from the other indices. Jack does not like the RTY because it's full of garbage. But it's like trading practically at all-time highs, so it's definitely worth keeping an eye on. The volatility is pretty good there. So anything that you're seeing in the RTY right now, a little bit of a pullback actually.
Let's take a look actually. The Dow's making new all-time highs. So the Russell actually hit the target I was looking at for the upside. 2619 was that target, and you can see it kind of hit high a day there. We are a little extended, so I don't know how much room is left to the upside. Percentage-wise, what are we up right now? Just under 1% on the day. We have seen, some bigger percentage moves, but I would definitely be looking for that pullback to maybe get in with the trend. I think Coach Paul was long from like 96 or something like that, and 19s was that target to the upside. So we hit that, but it's not always clean, right? And I think that's the one thing we got to pay attention to, right? Where it's just like, hey, do I just trade the Russell every day? And sometimes it's probably the worst market to trade, right? I've definitely looked at it and it's not doing anything. But I think, depending on what's going on out there in the news, it could be any one of the equity markets, right? We've seen the S&P today kind of consolidate and be in this range. So it really is day to day. I think, having all four of them up and seeing which one is presenting the cleanest moves, because the NASDAQ, while the Dow was rallying, and we see this a lot as well, that rotation, right, where the NASDAQ selling off and the Dow rallying, the NASDAQ kind of got caught in this range again, but the Dow is just continuing to make new highs of the day. So ton of opportunity out there. It's definitely a skill to be able to scan all the markets and see which one is presenting the opportunity, and then hopefully you pick the right horse. But right now, if you're looking for a trend, it's in the Dow and the Russell.
Yeah. So
I'm looking to take a stab at a long here. Hopefully, I can get filled at this 54 and a quarter.
54 and a quarter in the NQs.
Yeah, I have a buy for 3 micros there.
Cool. What's sort of the concept of the trade?
So I know we've been in a Dorito, but it looks like it's finally ready to break out. The reason I think that is because usually what I notice is when it takes out these other, or like a previous high, it likes to do one more kind of pullback to fill whatever other institutional orders I guess would want to get filled there, because it's a lot harder for them to get filled than us. And then it has like a double golden pocket here. So we have like, this is the golden pocket on the 15-minute time frame. And then I have a golden pocket on the 1-minute time frame. And I would be a little over it, but I just want to make sure I get filled. So the golden pocket would essentially just be like 50 to 53. Yeah.
Cool. Could you just explain what the golden pocket is? I need a refresher. I've heard the term several times, but I'm a little rusty in 2026.
No, you're totally fine. Yeah, I use standard deviations, fib retracements. And and I've noticed that a lot of the times, a lot of people like to go for the 50%, but I've noticed that the 50% just seems to be too obvious, and the market doesn't like obvious. And I've noticed that it likes to go 66%. So it's just a very specific standard deviation. You're looking between 0.618 and 0.66, and you just look to get it filled there, and kind of usually have a 20-point stop from that. And it's very has a very, very good success rate. It's good, about 70% success rate to at least get to the golden pocket on the other end. So my assumption would be that it would go in the golden pocket to go long, and then at a minimum make it to the golden pocket to return then short, which would be right here. I'll be at essentially a 2-for-1 right here.
Well, Yusuf in long right now, 25. What was that price? 25,654.
Yeah, 654 and a quarter.
Nice. And we'll get some bids in with you as well. We're gonna try to get 35 quarter and 25 quarter.
See if I can get right at 19.
So, Yusuf, with the new year coming around, any like resolutions, anything for your trading? Obviously, you're trading pretty well already. But any goals?
I want to be more intentional and more deliberate with my actions, not just in trading, just like in everything overall. And so like one thing I've done is since October, well, actually since September, I quit nicotine.
Ooh, congrats.
And part of the New Year's resolution is to never get back on that nicotine, obviously. And I've been really going really hard in the gym. So it's been really helping with my mental. But for some reason, these past 2 days in the market, I've had a little more anxiety than I'm accustomed to. So I'm not sure why. But the only way to get over it is to actually get into a trade. So
I've been out of it for a little bit. How bad is the gym right now? Is it just clowns everywhere?
Well, I was at Planet Fitness, the little commercial one at first.
I've been there.
Those are a bunch of clowns.
Yep.
But I went into this other one that's more in the South region. It's like only in Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi, and Texas. It's called Club 4. And I've just been having a phenomenal time with it. The lighting there is good. Almost everybody's there is there with a purpose. It's like more etiquette, you know.
Oh, great. People aren't sitting on machines for half an hour on their cell phone with the worst posture you've ever seen.
Yeah, you don't see that doom scrolling.
Tell me how you really feel, Dolby.
Dude, I got pet peeves at the gym. That is one of them. Like, you want to have good form at the gym, take care of your body, and you see people do like a bench press. I'm like, you look great. And as soon as they're done, they hop on their phone and then put that C arch right in their spine and just obliterate any posture they ever had. And it's like, God, what are you doing? It's not productive. Have good.
And the machine they love to do it on the most is that, or like just take their sweet ass time, is that leg press machine, and 'cause that's both genders.
Not a lounge.
Leg presses are tough, man. Leg presses are tough.
Not a lounge.
Yeah, but I mean, nothing's tough enough where you need 10 minutes between each set.
Don't even get me started, man. Don't even get me started.
I didn't realize I was on air with the gym bullies.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. 2020, I was a pretty big bodybuilder. Then after I got married, I got complacent.
That'll do it.
Oh man, she didn't keep you in check? I thought that would like double down.
My wife makes sweets for a living, man. It's kind of hard.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough. You can't be rude. Like, babe, I can't eat these. I gotta look good.
And her business model is phenomenal. I buy everything, and she just keeps all the revenue. Revenue is 100% profit.
Nice.
Do you always just... We got filled there. We got one at 635 quarter. One at 635 quarter.
Nice. What's your target on this, Yusuf?
I'm looking. I want to clear the 700s. I'm thinking it's gonna hit at least 25,720. And one thing I've learned is to always put my TP just a couple dollars a little earlier than when I assume it's gonna hit, just to kind of give myself that little safety net in case it tries to edge me, and I don't want to risk getting mad.
Right, because you don't want to risk your, a bunch of profits to make, $10 or $100. It's not worth it.
Exactly.
If you got 900 in the bag and you only need 100 more, are you going to risk 900 to make an extra 100? Yeah, the math doesn't math that well.
Contemplating.
You're 25.
If we get to
635, let's take a look at that tilt. That tilt was building long. Right now, it is still long, but pared back a little bit. 58% long in the S&P, 54% long in the NASDAQ, 53% short crude, and 53% long in gold here. Got Yusuf and the house both long the micro NASDAQ.
Come on, bud. Let's get that push.
There we go. Seeing a little push there.
This is nice. We'll take this. Not going to take it off, but we'll take this momentum. This is pretty decent. If we could get like 680s for one little micro off the bat, that wouldn't be too bad.
High of the range. What time frame range are you looking at, Dolby?
Right now I'm looking at the 30-minute. I think that's a pretty strong looking Dorito pattern. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 6 candlesticks all engulfed within that 9 o'clock candle. So that looks to me like that's kind of going to be our range. Kind of the question is, how far is it going to go down, if it wants to at all? Because we do have some nice wicks on the 30-minute. Just the question is it going to do this again, and is our stop going to be there, or is it not going to be there, or are we going to add more? We'll see.
Hold that.
But so far so good here. I'm liking the vibe of this.
Looking pretty good. Yusuf, you're long 3 from a 54 quarter, correct?
That is right.
Nice. Seeing a little push here. Something looks like a change here in the markets a little bit. Looks like maybe a little bit of volume coming in, but kind of still going range to range here. Chat, let us know. Let's get a little vibe check in the chat. How are you guys trading right now? Are you up on the day, down on the day? Looking for any trades right now as we see the Dow continue to make new highs of the day. The Dow.
So my father owns a gas station, and
okay,
kind of he thought he was being smart, ordering some extra gas after the whole Venezuela invasion thing, and then the moment he bought it, it went down 25 cents a gallon. So he's down 25 cents a gallon on 10,000 gallons of gas.
Damn, Dad.
Hey, you just got to do what you ever Kira Dre's strategy as the CEO of Chipotle. You just raise prices 1 cent every day. So if your dad just does that with a bag of like Cool Ranch Doritos, I think that would probably cover it, because those are flying off the shelf at the gas station.
You are not lying, especially that black bag. It's like it's the only one that's not 2 for $1 either. They buy those like crazy.
Yeah, I mean those are good. It's good stuff.
They are.
Is that the
Good stuff.
what flavor? That's the like taco. It's a taco salsa flavor or something like that.
No, I think it's like a honey barbecue. It's a special edition black bag. So that I think it's the purple bag that you're talking about.
Oh, okay. I
Black bag of
can't eat
Doritos?
Doritos
What are we
yet.
talking about?
My body can't handle Doritos yet. I
I
gotta be
haven't had.
clean
Yeah,
until I'm over
it's been a
this
while.
thing.
Been a
Yeah,
little
it has
while.
been.
We got a nice trade going on here. 25,664 last trade here in the NASDAQ. We got Yusuf long from 54s. House count long from what was that? 30. What did you get there, Dolby? 32s?
We got 635 quarter. We did not get filled on our second at 625 quarter. We were very, very close though. So we just got the 1 micro for
Nice.
now. So we're in a great spot. We took nearly no risk on that trade, almost no heat. So I'm kind of looking at these 680s as a potential take profit here, just to see how it maybe acts. But a base hit would be amazing on the first time back. Just get on base, feel
trade?
good. On air, yes, it's first trade on air. Not the first trade off air, but definitely the first trade on air. But stakes are high when you're on Topstep TV.
Yes, they are.
Yeah. Trying to impress the masses.
That's right.
Looking at the equities, the Dow's making new highs of the day. The Russell's making new highs of the day. The S&P is right below its highs of the day. This could and Dan Emmons, I saw your comment in the chat, says the markets are a little bit divergent. You got some moving this way, some moving that way. If they all start to move together, we could see a pretty nice push here. Let's see what happens. Again, we got the House and Yusuf both long micro NASDAQ here. Reminder to everyone, we got a form pinned to the top of the chat for group coaching. Group coaching today, who do we have? You might ask. I got an answer. That is going to be Gabe, Coach Vince, and Coach Hoop. 12:15 Central Time after shoulder tap. We got group coaching, so make sure you get your questions in there. There's that beautiful graphic. 12:15 Central Time group coaching, and that form is pinned to the top of the chat for Gabe, Vince, and Hoop. Ask Coach Vince about some volume profile stuff. Ask Coach Hoop about the 36 different markets that we have at Topstep and what might be on his radar. Get your questions in there right after shoulder tap.
He's watching everything.
Someone say steak? Yeah.
I would love one. Sounds amazing. Hoop, where's steak trading at right now?
Good question. Where is cattle right now? Is the house account still in? I see the board says we're still short crude oil. I know we were short from that opening range trade. JD, if you're in the chat, let us know. Are we still short? Crude kind of floating around here.
Yeah,
57.20.
Yusuf, you normally trading around these times, or do you have like a particular preference on like your kind of sweet spot?
So, I actually talked to my wife about this the other day. I was we have a new rule. I will trade now only from 8:30 till 10 o'clock unless I'm on Topstep TV.
Nice.
And the reason being is a lot of the times after 10 o'clock, my life begins to start, like my other lively things, not trading, starts expanding. My phone starts ringing, the tires. I got I'm in a smoke shop too. I got to run over there. I got 2 kids. Go to the gym. So I have a real, again, the new year, new me, 2026. If I don't clear $1 million, something's wrong.
Love it. That's a goal right there.
Nice.
So I've been waking up at 6:30. I drink a bottle of water with a pinch of salt, a tablespoon of apple cider vinegar.
Yeah.
I'm not the most religious person in the world, but I'm trying to get a little more in touch with God. So I just throw some faith thing on my ears, walk around the neighborhood for 20 minutes, and I already cheated. I'm already 3,000 steps ahead of all you guys by the time it's 7:30.
Dude, I
love it.
Yep.
I love it.
I love it. Yusuf is locked in right now. I love it. Locked in a winning trade right now. 5 XFA. Are you copy trading this across 5 XFAs right now, this trade?
No, I just put one on this because we're on live. I didn't want, if it goes against me, I don't want any bad emotions to show. But Yeah,
Got you.
this is great.
Hey,
It's following my strategy, and I'm very confident in this trade.
there we
Looks
go.
good.
I like
Feels good
that.
so far.
Good awareness as a trader, right? Even if you're on Topstep TV and you said it might be outside of your normal trading time, you can still put on a trade, but you're managing risk, especially by only putting this on in one account. JD just let us know that the house account did get stopped out of that crude oil trade. Crude just made new highs of the day, 57.29 last trade over there. We got these guys long the NASDAQ, 25,661.5 last trade there. NASDAQ, look at everything else. They're all going up. Dow's making new highs. Russell's making new highs. The S&P and the NASDAQ need to catch on here. And we could get a pretty nice trade here.
Yeah, wake up, Nazi.
Still in a range.
These 675s look kind of interesting as the potential resistance so far. We kind of had that low established, I think, in the overnight session, right around 25,675. So maybe
Yeah, the
support
200
becomes
EMA would
resistance.
be right there too.
Ooh, okay. So we got some
what
confluence
time
right
frame?
around there.
On the 1 minute time frame.
200 on the 1 minute. Nice.
On the 1 minute. Yeah, we have a nice little volume profile developing as well. Maybe double distribution. No, I can't quite say double distribution because it's pretty choppy on the 30-minute, but definitely a nice rounded volume profile between like these 580s and say like 720s, 710s or so. So let's see if we can get up there. At worst,
I'm
we just
thinking
get
this is
some more.
This is the last pullback.
It's the last one. I mean,
I
if everything
believe
else is
so,
bidding, right?
because it's a bull flag on the 1 minute, and it cleared those previous lows since right before 10:50 Central Time, which was right around 25,630,
Mm-hmm.
and right now, I mean, just Nasdaq tends to do the same thing over and over again. It's just building its position to then expand 30, 40 points up where everybody starts FOMOing again. That's just my my hypotheses on this.
Mm-hmm. I like that hypothesis. I also find it interesting how much easier NASDAQ can be to trade if you just wait 2 hours after the open. It just slows down so much. And it's been like in a real, like if you like ranges, it's been in a really nice range. But if you're like, NASDAQ, you're so choppy, so frustrating, just wait until like 10:30, 11 o'clock, and it will slow down and give you a lot more opportunity. But like
Anytime I see the
kinda,
market in a range, Dolby, I think of you. I don't, even if it's Asia,
Aw.
London, whatever it may be. I don't even call it ranges anymore. I call it the Dolby.
Look at the Dolby. Look at the Dolby on this chart.
Dude,
It's
that's
great.
awesome.
That
It's
is
just
great.
Doritos. Just Doritos everywhere. Doritos and Dolby boxes.
Couple of headlines here. More than a dozen oil bosses to attend the Trump Venezuela meeting. Exxon, Chevron, and ConocoPhillips are also to attend the Trump meeting. Yes, for whatever plans we have with the Venezuelan oil. So we'll see what comes out of that. And also
got a
another
lot of
headline
it.
here. U.S. officials have discussed sending lump sum payments to Greenlanders as part of a plan to annex the island. A lot of interesting stuff going on right now.
Those
in the world.
Greenlanders, they're 50-50. Some of them want us to go in there. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not choosing either way. It's irrelevant to me. But man, that's a very peculiar situation, especially since NATO in Denmark. I don't know. It's very peculiar.
It's very interesting stuff going on right now.
We'll
ahead, Dolby.
never get the truth. By the time that news gets down to us, it has been filtered through so many sources. It is
Yep.
exactly what they want us to hear. But what if we
100%.
change nationalities, become Greenlanders, get the lump sum payment, and then become naturalized U.S. citizens?
just switch it
again?
back.
Is that a play? Can we do
I like
that?
your idea there, Dolby. I like your idea. How long does it take
it's
to get
pretty
a
cool.
citizenship?
I don't know. I don't think it's a bad
Just
idea.
hilarious. Greenland is cold and Iceland is green. You would think it would.
Yeah.
They should trade names or something.
Well, the Vikings
Maybe.
did that. That's how they named it, to confuse people. That's the story, at least. I think they
You
get
know where
like
we
almost
where
no
we have
sunlight right
Greenland?
now.
Right here on Topstep TV. We got some green trades right now. This is looking pretty good. 25,676. House count is up about 40 points on this trade. Yusuf up about 20 points. Good stuff here.
Transition.
What a
See what I
transition.
did there, Dolby? See what I did there?
Man, you were a pro.
You guys, I don't know if I've ever told you guys this before, but I have a bachelor's degree in human rights and international law. So
Oh, do you really?
that's both a con and a pro, because I start
Okay.
thinking I'm smart, thinking, oh, I think I know what's going on politically. I can apply it to the stock market.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, it's dangerous.
Yeah, not the case.
That is dangerous.
Yeah, I
Do
don't
you
know.
do you
I
have
don't
do you
know if that.
consciously find
Go
yourself
ahead.
trying to turn it off?
Yeah, I didn't. I just stopped trying to watch the news before I get on the market in the morning. Like
Yeah.
Instagram news or like anything worldwide news, I try to stay away from it. Just listen to what you guys have to offer to me.
Yeah. I was going to say, I
Good
don't know
point.
if your law degree in human rights cares about the volatility on a 5-minute chart in the NASDAQ. maybe a daily or weekly chart might be a little bit better.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we have to just go like maybe the opposite of what I was thinking politically from now on.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's a real thing, man. That is a real thing, right? Where, and sometimes we see it with, when we did one-on-one coaching, there were a lot of people that we coached that, were money managers at banks and funds and things like that. And they take an investment approach to trading. And it's just like, this is a completely different game, right? So it's kind of hard, right? Because that's just how you think. But then having to turn it off and just say, hey, you know what? Is a candle going up or down? And can I, on a short time frame, take some money out of it? At least that's what we're doing here with day trading. 25,672 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 69,6650 last trade in the S&P. We're going to bring in a little bit of news and we'll come right back to the charts. Americans are feeling more pessimistic about finding work. New York Fed survey shows. Let's bring in that clip.
That's according to a new jobs report from the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. It says the likelihood of landing a job fell to a record low 43.1% for December. Additionally, the December survey showed respondents' expectations of losing their job rose to the highest mean of probability since April. Outside of a few sectors, most industries are experiencing what some economists call a hiring recession. Upcoming labor data, including Friday's big jobs report, could signal what people looking for employment can expect to see in the months to come.
Still some concern out there in the labor market. We did see those initial jobless claims numbers today come in a little bit better than expected. Forecast was 212,000, came in at 208. But we do get some more jobs data tomorrow. Non-farm payroll, that big number. What is expected from non-farm payrolls? Take a look. Forecast is 70,000. Prior number was 64K. So we will see there. Good looking trade here. We're getting back up to the upper extreme of this range. Yusuf, talk to me about trade management here. How are you managing this one? Are you moving your stops at all? Or are you just letting this one work?
So hopefully I can get filled on that one micro at what I would consider the halfway of the retracement at 2589.75. I might just go another quarter down just to protect myself. And then I'll move my stop to break even at that point. I am kind of contemplating selling 2 micros right there just to kind of guarantee myself that winning day on the account at $150. But I just kind of want to see where it goes from here. Hopefully we can catch some great momentum where I don't even have to make that decision.
Nice.
I mean, we're mighty close. Right up against these
Yeah, we
680s. I think, so what level are you looking for again? It's your charts, your numbers are a little tiny for my poor little eyes.
No, you're fine. Yeah, you're 40 now, Dobie. We'll let it pass.
There it is.
So my fill is at 25,654 and a quarter. My first TP is 25,689 and a quarter. And my full TP will be 25,716 and 75 cents, which would be that other side of that golden pocket where I think they will start loading up on shorts there.
Okay, cool. I think we're going to look for these 737s. So just underneath that last consolidation before it broke down. So close to the same spot.
Yusuf, the Rat Pack wants to know, you had said the your trading hours before. What time zone are you in?
Central.
There you go. So pretty much equity open until about 11 or 10 your time.
Yeah, about 10, 15.
It's good hours.
Unfortunately, lately,
highest volume of the day.
Yeah, the opening's been horrid though lately.
Whatever. The open sucks. It always sucks. It's the worst time to trade, in my opinion.
But in November.
So tomorrow, right? That non-farm number is out at what time? Okay, so it's pre-market, so that'll be fine. But we have Michigan sentiment at 9 a.m. Central Time. That's when I feel like the open isn't great to trade, right? Because the market's just going to wait for the data for the first half an hour, and then what looks like it might be a breakout could just be consolidation for that first half an hour. But
So I don't know if you guys remember. Do you remember? I think it was in September. I believe it was in September when Powell came out there and gave his first interest rate slash, and then the stock market went berserk, where it would be going up 1,000 points in the span of like a day. I've noticed that before these news things come out, the algorithm starts shoveling and getting prepared for the news as if it knows what the news is going to be. I can't explain it exactly what I mean by that, but it's just something I've noticed.
Is that like my take on the wiggle in the dome? It's just something you gotta like see or notice.
Yeah, I guess it's just like a sixth sense almost.
Yeah, that's screen time for you.
Speaking of which, we got 100 lot up here in the NASDAQ 25,689. There we go. They just moved it up, 692.
Let me put 88 and 0.75 then as my first TP. If he wants to be funny there, I'll fill you, bud. No problem.
Yeah, we are so close to popping this thing. We are so close to popping this thing.
Yep. The Russell, man, is just making new highs.
Let's go, Russell.
I love that market. I love that market. 26.21 last trade over there. 25,682 last trade here in the NASDAQ. House Cat and Yusuf still both long. Really nice trade we got going on here. Bought near the lows of the range and now letting the market cook. At some point, you'd have to think that we're not going to stay in this range, right? There we go. Order filled. Beautiful sound, especially when it means you're getting paid.
Very nice. And now we can move our stop to break even.
Nice.
Yeah, we're break even.
We did fill one. Got 35 points on it.
Nice job.
You going break even too, Dolby?
Yes. Yes, we are. Question is just how do we start managing this trade?
Yeah, we got to take something out of this.
Yeah, because you only got one contract, right? So you can't
take 40 points at least.
Yeah, good call on that.
I'm gonna take another one right at 700 if we can get filled there.
I like that. Keep big fat round number.
700 would be good. I'd be down for
kind of pushing up into this level, and we saw this yesterday, right? 26,000 was that price on the upside. We saw price trading higher, but volume decreasing. And then all of a sudden the headline came out and we were, down 200 points. So I like the trade management, not saying that that's going to happen right now, but I like the trade management of, getting into a major level where we need to see some convinced buying. And if we don't see it, then I'm going to take some profits off the table. So nice trade here.
There's nothing worse of having a banger of an entry and then just watching it come back to your break even, and you just get nothing for all your effort and patience. It's like you got to get a little something out of it, even if it's not the whole thing or not the perfect exit. It's better than break even and sit in a trade that was just so good.
It's better to win a little bit and learn a lesson than to lose and learn a lesson.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
Does that count as a losing trade? Right? If you have 50 points in the profit, 100 points on profit, and it comes back and stops you out break even, does that count as a loss?
I would say so, because you lost 100 points that you had in your bag. It's just a different way of losing it, but yeah, I'd say so.
I think that happens. I think that happens. Like, I'm sorry to put him on the spot like that, but that happens like Jack on Fortune. Like Jack will have like the bomb ass execution. He'll be 45 points in the money. Then unfortunately, it'll swing right back to him, and you have to get out at break even.
Man, that happens to you once, today, Jay, and that's all you're known for.
Say it again. Yeah, right. Gotta get stopped out. Damn, Jack. Jack not even here to
once like 3 weeks ago. It's never gonna live it. Never gonna live it down. You traded great today, though. You traded great today.
Second one is
here we go. Let's go. All right.
I'm sorry, Jack. That wasn't okay.
That's 80.
No, but Jack's good. I have fun with Jack. He's a big football fan like me.
Right. Nice push here. Nice push. New highs of the day here in the S&P, new highs in the Russell. The NASDAQ has a lot of work to do if it wants to get to new highs, but that's good for this trade if we're going to play catch up here. The Dow making new highs of the day as well. And we're
I
in
moved my
the
stop
right
up a little
trade.
more. At this point, if this thing decides to come all the way back down to the 1 minute VWAP, I don't even want to be in the trade anymore. So I guaranteed myself at least another $28 on this last contract. Hopefully we can get filled at that 25,717 for that full 125 though.
I mean, we're like low key almost going to hit a 100 point banger here if we can pop these 700s.
Right?
Oh yeah.
But we're at a 85 quarter right now. Where's your stop at? You said it was a 1 minute VWAP. What's the number?
Yeah. The 1 minute VWAP is at 25,669.
Okay, so it's a bit further down from where I'm at, but this is too good. That's 50 points at 85s for us. So that's pretty solid.
All right. Beautiful trade here. Great trade management. Yusuf, we got a couple of questions for you before we break here. We got to get to shoulder tap in just a minute. We're going to try to, traders wants to know how you got into this trade. Explain the entry again. And then you got another one from the Rat Pack saying, if this should retrace to another golden pocket measured from the last low, would you re-enter another long? So why'd you get into this trade? Would you add to this trade?
Okay. So initially I really wanted to go at around 9 o'clock. I wanted to take a short at 9:27 p.m. Central Time, but it would never get into that short golden pocket. And it did reject it a little early. So I would beware. I would actually continue. If it goes into the short golden pocket right here and it rejects, I think it's going to flush. That's just based off of, again, just continuously seeing the market do its thing. And the reason being is because it never officially fulfilled the golden pocket based on my strategy earlier.
Gotcha.
That's why I'm very cautious with where I have that TP, because I'm honestly I think it's gonna reject really hard at that 720. But again, that's my own opinion.
Right.
It's top of range, so it could definitely get hairy up there around the 712s, 720s. Yeah. We're just going to keep this thing on, though, and see if we can hit these 737s for the 100-pointer.
Let's get it. Where's the stop right now you have, Dolby?
85 quarter, so it locks in 50 points.
Beautiful
Nothing
trade.
wrong with that. Nothing wrong
Beautiful
with
trade.
that.
Sitting in the money. Let's see if the market gives us more of it. 25,699 and a half last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.71 last trade in the S&P. We got the tilt long. Traders are getting paid 64% long in the S&P, 64% long in the NASDAQ. Beautiful trade. Dolby, way to get back on air. Put on a banger of a trade like you never left. Yusuf, good luck on the goals for the year. The monetary goals, but to me, more importantly, the health goals as well. Health is wealth, of course, right? It doesn't matter how much money we make 100%. If we can't enjoy it. So good stuff, man. Nice trade back on air. We got shoulder tap coming up after this, Aaron and Jack. And then after that, we got group coaching. That form is still pinned to the top of the chat. Gabe, Coach Hoop, and Coach Vince. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hey, friends and traders, as always, please remember to like and subscribe.
Futures traders should know and understand what open interest is. Open interest, quite simply put, is the number of outstanding contracts in a futures product. Why is it important? Open interest can tell you when money is coming into or being pulled out of a specific futures contract. Now, how can you use that to your advantage? When price is rising over time and open interest is increasing, that says that money is coming in to the long side of the market. It's a strong move to the upside. Open interest starts to fall off in that direction, maybe the market's running out of gas a little bit. And the same is true in the opposite direction. If price is moving lower over time on increasing open interest, money is coming into the short side in that market. But if open interest starts to fall off as price continues to go lower, maybe the downside is now out of gas. I hope this simple explanation of open interest is going to help you trade well.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I'm here with Aaron, manager of risk. We popped above that 69.25 in the ES. We've come back to it now, selling off a little bit here. Aaron, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. I know we were talking in the green room. It's finally snowing here in Colorado. We need the moisture, but it's a little chillier than most days. So I'm doing
Are
great.
you
Traders are
are you
faring
from
much better than
Colorado?
I am. Yeah, about an
Okay.
hour north of Denver. Yeah.
Right on. Well, we got champagne powder. How are traders doing? Are they drinking champagne or drinking Fago today? What we got?
A lot of champagne being drunk today. Our traders are doing pretty well in the markets. We can pull up some leaders, but we've got some folks in the $30,000 territory today. Shout out to Catherine R at 31,000 worth of profit. Timothy H right behind her. Hussam, Ondis, and Colin follow in the third, fourth, and fifth spot. But all of these traders are doing great at taking advantage of some of the volatility and action we've been seeing in the equities today. So kudos to all 5 of these traders.
Excellent stuff. Do you happen to know what was Catherine trading today? Do we know
Yeah,
that?
I can tell you.
All right. Real
Catherine was
time. Love it.
trading the NASDAQ today. So all $30,000, $31,000 of her profits came from trading the E-mini NASDAQ contracts.
That's a good day. Very good day. All right. Well, still selling off a little bit here, but this is the time where we go through a card of one of our traders. Who do we got for today, Aaron?
We've got Nick trading with us from Nebraska, as I do in all of these segments when I'm being a part of the conversation. I like to say if I've been there or not. Nebraska, I can't say I have driven through, never stopped and plopped my butt on a couch or anything, but it's pretty flat. It's nice to view as you're driving through it, but I won't talk too much on it. Nick has been trading with us for quite some time. He started back in September of 2024. Trading in the live account for a massive 144 trading days. So shout out to Nick for holding on to this account as long as he has. Some of the metrics might be a little bit more easy to digest based on the sample size we're looking at for 144 trading days. But I'll dive in and get to the average daily P&L of negative 46. The ES and the MES are primarily what he's been trading. I think back when the account first started, might have dabbled in the NASDAQ a little bit, but focuses only on the ES mainly anymore. 71% winning days, 78% winning trades, 11 trades per day, averaging a 1 lot, reward to risk of 1.8 to 1. Oh, and I'm sorry, that 1.8 to 1 should be updated. It's less than 1 to 1 risk to reward based on that 63 to negative 176. Slight error there on my behalf, but hold times pretty short. 1 minute winners for 3 minute losers. So this account's staying afloat, is what I like to say. I think there's a lot to glean off the trade report, and we can dive into that here in just a moment. But I think the main thing I saw on that trade report was, small wins, small gains, holding on to those profits where appropriate, but overall, net negative in terms of an average daily P&L. So we're just, kind of holding right where we're at. Not a lot of movement to the high side, not a lot of movement to the downside. But what are you seeing on that trade report there, Jack?
Well, first off, Nebraska's about the midpoint from where I grew up in Chicago to we'd go out to Wyoming every summer where my grandfather lived. So I've stayed all over I-80 in Nebraska. Stayed in Grand Island, North Platte, Kearney, Omaha, Lincoln. Sand Hills are nice. I hope to do sand. If anyone here is a member at Sand Hills, let me know. We'll work that out. As far as this card goes, it's interesting. There's like a Jekyll and Hyde thing going on with Nick, where aspects of it are super disciplined, and some things seem rather undisciplined. I think I really quick. I did not go to OPRF. I went to public schools, and then I went to the Catholic high school in the town. Anyway, back on this. I just saw someone mention OPRF. I was like, woo. Let's take a look at this histogram first. Here's something I want to show. Sometimes these histograms aren't super interesting. This was on this for 100 and whatever it is, 40 trading days or whatever. The discipline stuff is the biggest day in this account is like $2,000 and change, right? And actually, minus that left tail is a pretty nice looking distribution. That big spike in the middle is a positive between 0 and 250 day. The problem is, I think there's a little tilt going on where this would probably be a profitable account if the left end of that distribution didn't have those outliers that stack at the daily loss limit. This is a 50K account, and then one $2,000 day. Not sure what happened there. If we even it out, we'd probably see this account be positive. That's part one. But now you can have that left tail if you're hitting way bigger winners on the right, but that's not what's really happening here. We can take down the histogram. I think what I want to highlight most about Nick's card, we have a big sample size here, is I think Nick has a little case of the clicky clickies. I was looking through this trading card, or not the card, but like the actual days. And especially, it seems that they're pretty much all trading E-mini S&P or micro S&P. But when I filtered it by the E-minis, there's a lot of these days. They're trading one ES a time and, making like some of these 42 round trips. Like the average is 10 round trips on a one lot. There was one day where there was like 50 round trips. So they're making tons of trades. And given the distributions of profits, I imagine that these are very small trade. I mean, don't trade 51 lots of ES in a day. And even if you think you have an edge there, what we're seeing from this, we have 100 and how many days is it? Like 144 trading days, and you're making 10 trades a day. It's probably like 1,500 to 3,000 one lot ES flips in this account. That's enough data to say it's not working. We are selling off the VWAP right now in the ES. Speaking of that, I think that we need to be way more selective with our trades. There's no reason to flip 51 lots of ES in a day. That's bordering on madness, I would say. I don't know. What do you think about that, Aaron?
I would agree with you. I think there's something to be said with the selectiveness in trades for anyone, but particularly with Nick, I think, like you said, we've got enough data to back up that something has got to give. I think there's something to be said with the average daily P&L being in the red. If we let a trade play out, and you have something set up, you stick to your guns. Don't micromanage a position. I think you might see a little bit more success. So I think there's a couple tweaks. Like we were seeing on the histogram, it's skewed toward that left end only because of those outliers. But we can make a couple adjustments to the strategy, and hopefully that yields some dividends in a positive direction, and we see the needle move back toward the green for the average daily P&L. So I think overall, Nick has been trading well despite the average daily P&L because he's been in the account for 144 days. It's nothing to balk at, but I think if we're looking to sustain some longevity in the account, something's got to change. And again, I think that can be a slight change. So agree with everything you said there, Jack.
Awesome stuff. And yeah, when you're making that many trades, commissions become a non-trivial part of this. I mean, he's paid about $4,000 in commissions. That would bring him very close to break even on the account, which means that we got to adjust the strategy. It doesn't seem to have an edge in the market, but great discipline in other areas. Aaron, thank you for sharing this with us.
Of course, happy to be here.
All right. Well, that's all for Shoulder Tap. Markets are moving, so we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back. We'll have group coaching. We got Gabe, Vince, and Hoop will be here to answer your questions, maybe take some trades. Let me check in on this market real quick. Still selling off here. Let's see what happens. This is Topstep TV. Let's do this thing.
Meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
All right, welcome back, everybody. It is time for group coaching. We got a couple favorites in the house today. We got Vinny Two Ticks in the middle there, coach of the Market Makers, and we got Coach Hoop as well, VIP coaches, Pit Raiders as well on the right-hand side there. Welcome back, gents. Vince, we saw you earlier today for a little bit during fast markets. How you doing since then?
I was doing all right. So I took a stop, obviously, earlier in the Dow, and then I got short the ES. I covered that trade pretty much scratch, but then I took my first XFA silver trade on micro silver, and I did get stopped out on that. So I'm down about $195 on the day, but for silver that was a pretty cheap trade. So I'm not mad at it. We're gonna look for another opportunity here though, maybe in the Dow.
Awesome, sounds good. Coach Hoop, good morning, good afternoon. What's been going on today? I know you've been hanging around in chat. Going on in your world? $5.
Well, that's me. The Air Force is busy today. Same thing, Vinny. Great minds trade the same way sometimes, right? My XFA got locked up last night trading silver. I think I'm sticking to gold. When Shanghai kicks in the overnight session, the volatility is maybe died a little bit last night because we're going to deal with a non-farm number tomorrow, but it's just the amount of risk, even on a micro. Your trade location's got to be pretty spot on. So I just think, maybe I'll look at it again when the dust settles a little bit more. But, the XFA, I want to be taking, A and B setups. And if I can't get good trade location, then, maybe I work on that more in the combine. And the other thing I started looking at, I spent a good part of my career, and Vince, we talked about this before, spreading. And spreading used to be, it's very big in the agriculturals where you're long 1 month, short another, or you're long or short intercommodities. And the big subject on silver has been, you see a lot of people posted in chat and talk about ratios. And when spreads get too wide or too narrow, there tends to be opportunity. So a lot of talk was, once the silver gold ratio got out to like 100, I think it was back in late spring of last year, silver was cheap and gold was expensive. So what happened? We saw this rotation into silver. Now this spread has moved almost $50 the other direction. So now the question is silver a little overvalued? Is gold cheap? So once again, I'm going to start keeping a little bit more attention on that, just to see the last couple of days, and I think traders have noticed it, that you see as correlated as the two have been, they've kind of gotten a little bit off a little bit of how they have been over, let's say, the last month. So I just think that's kind of where we're sitting at right now. So that's the only thing I'm watching in gold and silver. And once again, range bound day, the day before non-farm, and maybe a tariff decision. It's not going to surprise me the rest of the day if we just on equities just tend to range. So play the range.
Yeah,
that's kind of what I'm seeing right now this morning.
I mean, ES has been a chop shop. It's a slow meat grinder to the upside.
100%.
I mean, it's grinding higher, but slowly, and it's just it's vicious range. So what's the saying? I think Dolby says it all the time. Violently range bound or something like that. Then we have the NASDAQ with the B shape, right? Long liquidation. So, and then we have the Dow strong. So Dow is strong. ES is kind of, we have different levels of spice, right? So the Dow's hot.
Yeah.
The ES is mild and or medium, and then the NASDAQ is mild right now. Just not
and
really.
The RTY is the best directional market out there, right, Vinny? I mean,
yeah. I mean, the Russell has been doing its thing, for sure. I think it's trying to get like people interested. Like, hey, look at me,
Right.
So
in that first week of the year, too, Vince, when institutional money starts to roll in, you see this rotation. The question always is, does it last? So I think Anne Marie's back tomorrow. I'd love to. I'm sure she's probably got an opinion after the end of this week too, to hear what she thinks about if this rotation would continue.
She is. She will be on group coaching tomorrow with Hogue and yourself, Hoop. So it'll be a good hour to
there you go.
Speak with her about that. Well, guys, taking a brief look around the markets before we get to some questions. By the way, to everybody out there watching, if you do have a question for either Vince or Hoop, make sure you hit that question form. It's still pinned in the top of the chat, and we'd be happy to take a look at that with you this hour. But real quick, some quote and some prices. We do have both the S&P and the NASDAQ trading inside the middle of the session range. S&P's trading just underneath 6960. NASDAQ 25,640s. Dow is the only one kind of hanging around near highs of session that I'm seeing so far, at least directionally in the equities. We have 49,514 right now trading out in the Dow. Gold and silver also kind of making a creep lower here off the highs of session. Gold 44.62, silver trading 75.05s, and then crude oil is trading right around highs of day at 57.38 a barrel. We don't have any trades on at the moment, guys, do we? We're both flat across the board?
Not here. I'm flat.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and get to the first question. So I offered to Muhammad yesterday because Muhammad had asked about emotional journaling. We briefly talked about it with Hoop and Robert and I, but he wanted to actually get a perspective from Vince. So, Vince, this question is really just directed to you since we already heard from Hoop on this. But Muhammad asked regarding emotional journaling, do you use more of a structured approach? Do you write down what you feel? Like, what does journaling look like for you? Not on the metrics or performance side, but more on the kind of introspective side. What does it look like for you?
Yeah, Mohammed, it's a great question, and I appreciate the question because I think it's very, very important. So when I talk about emotional journaling, and Topstep has I think it's on the website, you could download it. But what I do is I actually journal the emotions I'm going through during the trade. So I will, there's sections on it, and you can, you don't have to write it out. You could use pictures, so like hieroglyphic kind of comments. So, how do you feel before you get in the trade, right? Did you wake up feeling anxious or angry, or are you in a good mood? Do you feel level? And then I'll mark that before I get in the trade, right? So if I'm level headed, I'll just put like a straight line across. And then when I start to put a trade on, right? If I enter into to place a trade, how do I feel at that point? Am I still feeling centered, or am I starting to get a little bit antsy and anxious? And then, so I'll say I'm level again. So I'll put another line. Now I get into the trade. The trade gets executed. How am I feeling? Okay. Did the trade automatically go in my direction? I'm feeling fine. Or did it start to go up and chop around? Now I'm starting to feel anxious, right? So I'll put like some squiggly lines on the sheet. And then while I'm managing that trade, I start to also manage what's going on. So let's say, the trade is 10 points in my favor. I have a 20-point target and I have 10 points. How do I feel? I've noticed in my own personal trading that when I'm in a winning trade, I feel more nervous than when I'm kind of in a flat to losing trade, right? And, that trigger can make people jump out of their trade early, right? Because you're nervous. And I've noticed it over time. So I've been able to determine how I feel at certain points while I'm managing the trade, which helps me to stay in the trade longer. I'm not prematurely exiting the trades. And you got to do this all through documentation. And you put it on your chart. So let's say the market's going up. I'm starting to get more nervous. Maybe my palms are getting sweaty. I'll put like a hand print, or my heart is starting to get, increased heart rate. So I'll draw a picture of a heart. And then at the end of the trade, when you get out of the trade, you also monitor how you're feeling. At the end of the trade, do you feel relieved? Do you feel, are you amped up? All kinds of things. And then you journal that, and then you write your note on what happened with the trade, right? So for example, I've had a lot of this in my journals over the years. Profit target was 25 points in the ES. Market goes up 15, pulls back to 7, bail on trade, goes to target, right? And I can't tell you how many times, and it equaled over like $25,000 in profits just by jumping out of the trade early because you start to get nervous, right? So journal it step by step before the trade, while you place the trade, you enter the trade as you're managing the trade, when you exit the trade, and then you review, right? And you put your notes. So, if your profit target says 10 points, you have a 5-point stop. It goes up 7, pulls back to 5, you bail, it goes to 10, make sure you journal that. And then see how many times you've done this and see how you felt in that particular moment. And maybe that can help you to, I call it the emotional trigger, right? It's like an emotional indicator. You start to sense and feel certain ways, and then you could kind of turn those things off to keep you centered, right? Hope always talks about staying centered. And, when he was a potter with the clay, and you can't make anything beautiful unless your clay is centered. It's the same thing in trading. If you start to feel FOMO or get nervous, or you're anxious, or your heart's racing, or, you might not make the best trading decision at that point. So if you could learn your triggers, it'll help you to fight some of those emotions that might be, hurting your trading performance. So hopefully that helps. I hope you try it, and let us know if you start to learn certain things about yourself emotionally.
Good stuff, Vince. Appreciate you answering that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a good one.
It is indeed. And it looks different for everybody. Robert was a kind of out on the other side of the field when it comes to journaling. He's way more focused on metrics, but that's primarily because he doesn't really trade discretionally anymore. It's all based on algorithm.
More mechanical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
more
It's
mechanical
emotions out.
formulas, statistics. So he's more focused on data analytics than he is on emotional journaling, but it's going to look a little bit different for everybody. I love that answer for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, we got one that was just submitted by Ross. What impact do you think tariff decisions would have on the markets if the tariffs are seen as unlawful? Now, before we say anything, I'm going to preface this by saying this is purely speculative and this is opinion. I don't think there's anything factual about what we're possibly going to dive into when it comes to this conversation. There's going to be opinions on both sides of the field on what tariffs could do to the markets. But gents, do you guys have any opinions on, if the tariffs do end up getting deemed quote unquote unlawful, do you think that have any impact on the current conditions or the market state?
You want to
for
go first?
me,
Yeah.
yeah, I'll go first. I mean,
All right.
Coming from, and this is just a decision or a non-farm or any number that comes out and I think Hogue would probably tend to agree with me. We spent a good chunk of our career waiting for a release or a bell to ring or something to happen to maybe create price action. So whatever comes out of it, it's our ability to react what the market thinks of it. Not necessarily saying, hey, I'm going to have my own opinion of what I think of what could happen, but ultimately it's going to be us to adapt to what the market does as a trader. So I used to have opinions about, interest rate cuts and this and that, and it's great to talk macro, but as a trader, I just over the years try and really just see what the market does, and not just in the first minute or minute and a half if something comes out like we saw yesterday. An algo got a hold of something, and 15,000 contracts get executed at the market. And there's other things that stops are hitting, things like that. So I think a recoil effect could happen from it, but I'm very cautious of having this coming in and thinking what a number should be, and if this happens, it's going to do this, and then what do I do when it does the exact opposite? I'm screwed as a trader because then I start to fight it. I'm not adapting. So I would say I'm more cautious, and I'm going to wait to see what the market reacts of it. And sometimes that can take a little bit. That's more how I would treat it than necessarily, forming an opinion of saying what I think it could do to the market.
Right.
That's
kind of going to the common phrase, and we've heard this on TV before here, but trade what you see, not what you think or believe.
Oh yeah,
right.
100%.
So it's not that it's bad to have an opinion on hypothetically what could it do, but in reality, if the market proves otherwise or violates your bias or your preconceived ideas about what could happen, I think Hoop's point about being adaptable to conditions and market state changes is a big thing to be thinking about. Vince, how about you?
I have one thing I want to add. I have seen in markets, especially in the grains and the cattle and hogs and stuff like, where institutional traders have this big idea that the report was bullish or the report was bearish, and the market comes in and goes the other freaking direction. I've seen it, and Hogue would probably attest to this. I've seen it paralyze traders, and I've seen it cripple them. So that's why, after years of seeing it, I'm when I say flexible bias, I'm going to let the market try and give me the reaction. That's why just to add to that, I've seen it happen so much in the ags and stuff like that, where, that number should be really bullish or really bearish, and then the market says, screw it, we're doing the other way. So, but yeah, go ahead, Vinny. Give me your 2 cents on that.
Yeah, in my opinion, if that does happen, obviously we'll probably see a spike in volatility. Most likely it'll be a temporary spike in volatility because the markets always get spooked, right? Any type of news or uncertainty comes in, the market gets kind of spooked and you'll get a volatile state. But during that volatile state, you'll get a lot of, in my opinion, we'll get a lot of repositioning of positions, right? So you'll have people who maybe had certain, positions on a certain supplier demand levels. They're probably going to start to balance out their books and see, hey, where is this thing really going to be going? And kind of pull out a little bit, let the market shake out, and then finally try to find some footing once the market finds some sort of balance. But I do think in the short time frame, it will get pretty choppy and volatile. However, these markets are so resilient. I mean, if you remember when Russia first bombed Ukraine, the Dow had 3,000 point swings, right? It would drop 1,000 to 1,500 points, rally 1,500 to 3,000 or whatever in the other direction. And then all of a sudden, like, we just bombed Venezuela and nothing happened. The market was kind of dead the next day. So I think we're kind of getting a little bit numb to a lot of stuff that's going on around the globe, but it doesn't mean that things might not get really crazy, right? They might. The S hits the fan at some point. All right. But I do think we will see some sort of temporary spike in volatility, and you just got to be prepared for that. Make sure you're positioned right. But as an intraday day trader, we don't have the same risk as some of these longer time traders, right? They're in big positions in locations, and they can really be affected, right, on certain things like that. So I think as an intraday day trader, we have a little bit of an upper hand because we can limit our risk to the day time frame.
Agreed.
That's good stuff. I think that brings up a good point that there's some things that you can't really prepare for, like the timeline of when particular headlines come out. Some of these things you can kind of assume, like, our president currently has a habit of tweeting pretty regularly. So that's obviously, we're getting a little bit more desensitized to that. But obviously there are larger headlines. So keep an eye or an ear on the wire, or tuning into Topstep TV. We'll always continue to keep our eyes on the ditch here for you as well. But being prepared for the unexpected, there's only so much that you can do. And I think to Vinny's point, it really comes down to just managing your downside, managing your risk, regardless of what happens. Yeah, you might encounter some slippage, but at least you had to stop in, and you're going to get filled one way or the other to get out. You might not like the price that you receive on a market order getting out if something really big happens, but at least you're going to still get out versus having no protection and kind of going through the wind on a headline like that. But yeah, those are good perspectives. I appreciate that, guys. Let's take a brief look around the markets real quick. ES and NASDAQ really haven't gone anywhere since we spoke last. Still trading around 69.60 in the ES, 25,660s in the NASDAQ. As I say that, we popped about a couple points there, but Dow kind of holding strong around 49,500. Gold and silver are looking to potentially continue to the downside here. Gold trading underneath 44.60. Silver is trading around 25.26. And crude is kind of hanging still near highs of session around 57.40 a barrel. Anything we're looking at, guys, before we switch gears back to some more questions? Any levels of interest? Vince, I know you said you were possibly looking at the Dow. Was there anything in particular you're looking for to have happen to signal a trade for you?
Gabe, I've been trying to get along the Dow for 3 days now. no bull, right? I've been trying to get in the market. It just hasn't given me that pullback I've been looking for to get in it to play. It's horrible to say, but 3 days it's rallied. In 3 days, I've been on the sidelines the entire day in the Dow, except for that one short trade I took. But I've been trying to get along this market, and it just does not want to let me in. But I am looking up here to see if we could build a little bit of a base, maybe try to get a little bit more continuation out of this market. But we'll see. I'm not going to hold my breath on it. Right now, the NASDAQ is kind of, if I were to do anything in the NASDAQ, I'd probably be looking for shorts up around 25,690, 95, or maybe longs around 25,600. That would probably be my range there in the NASDAQ. And this ES is just, I was short. I covered, I made back the Dow loss I took, and then I've just been on the sidelines since on that. But it's just grinding to the upside, but it's violently range bound, right? It doesn't look it, but if you look at like this 5-minute chart, look at these candles, right? And this is like barcoding, and it's just chopping people up. So hopefully you guys are on the sidelines. You're not participating in this, out there and in the chat, because it's really not a great market to be in unless you're a scalper, right? Maybe it's a good market if you're scalping up and down. These average true range bars are probably not that big on a 5-minute, probably about 8 points or so. So, just be careful. But the only market I'm really interested in right now is the Dow. I I tried getting long silver on a continuation trade. We took a small loss on that, but other than that, that's kind of selling off too right now. Gold is pulling back. Just got to be patient and see if we get an opportunity here. I mean, there's still a couple hours left in the trading day, so there's plenty of time to get a trade off somewhere.
Indeed. Crude just popped in the highs of session.
Right? You can't force it.
Yeah, gold's one I missed. That was a little bit before we got an air. We just kind of consolidate up there, up around that 70 area, and there's a daily level up there, right? Of course, kudos to good old Hogue. That 71 area, we've kind of failed, that area. Now we're kind of coming to the bottom of it. That just had settlement. I really think ahead of what's going to happen with a number tomorrow. I'm going to, patience is going to be very important. Got impatient last night and it kind of bit me. So, I think right now, maybe if we got to 55, 44, 55 area, at least I can limit the risk there. Maybe looking along at 55 risk, right below 50. But we're getting close.
Sounds good. Crude did pop to new highs of session, by the way, 57.44 a barrel. Last trade here in crude. Now, Vince, you said you've been struggling to get into Dow. Hasn't really given you an opportunity to enter. What type of pullbacks have you really been looking for?
Well, I look for a pretty nice size pullback. Like we've had a couple here today, small ones. But I like a deeper pullback, maybe here to value low. It just didn't get it, and it's been doing this. It's just been rallying, consolidate, rally, and it's really not giving you that pullback. It's kind of just hanging. Now we had this little pullback I'm more interested in, so that's why I might be hunting for a long, but I don't know yet. We're gonna see. It looks like we might still want to drift down here, so I don't know. I'm going to be very cautious, though, with whatever I'm doing here in the Dow. I'm not rushing into a trade at the moment. We'll see if we show some strength here. But right now, it's just kind of a slow drip down. We did have this nice head and shoulders up here in gold, though, like we're hoop set up at 44.70s. You can see we had put in a high, put a little higher high, couldn't take out the high, and then we broke this neckline, and we have a projected move. That's a nice little, short time frame pattern move. Here we get the breakdown of the neckline. It's a $9 move. I mean, the one lot is $900 on that, right? It's not a bad trade. And then we're gonna see if we set up another one right here. All right, see what happens over
Vince,
here.
you're more stingy than Mohammed, so yeah, I know trading with you. You're stingy.
Hey, you got to be sometimes, right? We got to be as cheap as possible, for sure. I love to be cheap. Then I know I could trade for tomorrow. But we might get a little bit of a bigger opportunity here. We're going to see, right? If gold gets some sort of pattern, maybe we'll take another measure, move down here to 44.37. But we'll see. We got to see what we do here, But that's it for gold. I missed that reversal. But
Full Tilt Future says, didn't you all get the memo? Market only go up. That's not been the case for the ES and the NASDAQ, but it has been the case for the Dow and crude currently.
Yeah.
Crude got the memo.
All right, we got a question in chat. Crude is interesting. I know we were short this morning near kind of opening call and ended up getting tagged out a little bit earlier for a nice little small paper cut. We got a question from Root in chat. Hey guys, how can I deal with being on tilt when on a prolonged losing streak? Oop, we'll start with you, man. What's your experience been like on longer than anticipated losing streaks, and how you kind of overcome your potential negative emotions surrounding that streak? How do you get out of that slump?
That's a good one.
It's a large question for sure. It's a lot to unpack.
Yeah, it's a big meatball there. You have to go. I mean, if you're journaling, you might get a little bit better perspective of, are you off of your strategy? Is there once again, there's a lot of external things that can be going on in your life that sometimes you don't pay attention to that can affect your trading. So I think a lot of times I would go back to, for me, because I scalp a lot, I think I have to go gotta have to go back to larger time frame charts. So I'm not maybe in too scalpy of a mode, and just kind of slow everything down a little bit for me. And then looking to see if maybe, I've shared this a lot in Discord with people and said, Coach, I'm really struggling with this. I don't get it. And I said, did the market state change that you're trading? And they're like, yeah, it's rollover. Well, your trading might be okay, but the market's changed. So, identifying what's going on inside, let's say, a market or two that you trade, if something's changed. Just like we talked about, like, to me, maybe why gold and silver to me traded a little bit different is maybe the catalyst of what I was looking at was maybe not what was going on, specifically to each market, but the ratios of what's going on between the two. So, I ran across somebody and says we're all commodity detectives, that a trader said, and I think that's a great way to take a look at your trading, because when you're Sherlock Holmes and you're figuring all this crap out, you look like the hero and everybody loves you and whatever. But when you're, Inspector Gadget, it's different. So I think sometimes you have to dig pretty deep to see what's changed. Is it you? Is it the market? Or once again, is it some things externally that you're bringing into your trading each day? So that's kind of how I would go about it.
Vince, how about you? $5.
$5. We both owe.
I was saying, if the chat isn't sure of who Inspector Gadget is or Sherlock Holmes, you got to Google that. It's pretty cool stuff from back in the day. Yeah, so going into drawdown and trying to get out of the funk, huh? That's the question.
Yeah. So how do you get out of?
I think it's another really great question. It's a really great question, and it's difficult, right? It depends on, are you a new trader? Are you a seasoned trader? I think so. Just on own personal events, right? I was trading professionally, came into a drawdown phase that lasted a couple of months. I wasn't getting slaughtered, but I really wasn't going anywhere. And you start to question yourself, right? And you're in this slump, and you start to question what you have going on. Did I lose my mojo? What's going on? Why isn't things working? Things were working before, right? And you got all these things going through your head, and then you start judging yourself. And that's the worst thing that you could possibly do, is to start judging yourself, right? Sometimes the markets, like Hoop was saying, it will change and it'll strip your gears. It may not be aligning with your strategy at that particular moment. Okay. So what I've done, one, is you got to emotional journal. Okay. Two, there's a great book out there. It's not a trading book. It's Positive Intelligence. And it talks about, us self-sabotaging, right? So when we get into that point where our performance is lagging and we start to question ourselves and judge ourselves and oh, I suck at this, or, what the hell am I, whatever it is, right? We start to judge and we start to self-sabotage sometimes. Anybody ever have, in the chat, and this is a direct question, has anybody ever gotten into some trades, you made a couple of mistakes, right? Or maybe you missed a big trade and now you go into this self-sabotage mode, you blow up your account because you're angry, you go on tilt, you're mad, right? That is self-sabotage. We don't have to go in with a 10 lot to try to pass the combine because we're angry, right? That's self-sabotage. There's a good likelihood that you're going to blow up, right? And you don't care, right? It's the effort moment, and you don't want to get to that point. So I think the emotional journaling is definitely going to help you with this situation, plus maybe some other of the psychologists out there who've been on Topstep TV, they have a lot of good advice on this topic. But I think if you can have a trading plan, okay, and your trading plan inside and out, your numbers, your business, a trade then will just become a trade at the end of the day, right? Because over a certain amount of time, you have X amount of performance, and past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results, right? Futures trading involves risk. But, you can kind of get an idea, hey, how bad was it? Okay, I took 18 stops in a row. That was my worst drawdown period, right? So when you get to stop number 10 or number 11, hey, I've been here before. My worst drawdown was 18 stops in a row. Most likely I might start to come out of this thing. And if you don't, you have to start reevaluating, right? Because something is not right. Okay. But you can't strategy jump, because sometimes when our strategy stops working, right away we look for the next best, shiniest lure out there and we jump to it. And then what happens to that shiny object? That one stops working. So now your P&L goes from down to more down, right? So you want to be able to journal your emotions, and you need to focus on building a trading plan that you can try to become consistent, right? By following. Like I did this in my session last night, and showing people how we could take, we didn't even know if this thing would work. And we did it. We put a couple of rules behind it, and, it had a pretty decent result. It wasn't, great, but it had a decent result. And in a very, very short time frame, we did it. So I think you need to learn your numbers, okay? And that'll help you with moving forward, okay? Because your drawdown phase, you're going to have a drawdown. I'm going to have another drawdown. Hoop's going to have a drawdown, right? Gabe's going to have a drawdown phase. We're all going to go through it. Some of us might be a day or two. Some of us might be a week or two or a month, okay? It's like a baseball player. I was telling people this last night. A baseball player bats at 350 or 400, they're in the Hall of Fame, right? Even if they're over 300, that's a Hall of Fame. So figure that as your 30% win rate in trading futures, right? You could go into the Hall of Fame with a 30% win rate, okay? If you're getting on base and you're scoring, you can do it with that type of a metric. But what happens to these baseball players? They go in there, they're hitting home runs left and right, they're doing everything great, and then all of a sudden they can't hit the ball for 2-3 weeks. This is just like trading. It's the same situation. And it's your mental state that's going to help you get through it. If you keep on self-sabotaging yourself, it's going to take you much, much longer to get out of it. And, sometimes you need to step away a little bit, take a breather, okay, reevaluate, go back, test what you've been doing, and try to tweak it little by little and try to get yourself back on track. But it could be very difficult, especially if you start judging yourself. If you're used to a certain type of performance or success or whatever the case is, it could be even harder, I think. When you're newer, you can flow through it because you're new. But I think once you're more established, I think it becomes even harder when you get to that point when you're not performing at your best.
Ego tends to try to get in there a little bit.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Oh yeah, the God complex, that's the worst thing, right? If you start feeling the God complex, so on the reverse side of things, if you start feeling like you can't lose, that is when the big loss, it's lurking right around the corner. Like, no joke. It's like a ticking time bomb. You'll start feeling like, wow, I put on every trade, I'm winning. Even when I'm trying to lose, I can't lose. And you start to get that. And we've all been there, right? I'm sure everybody here has been there, be honest. And right that next, like, either day or trade or whatever, you bury yourself, right? Now you got to do a lot of work to get back. And you just want to try to avoid these things. And by emotional journey, you can learn the triggers, okay? And maybe help with the self-sabotage.
Yeah, Vince, one trigger that I got to still find out is why the heck I go and blow up the day after a payout. What's like, there's something about that particular moment in my current experience, right? It's after taking any money out of the markets, why is it that I go in with a full hot head of steam into that next trading session?
Well, I'm going to assume this, right? You know what assuming does, but what I'm going to assume is you took the payout and you're coming in the next day with extreme confidence, right? I got to pay out. I'm making money. And that confidence sometimes makes us a little bit more lax on our risk management or our performance, right? We just get a little bit more easygoing, maybe put on a little bit more size because now, hey, I just got paid. Maybe I can up this thing and scale up. So, just be very, very careful, right? But I think sometimes overconfidence will get us. So that's why Hogue always says, be humble, creative, and grateful in your trading. Humble. Whenever we're not humble, right, we can eat humble pie, and it's going to happen in future trading with everybody, right? It doesn't matter who you are. even Walter Jones, right? You watch his documentaries. The guy lost like 5 or 7% in one day, millions upon millions of dollars, right? I mean, that's a big loss, 5 to 7%. You know, if you're taking a huge loss like that, that'll tug at you too, right? So even the best of the best experiences drawdown and
the trading gods are always watching, Vinny.
Yes, absolutely. It's like they're just waiting for you to slip up. You know, it's like, go ahead. You know, don't put a stop in today. You know,
Right.
I'll do a mental stop. You know, oh, I got ticked out by 4 ticks on the last 5 trades. Let me not put a stop in. I'm going to watch it, see how it reacts, and then I'll exit at the market.
Right.
And then you don't. And then you start putting more on, right? The more on trade. And then before you know it, you know, the market. I saw this meme. It was on Instagram or something. I sent it to my son. It's like when you click the buy button and then it shows the red candle going down off the screen around your whole desk area onto the floor.
Yeah.
I got to send it to you guys. I'm going to find it.
That's
It
a
was
good one.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a good one indeed.
100%.
All right. Well, Root, I hope that helps. Root says, thanks, guys. Some externals that I must say
Hey,
since
welcome.
August of last year. Lucky to have Topstep.
That'd help.
We're rooting for you. Did you get that one?
Yep.
Rooting for you,
Absolutely.
Root. All right. Right over my own head, but it's all good. All right, guys. Well, hey, it's been a fun segment. We're happy to have the both of you here on our coaching staff. Grateful for all of what you do for our traders here in the Discord as well. If you haven't already, make sure you go check out our Discord. If you're not in there, you can catch these guys weekly doing sessions. As Robert mentioned yesterday in group coaching, we are going to try to get a little bit more specific and intentional about communicating ahead of time in the future what topics are of those sessions. So you can plan ahead and say, hey, is this going to be exactly what I'm looking for, exactly what I need right now? Maybe I want to tune into next week's instead, use my time and go check out another coach's session. But make sure you tap in with our Discord. In the meantime, we're going to take a brief break. Gents, thanks again for spending an hour with us here. And we have Deanna,
Thank
JD,
you.
and Dolby Time coming back for Trade with Topstep next. But this is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Even. Order bid, half bid, the orders bid, even bid. Now I'm a seller. Order, half, the orders, and even.
What's up, everybody? This is Dolby Time from Topstep TV, here to talk about some of the cool new features that we have for the new dashboard. My favorite one is going to be reset banking, something that did not exist back when I was doing trading combine. So what you can do, you can bank a reset with every trading combine rebuild, and you can use it on any active account at any time. So that means if you're trading in the month of June and you don't use any resets in June, that means that free one that you typically get on your rebuild date is going to get rolled over into next month. So how cool is that?
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It's time to trade with Topstep. Over there on my far right, my other bookend, we got Dolby Time back in action, and our guest of honor in the middle, Coach Deanna, head coach of the Chameleonaires, Topstep VIP. Deanna, how are you doing this afternoon? Actually, what time is it?
Oh, it's very late. It's 7 p.m.
Party time.
7 p.m.
Yeah,
I should have known that.
It's my bedtime almost.
So you've been at it all day long. How are the markets treating you
Yeah.
today? What's going on?
Pretty drama-free today. Yesterday, not so much, but today, pretty drama-free. So I did one tiny little trade whilst I was on my Euro stream today. There was a short silver. Then I did another short silver, and then I kind of stayed out of it until post 9 a.m. Central. And then I tried one a little long on copper, but I killed that really quickly because it wasn't really going anywhere. And then I shorted copper as well and grabbed a few tickies, as you would say, JD. And that's pretty much it for now. Yes, couple tickies, yeah.
Very good. Very good.
Yeah.
Dolby Time, you have the keys to the house account today. If you see a trade, let us know and we'll talk through it. That would be excellent. Some markets are on the move right now. I'm going to check in on the tilt real quick. We've got in the equities, well, a little flat in the tilt. 53% short in the ES, 53% long in the NQ, 56% long in crude, and 59% short in gold. Gold is officially settled for the day, and we're going to have settlement time for energies coming up in about 28 minutes or so. All right, guys, let's get into these markets. Dolby Time, what's your market of choice right now?
It's going to be
what do you think
either
about
micro NASDAQ or the RTY, which we've had some success actually trading when we last left off, I think in December. So we had 2 trades in there. I think we ended up positive. It's a fun market to trade. If you are kind of hell-bent on trading E-minis, you can get away with 1 or 2 of them in the RTY without kind of breaking the bank. So it's pretty fun, kind of similar to the Dow, the YM in that regard. Other than that, micro NASDAQ has been a good trade for us today. We were on with Yusuf and got a 50-point banger and had a really good exit in hindsight. So I think we got out at around like 85s and we were long around the 35s. That was in the 11 a.m. segment. So good call by him for the entry and the exit. I think he was actually looking for a little bit higher of a take profit up around like the 712s or 720s, but he was pretty wise, I think, to cut those, or at least most of them around the 700s, because big round number in NASDAQ, and those behave themselves pretty well. So, and we're getting a bounce in the NASDAQ right now. So the range is just very, very rangy in the NASDAQ. So we'll see if we can buy the lows, sell the highs, but we're also keep an eye on the RTY as well. But I'm not seeing as quite good of a range quite yet. So
sounds good.
Those are the only ones.
Yeah, looking at the ES, we did just get some decent buying coming in there. But as you said, range is going to range, and we are in it right now. Just stopped at a 9-period EMA in the ES, which I have at 69.59, trading at it right now, right on top of it. All right. Deanna, anything catching your eye at the moment? There's a market going into the close that you would be in right now. It's moving.
I mean, crude oil and energies are moving. Let me have a look at our Bob.
What is crude oil doing right now? Crude is moving.
It popped. It popped. I don't know why.
Deanna, are you surprised at all that crude oil did pop on the Venezuela news? I would have thought that maybe it would be pushing prices down to have finally. I mean, Venezuela has the largest oil reserves in the world. I mean, if those get tapped, would you not think that
bad
that's
infrastructure? It's bad infrastructure. I think the issue is, I think that we have to look at it from the production side of things, and I think they're capable of producing, what was it, 1,000 per day, whereas the U.S. is like 13,000 or something like that. Like, it's a stark difference in the ability to produce. So it's okay to have reserves, but is that actually going to do anything for the United States in the long run? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is why I think
it's
the
the heavy
reactions were a
stuff.
bit mixed. Yeah, and they don't really know what to do with this. Like, are we up? Are we down? And obviously, right now, it's not yet anything to short against. Not to say it might not be in the future, but for now, they're obviously seeing that as a positive.
Yeah,
It is it's a complicated subject, that's for sure. We're definitely just dipping our toe in the water with this 20 to 50 million barrel takeaway, I guess you could call it. Are we borrowing it, or we're gonna watch over it for a little while? As far as refining goes, let me look at these 50 million barrels. Let me hold them. Just let me hold them.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold them. That's it. You can't touch them, but I'll hold them. They're safe. Don't worry about it.
I don't know what the situation is in Venezuela with refineries. Are they open? Are they active? Do we need to send people down there to get them working again? Do we have to train people? Is anybody able to do those jobs there right now? I have no idea. What it's
So
like.
I've looked into that. I've actually looked into that, JD, because I am still interested. Apparently, their infrastructure is in terrible shape. So yeah, there is something functional, but the upgrade needed to bring it where it should be, it's going to take billions of dollars of investment and years to implement. So it's
I believe it.
It's very tricky. It's not as black and white as it seems.
Mm-hmm. Tip of the iceberg. This could go on for years. So here we are. The price of crude oil does not actually reflect the outcome just yet.
No. I mean, 58 looks interesting. There's a gamma wall up there. If we can maybe reach up there, but we're gonna run out of time though, so we'll see. Yeah, I don't know. Nothing's really kind of grabbing me. Equities look horrible to me, but Dolby, you're probably enjoying that.
I think they look beautiful.
This is Dolby's bread and butter. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. Like the hard part for me is opening up a chart in the morning and not trying to place a trade, because I end up, you wait 2 hours, 2.5 hours later, then you get just the slowest ranges, and it's like, damn, if I had just waited, if I had just slept in a little bit more, I would be a much better trader. Said no trader ever, but if you're a range trader, it kind of works for you.
That kind of works for me as well. 2-3 hours into the session, I start getting a really good idea of what they want to do with it. I was never that great trading during the messiness of the initial balance, because there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, maybe if you're a scalper, you can resonate with that. But for me, it's always like, oh, up, down, up, down, up, down, up. It's like, make up your mind, come on. Or it's just like straight up or straight down. And you're like, oh, great, how do I catch that? I don't know. So I like calmness, and I like it to settle a little bit. And then I'm like, oh, okay, I see what you did there, okay. And then I can start to formulate where my risk is going to be and everything. Every time I rush, that's, not a good day. It's like, oops, I should have seen that coming. And then I'm like, oh, why didn't I just wait? So, yeah, I prefer to have 2 to 3 hours of data before I actually start getting involved.
I'm with you on that one. I think the open is trash. I'm pretty vocal about it. I think it's terrible trade. It's so hard.
Some people love it. So they're like, orb.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
A lot of people absolutely live for that opening trade.
Yeah.
Or for the open.
Well, if you don't like trading that long, it's great, because you're going to find out if you're right or wrong pretty damn fast. So if you like your trading sessions to be half an hour or under, I mean, go for it. I just hated waking up and then, trading the open like a dumb and then having my day be over in 15 minutes. And it's like, great. What am I going to do now?
Yeah.
You gotta have a plan going into it.
It feels like somebody punched you in the face as well. It's like, oh, I don't need that in the morning. Jesus Christ. And then you get a little bit annoyed at yourself more than anything.
100%.
You really should have some kind of strategy if you're going to trade the open. You shouldn't just go in there shooting from the hip, You got to watch it. Watch it for a couple of weeks before you start trading it. Fade the first move kind of thing,
Wide stops, small position size.
It can be very tricky. It moves real fast in both directions, typically.
Yeah, I mean, look at the NASDAQ today. What have we sold off? 800 down to, let's say, 610. That was your open in 15 minutes. That's
It's one day before NFP. You know, I was kind of expecting similar things to play out in metals as well, some profit taking, and I think that's what we're seeing here. And typically, once you have a B-shaped day, what I like to do is focus on the value area that comes later in the day, and then just try and see what they do around the value low of the developing value, and then maybe there's another trade there, specifically at NQ. ES looks a bit more messy. I don't know what they're doing there.
Yeah, NQ's starting to dip a little bit here.
Yeah, it looks like they keep faking us out. It looks like every half hour or so, it looks like it's poised for a leg lower, but it never seems to happen. Maybe it'll happen this time. Let's take a look at the NQ. All right. Around, well, we're back to the swing low here. I won't even call it a swing low. 25,619 quarter, right at the bottom there. We double bottom that?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see how it reacts. Is anything, Dolby, is this an opportunity for a cheap long?
100%.
Are you hands off?
Nope, definitely hands on. 600s, I think, would be pretty interesting for a long, potentially. But I'm also looking at the RTY, and maybe that could be an interesting short. So I'm kind of stuck between the two. We have a nice little 15-minute range in the RTY. The problem is that we're pretty far away from it, like 2620, or yeah, 2620s is kind of the high of the 15-minute range in the RTY, but now we're getting down to the bottom of it, so it'd be more of a chase. Maybe if we could like break 2614 and then like retest, it might be like a short opportunity to get it further down. Otherwise, for micro NASDAQ, I think we have we've had buyers come in pretty consistently, you know, kind of on this like Dorito wedge on the bottom. So maybe these 600s to 580s could be a good target to get long. So we could get some orders in for sure.
Google Work says NVIDIA is tanking.
Is it now?
So I guess this would be a good time to check in on our MAG 7. Got Apple down 1.4%, Amazon up 1.7%, Google up 1%, Meta down almost 1%, Microsoft down 1.4%, Nvidia is down 2.7% and falling, and Tesla's up about 0.4% at the moment. That's your MAG 7 check-in. I'm going to refresh my platform and see if the tilt has changed at all. Oh, hang on a second.
Yeah, we have a nice little cushion here. We got like $97 from that first trade we had. So we got at least, we could do a micro or two here. I mean, is there any reason for this to be selling off? Is like anything, nothing's really going on, right? We have a lot of news coming up. So, you know, is this just like a cyclical sell off?
It does tend to happen a lot pre-NFP because they are rebalancing portfolios for the big release. So they kind of shave some off, and that's when you see these B-shaped profiles. I'm looking at NatGas. Natty might be interesting here into the close. We have 15 minutes until NYMEX is done.
We've got 600 on the 51 half bid in the S&P. Listen to this quote from President Trump that just came out too. The U.S. needs to abide by international law. That's a quote.
Okay, that's a positive.
Is that it? Okay. Was that during the photo shoot or before, after?
Yes, there is a photo shoot happening, isn't there? Did that already happen?
Well, I don't know. I want to see the pics, though. Commander-in-Chief. I want to see how fresh he's looking.
I think all the major stuff is out already. 2 o'clock Central Time, top of the hour. We'll get that consumer credit. We're going to see how much debt the American public is in. Credit card debt, that is.
I'm going to say a lot. I had to guess. And this looks
We're getting some movement to
pretty
the
dang
downside
heavy
here.
right now. This is,
Yeah, it
yeah,
does.
we're not getting, this is no longer consolidation on the 1 minute or 5 minute. This is kind of breaking down here. If we can get a little bit of structure around these 600s, we could try to long, but I don't like the long candlesticks into a range. Typically,
Right,
that
I'm
means
trying to long
momentum.
that gas.
You got to long that gas? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I'm on the 1 hour chart right now. Maybe there's a chance that we run the 1 hour candle at 9, and that would be 570. So about 35 points lower from here. And maybe there'd be an
Gotcha.
opportunity to get long down there. So that would really be the cheap trade. We'd be trying to get long down there. And this thing's getting heavy. What's any news? Nothing? Got nothing? We're almost
Yeah, I
down
see you
1%
working
now.
something. What's going on over there, Deanna? You in the market?
Yeah, net gas long into
Ooh,
the
natty, let's go.
settlement. Yeah. So
Yes.
I'm long one.
What's the price?
3,386.
3,386.
Hmm.
Long. Coach Deanna. Long one natural gas, 3.386.
We've got a nice P&L on the day already.
Yeah, it's all right. I've got some budget to spare.
Yeah, it's all
How
right.
does
All right.
how does natty gas move?
You know
Slow?
what?
Is it
It hasn't really. Yeah, it hasn't. It depends. It's very seasonal, but it hasn't moved traditionally upside during the winter months this year. In fact, they keep kind of running it lower and lower, and that's because they probably have enough reserves, and maybe it hasn't been cold enough. I don't know, a combination of the two. But usually, towards the end of the day, you can kind of catch these little pops into the close because there's always some kind of enforced hedging into settlement that happens. And these kind of trades used to be my bread and butter when I was only trading crude oil. So nat gas is similar. It is a NYMEX product. But yeah, we'll see. I'm not looking for a lot here, so we'll see. We might run out of time. We have 12 minutes, so whatever it does in that space of time, that'll be it.
damn? Should have just bought those 600s. You got nice momentum on that trade so far. What's
Mm.
JD?
Would you call
was
that a
it-
liquidity
was it-
grab down there?
Yeah, I mean,
What's
yeah,
up?
it's just the Dorito is just Doritoing. You know, those higher lows have been pretty consistent. You know, it's kind of like, you know, when Dre and I are like, you know, what's the scary trade? It's like, it's kind of scary buying 600s when it's just sold off 50 points. But then, you know, buyers come right back in. Yes, I did hoop.
But that's the
I
range.
did miss those 600s. It's the range. Yeah, I live by the range,
Yeah.
die by the range. Was it, JD, was it your dad or was it Hoop who has, like, your dad has the thing about the lumber, right? You see, like, the lumber on the train, right? It's
Yep,
like bullish or something. Wasn't there something for natty gas, like in the Midwest?
Well, seasonally, natural gas has a tendency to rise during the winter months because it costs
Okay.
more to heat your home. And the majority of people living in the Midwest and the East Coast, colder climates, or the North, use natural gas to heat their homes. So you see a natural seasonal tendency for natural gas prices to rise during the winter months.
What if I see people in shorts outside right now, JD?
What's the
Oh,
temperature in
UK.
Chicago right now? I don't even know.
It's like 50.
50, 52 degrees out. I actually have it in the corner of my screen right here.
English over here are like polar bears, like my husband being one of them. It's like super cold out, and he's in a t-shirt, and I'm like in full winter gear, you know, like freezing my ass off. And he's like, "What? It's not even that cold." I'm like, "You're insane."
Richard Harris, is this a 3-bar reversal? I'm joking. You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer. Wait, was it Richard or Joe Black that went on the tangent about the 3-bar reversal and how it's fake? It doesn't work.
I don't know.
One
if
of
that
them.
was Richard
One of them
Harris.
doesn't like it. One of them doesn't like it.
Context.
It was a nice bounce we're seeing, though. Decent volume. It was for real. But we're right back mid-range again.
Yep. And nice bounce in RTY as well. I'm actually going to split these charts up so I can see both at the same time. Aha, there we go. See what we can do here. That would have been an interesting long in the RTY. Less talking, more trading.
All right, so because this is like a really quick trade and we're going to run out of time, I'm going to do something I don't do very often, trading the stop, purely because if this comes back, then it's not going to do what I want it to do. So if we lose momentum now, that's not the trade that I want, and I want to keep most of my profits today. So.
What's the price per tick there in the natty
It's
gas?
$10. $10.
$10. Okay, just like crude oil. Okay, cool.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Same.
Moving the stop
Have you converted
into
anybody?
break even. Do you put your stops right at break even, or do you give your?
I give it a couple ticks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because then, you know,
like
if
to
it
call
stops
it-
you exactly at break even, then you have a commission cost. So it's like, oh, great.
Yes.
Still
Yeah,
down
then
money.
you see like
do the same
minus
thing.
250 on your screen, just enrages you. It's the worst.
We used to call it
Horrible.
we used to call it leaving some room for the Holy Spirit. Slippage
That's
and
right.
commissions. Slippage and
That is-
commissions.
That's exactly right. All right, if we get back down to
stepping in
600.
there. Okay.
Yeah, a little bit.
It'll be time to set the price. If we get back down to 600s, we're gonna take a swing.
Yeah, why not?
Let me pull up the
Hey,
micros.
That's a quick 40 points, man. That's a
Mhm.
quick 40 points. That's a good living right there. That's one trade. That would have been a couple $100. Got to be fast though.
I think you're gonna get these 600s.
Yeah, no, I don't want them this time though. We'll see.
Right.
We will see. You know, it looked real scary getting down there. It had like a lot of momentum.
It did. It looked real
But,
heavy.
You know, you just gotta trust the levels. I think that's sometimes the trouble of being a range trader is conflating like momentum in the range trades. It's like momentum can die at the drop of a tick, you know, and just reverse on you super fast. And it's like, as a range trader, you're not really trading momentum. You're really just trading levels. Unless you really have like a system in place to like measure what kind of like volatility or momentum you're looking for, you don't like for that trade, then it's just a guess and a hunch. And then if you're just doing hunches, it's not great. So we should have just gotten in there. Ooh, wow.
Yeah, for range trading and liquidity grabs, you've got to be fast.
Right. You do have to be fast.
Yeah.
Do you
Tape
use
helps, I find.
do you like using hotkeys, Dolby?
Only for the
Are you
reversal
are you a
challenge.
point?
Seriously, I mean serious. It's only for the reversal challenge. But I don't like hotkeys. I don't like hotkeys.
No.
I'm I
I'm
don't want to be trading
old
that
and
fast.
slow for hotkeys.
Yeah.
JD, do you
Find
like
myself quicker
hotkeys?
with
Do
them.
you use them?
Yes, I use the hotkeys, of course.
Really?
Really?
Oh.
Okay.
I react quicker
I
with
always
them.
have this yeah, I always have this vision that something's gonna go really wrong.
I don't have
Well, I
market
have a
orders on my
hotkey on
hotkeys.
fire,
I have
though.
join. Yeah, I don't use market orders on my
I
hotkeys.
join bid,
I have
yeah.
join bid,
That makes
join bid, join ask, and I use the up and down arrows. Up is join bid,
Right.
down is join ask.
I mean, I have a valid reason
Come
to
on.
not use hotkeys for like real trading is that my cat just lives on my desk.
Oh.
He's right. He's next to me
Mhm.
right now. So there's a very real possibility that he could accidentally hit buy or sell if his paws somehow land on the 2-button combination. So
Good
it's
thing
a
about
safety
dogs,
measure.
they are not jumping up on tables, so
It's true.
unless I leave my laptop
Yeah,
on.
it's a dangerous life for a trader,
over
Dolby.
here.
Dangerous life for a trader over there. It's another. It's a totally. It's a whole new added layer of risk right there, right?
Yeah.
You got to
Gus
account for all of
risk.
it.
The Gus
At risk.
parameter.
That's
yeah,
right.
it's worse than slippage. Horrible slippage.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. Oh, I got the cat bed right here. He's taking a nap. That's what he does. Sleeps all day. It's amazing.
I've got 5 dogs in here. They're all asleep because we took them out for a walk.
Yep.
All right, I'm
Boomers.
going to take this off for whatever. Ah, no! What happened?
Uh-oh.
Ooh,
Bad finger.
I malfunctioned. Yeah, but
You got $100.
Oh, instead of flatten, I hit join bid. But yeah, I got about.
Good move though. Let that be a lesson,
Something out
everybody.
of it.
Whenever you make a mistake like that, don't think about it. Just get out.
No, just get out.
Don't try and trade your way out of it. Don't think maybe you'll get lucky.
This is just tiredness because this is like a long day for me, and I was like, it's like, yeah, it's all good though.
Comment in the chat says, Dolby, you should try and pass a combine with only cat trades. See what happens.
Oh,
And
I'd
Gus
watch
pass
that.
a trading combine.
Dude, that would be
That's
so
good TV
funny.
right there.
Yeah.
Gus hour.
Yeah.
Gus the Trader hour.
How would we set that up?
Do you remember?
We would.
Do you remember Toonces the Driving Cat from Saturday Night Live? We could have Gus the
No.
Trading Cat on Topstep TV.
What would you do? What if we got like 50 keyboards, put them in a pen with all of your dogs, and then they just ran around, and then they
You just put them on
placed
the floor
trades
and
by
they would
running
run around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
think we could make that happen.
Well,
Pretty
one of my dogs uses fluent pet buttons. So he actually, we have 3 dogs, but one of them is like really conversational. The rest of them are a bit random. So I would kind of guess that I might be able to train Bernie to press some buttons. So that wouldn't
Wait,
be
how do you
fair.
teach your dog? Teach your dog English?
Yeah. So I have these fluent pet buttons where you record the words onto them, and I started
Oh, yeah.
them very, very early. Yeah, and then when they were all younger, he was the only one that really took to them. So obviously we started with one button. So then he learned how to go outside, press the button, go outside. Then the second one was cuddle. Then we had I stayed away from the food-related buttons because if you teach them
Yeah.
food and they're food-driven, that's all they're ever going to learn. And
I
it's like-
definitely
and they're just
made
gonna
that
be-
mistake with my dog. Yeah.
Yeah.
Never stop it.
Yeah, he's hilarious. Like he bosses me around. Like if I'm just doing stuff in the kitchen, he he goes to the soundboard and goes, "D sofa, no." I'm like, whoa, okay.
Whoa, wow, that's cool.
And or he tells
Do
me
you
to go to bed. Tells me to go to bed.
Really? Wow,
Yeah.
that's that's pretty cool.
It's not like it's not philosophical discussions, but he voices his opinions a lot, and you can tell what he's thinking. Sometimes when he's thinking about doggy daycare, he's got a button for that, which is doggy school. So he goes doggy school, and then he looks at you inquisitively. So I'm like, tomorrow, Bernie, and he knows tomorrow as well because I told him that. Yeah, I said we go sleep and then tomorrow, and he's like.
Whoa.
And recently, one of our females started getting interested in the buttons, and she's quite funny because she was very anxious, a bit of a late bloomer. We thought she wasn't very intelligent. We were like, oh, God, not the shop school in the box, are you? But recently, she's taken to the buttons, and she talks. So she's like, whenever my husband goes to the gym, she goes, James went. James went, because I taught them went means somebody's gone bye-bye kind of thing, and it's kind of like talking to 2-year-olds. That's the level of
Right.
conversation, but it's still fascinating. Like if somebody told me I was going to have a talking dog like 5 years ago, I would be like, yeah, get out of here. But yeah, it's definitely possible. They have an interesting little brain there.
Well, buy and sell is next, so
Yeah.
get them trained up. See who's the best trader.
Yeah.
If you're
Negative
not good,
Gallup.
you get
What do we do?
kicked off the
We
islands.
go long. Yeah.
Well, we did not get back to the 600s yet. We'll see if we can. RTY is bidding back up. Ooh, a little jump there in the RTY. Trading 26.17.
That last 5-minute candle in the micro NASDAQ was really, really light, really small.
Right, so NYMEX
tick.
has been and gone. wouldn't have gotten too much more out of it anyways. So unless somebody's buying aftermarket, I probably got the most I could into the settlement there. Settlement.
Yeah, there's not. I feel like that might have been the one opportunity for this segment. Hopefully, we get another one. But the big run numbers in NASDAQ are just so good.
Yeah.
700,
Like 600, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, 700, 600s. It seems like NASDAQ more than like any other market just really, really respects those big round numbers.
I think
very reliable.
most products do. And I think it's to do with the optional strike prices. So that's why I try not to. Yeah, I try not to go in at the round number. I try to go right under it or right above it, because it's never a good thing. Like, you place a stop at a round number, you're just asking for it. Like, I'm sorry. And then it's like, they're hunting my stops. No, they're not. But, okay.
No, you just put it where literally everybody else did.
Yeah, really terrible stop loss placement. So get better.
Oh, it's Capital One interns. They're hunting your sim stops.
Yeah.
The Capital One interns. I love it.
JD, you seeing anything in these markets?
We're mid-range, back mid-range right now. I'm looking at the NQ. We are seeing some buying stepping in, but is it sustainable the way these markets have been moving all day long?
RTY.
Basically just sideways with contracting ranges, right?
Yep.
I'll draw it in for you if you don't see it.
Oh, someone has a good idea. Says unconditional love. Says the success of training a dog would be much better with someone who actually trades like a pro. I don't. Just reward them when pro hits it, and dog will react when those emotions repeat. Not a bad idea.
Huh. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah.
That seems like a niche market right there.
My dad said something along those lines the other day too. You know how we say like profits are a byproduct of your process? He said something more along the lines of profits are a byproduct of your professionalism in this business, which makes a whole lot of sense.
It does, yeah. I mean, your dad is a very, very wise man. He's very straightforward, you know. I was very surprised when I saw him the first time a couple of years ago.
He doesn't pull too many punches, that's for sure.
No, yeah, he doesn't beat around the bush either. It's like, yeah, you stuck. You stuck. Oh. Okay.
Well, he came from the era where, you know, you're on the floor. You're, you know, seen in person. You had to look sharp, you know, look good, feel good. Couldn't wear jeans on the floor.
Yeah.
You know, now you can just roll out of fluffy. Yeah, I want to say pajama pants. You know, whatever you want.
As long as they see the top
window.
part, it's all good, right?
That's right. Got my slips on.
Yeah.
Multi2280 says, "Can we look at silver?" Sure can.
Sure.
Dee's got the code on. Dee, take us through some silver.
Yeah, let's have a look. It was range bound last time I looked at it. Right, let's get rid of this chart. Okay, so it's still range bound, I would say between 75 and 77. If I was going to do anything with it, I would want, 76. Get with it, Dee. And 76 is also VWAP, but they might try to kind of hunt that. If they fail above 76 to 25, that could be a little scalp short. I'm not much into scalping. Even when I'm range trading, I want the range to be reasonable. But I mean, this is a 0.7 of a dollar range from the Asia low, where they're sort of distributing. I wouldn't go long here because the whole day has been down. What's the time? We're past COMEX as well. And although silver does move, look at volume. It's like non-existent. So we can expect that this range without an external catalyst to remain, but they like to, because it's a very liquid product, you have to nitpick on the trade locations if you're going to do a range trade. Otherwise it just goes and you're like, 100 ticks deep in the drawdown. Like, what happened? Or I missed it. So yeah, I kind of bounce between 2 minutes, tick charts, 5 minutes, 30 minutes, and then I try and figure out on the tape when is the right time to go in. So once they do a sweep, which you can probably easily read on something like Bookmap, sweep is a very quick move above a reference high or a low. And then what you want to see is aggressive opposite side stepping in with bigger volume for that time of the day. And that's your cue to go in. So don't go in right into the sweep. Just because they're breaking out. Anytime you see a sweep, that's usually a liquidity grab. They can happen in trends as well, but they kind of look a little bit different, and they're always with the trend. But the liquidity sweeps that are range bound, they're literally like pop above the high, and then you see that almost like no engagement above the high, and then it just rotates right back into the range. So if you get that around 76,200, that could be something that happens late in the day. If it doesn't, I would probably leave this alone until Shanghai Exchange starts trading tonight. But again, are they going to do something? We've got NFP tomorrow, so it's like not the best time. But yeah, that's the only thing that I see. And by the same token, if they get down to 75, I would expect them to wick through 75, then reverse and go back to the middle. I wouldn't be trading here because we're right at point of control. Contrary to popular belief and myths out there, point of control is the middle, is the fair price. You don't want to be doing range trading there. So I would like a little bit more of a profit margin. So we're in a really terrible location here. But that's what I'm seeing. It's basically the same levels. Yeah, absolutely. Same levels that we've had during the London session. So they just wicked it all the way down, came back right into that range, and it's done F all since. Yeah.
Well, we've got some official settlement prices to share for energy products. February crude oil official settlement price $57.76 a barrel, up $1.77 or 3.16%. Natural gas futures settled at 3.4070, and gasoline settled at 1.7603 a gallon. Those are your energy settlement prices.
Mm-hmm.
Nice, thanks for that. I saw someone in chat here. Who is it? Multi2280. I need $95 to pass my combine. Let's go. This is it, baby. Lock
take your
in,
P&L
man.
off the screen.
Lock in.
Yeah.
Yep.
First thing you do is take your P&L off the screen. Don't trade your P&L now. It's usually when you get burned.
Wait it up till tomorrow. Multi, great job. Wait it up till tomorrow.
Just remember, there's no amount of money that you can't lose. Just trust me.
That's right.
Over 19 years of doing this.
It's incredible how sometimes the last $100 is always the hardest, right? You don't really think about it, and then it's like, ooh, if I just do this, if I just throw in a 5-lot real quick, I'll be out in 3 seconds.
A few ticks.
$100, yeah.
A few ticks, it'll be done. If I just place a 3 lots, it'll be done in a second, and then it goes against you. You're like, oh no, I'm like 500 down now.
Now we got to do it again.
I remember when I was doing trading combines, and there was nothing worse than like you catch a runner, and like you're right at like your take profit or whatever your mark is to pass the trading combine. You hit flat and all, and you're like $1.50 short.
Yeah,
you gotta go back and make another trade. You're just like,
Who's
that
guy that
back
we had
in those
on?
days, oh my god, it was so difficult. It was like 2 months to pass.
So hard.
There was like phase 1, 10 days, and then you pass that, now you go phase 2. It's like, oh, come on.
We had a guy on air. Do you remember who the guy was that we had on air last year that went on tilt trying to make like $10?
Oh, he didn't go on tilt. It was 60 cent. It was Stanley.
Stanley,
yeah,
that was
that's
it.
it. Yeah.
He needed like 4 or 5 bucks,
tilt.
and he ended up.
Yeah.
Well,
You didn't tilt.
he
It
went
was,
from
it was
needing-
awesome though.
Yeah.
He went from
That's
needing a little
great.
bit of money to like expanding
Need
that
a bit more.
He needed like
needed, like,
$10, and then
200.
it turned into $200. Yeah.
And then he got like 199, and then he like was like 60 cents away, and then he lost 50, and then I think he eventually got it, but it was a great bit of TV. It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was
We all
awesome.
cheered him on. He passed the combine live on Topstep TV, but it was a trial.
Yeah.
Stanley, if you're watching,
I
I
need to see
hope
what
you're
he's
doing
up
good,
to.
buddy.
Yeah, I need to see what he's up to. He was good for TV.
Yeah. He was awesome.
RTY selling off a little bit. I was actually eyeing this range trade in RTY, but did not end up taking it. We had a good series of wicks on the 15-minute, just getting up into those 2620s, and that ended up acting as resistance again. But hey, you don't know until you bet, and didn't take the trade, so we get no glory in just talking about it. But maybe next time.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys. I'm going to do a
Well,
quick
now
check-in on the tilt, and then oh, tilt is flat. Ooh, actually, crude oil, 68% long in crude. Everything else is flat. Equities, S&P and NASDAQ both flat, and gold is flat. Crude oil, 68% long. All right, guys.
I can help him, clearly.
Little piece of news to share with everybody. If you're overwhelmed with holiday bills, you might get some help from an unlikely source. The Internal Revenue Service. What? Let's roll it. The IRS will start accepting tax returns on January 26th. That could get you a tax refund faster if you're due one. If you owe or don't need your refund right away, you still got until April 15th to file. It's worth it to be a little extra diligent this year, though. There have been several changes to the tax code, and there's a good chance at least one of them will affect you. Don't ask me what those changes to the tax code are, because I don't know. Actually, I did hear
Hey,
that if
tax
you bought a
rebate is
car in
always a good thing.
2025, you can... Is it true that if you purchased a car last year, you can write off the interest on your new purchase this year? Or in 2025? I heard
No
that.
idea.
I don't know if it's true. Me either. I'm not a tax
just know a
professional.
little
We
bit
are not
about
tax
UK.
professionals.
No.
Not
Do not
CPAs.
ask us. Do not ask us about taxes. We are not tax professionals. Put up the disclosure. We have a tax disclosure.
And I'm in a different country
I'm joking.
as well. That definitely doesn't apply.
JD, when do you record those bits? Like in your off
Usually
time?
in the bathroom between segments. I take a 30-second break to go to the bathroom and I record stuff.
They give you your script, and then you just read it and get out of there.
I leave this chair very infrequently throughout the day. Yes.
You gonna get a new chair, JD, or you're stuck in with that one?
No, I'm still squeaking. You hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
It's not even it's not even an old chair. It's got some miles on it because
Could we get like a GoFundMe
our
going
long days
for JD? Someone want to donate
I don't
some
need
other
your-
payout?
I don't need your charity. It's just it's out of sight. It's out of sight, out of mind. As soon as I close up for the day, it's like the last thing on my mind is my chair. Until I sit down the next morning.
Could
and it's
maybe
shit.
like
Chair.
WD-40 help or something? A little bit of
Yeah, I'll work on it.
just an idea. Yeah. I've realized my blazers make a noise, so I just released the video on my channel, and this is like shushing sound. And I was like, "What is that?"
Great,
I realized
JD,
it's
you do
me.
the chair thing. Deanna will do the.
Yeah.
It'll be great. I'll get a little
Done
beat
and
going.
done.
I'll sniffle.
Well, I
Good at doing
drew-
that right now.
Yeah.
I drew a triangle pattern on this MNQ, and we kissed the lower trend line to the tick. You can see my chart real quick. I drew these lines 20 minutes ago, and they're holding. Hit it to the tick. We'll zoom in a little more.
Ooh.
Right here. I'm not saying we should be buying it, but we are at the lower extreme of this pattern right now.
You draw those lines for a reason. It's nothing worse than drawing lines on your chart and then taking the trades right in the middle of those lines and then having a terrible trade.
Yeah, right.
Why would
It's almost like a Dorito
in
that's
there?
been like broken off.
Oh yeah, it's very Dorito. I got the same thing
Yeah.
that JD has. Mine's nacho cheese and his is Cool Ranch. That's the only difference.
Mm.
I'd be interested in a short here at 2620s for RTY if we can get up there in time.
RTY, let me pull up the chart.
Good 15-minute range.
We are almost there. I'll draw a line for 2620s. There it is. I find if you draw a line on your chart, the market tends to stop there in reverse. I'm joking. This is not trading advice, everyone. That is not
wrong.
an approved
How the lines
strategy.
work. And if you delete the lines, then it gives the market permission to go through them.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we have
Isn't
an
that a
offer in
thing
at
going
19.9.
on Twitter? Somebody was sending a support question. I think it was like CQG or somewhere. They're like, you have to fix your platform. Every time I place a trade, the price goes straight to my stop and then it reverses. Yeah, might not be a platform.
Interesting.
I mean, that's if you've worked in customer service at Topstep, you have absolutely heard that before. I know I have.
Mhm.
Nothing like your stops getting hunted on Sim.
Yeah,
Not happening.
because that's a thing.
Going after
Yeah.
your sim stops. Yep.
Yes, the Capital One interns. They're after the Sim stops, and the Goldman ones are after the live accounts.
Yeah.
Pure paranoia. They're after my sim stops.
Yeah, right.
You know how much real money it would take to wipe out everybody's sim stops? How much actual liquidity it would take to move a market to where your sim stop is? Let's reverse engineer this real quick. You put a sim stop 40 points away in the NASDAQ. What is the dollar amount of NASDAQ futures? How much leverage would you need to move the NASDAQ 40 points to take out your sim stops? Does anybody want to take a guess at that?
It's the cost is priceless to make retail feel miserable, JD.
I mean, to be fair, there's some
Sim
dealers
traders-
that have pretty deep pockets, but they're not
Mhm.
hunting sim stops. They're hunting live, maybe. But they're not hunting, they're generating transactions for the rest of us so that we can have tight
Providing
bid-ask
liquidity,
spreads. Like,
yes.
I don't see them as like these like big bad wolf. It's like, I'm gonna hunt this stop. It's not, it's not what they do, they don't care. But they have deep pockets. So, if
they
they
don't-
want
they don't
to,
think
like, let's
about
say
you.
they're short gamma and they want to hedge in outright futures, yeah, they have a lot of cash flow that they can do that with. So they can just keep plowing in until either somebody absorbs their, because they can be wrong too, until somebody absorbs their orders and then they either stop or they run out of money on the day. Or, they just kind of give up. Or they do what they want and then it's successful and they make a few bucks here and there and then they keep doing it all day long. So it's like,
Yeah.
they're
It's
not
like driving it's like driving cross country. All those mosquitoes on the windshield, that's just retail traders for hedge funds. It's just get out of my way.
Yeah. Collateral damage. Yeah.
It's 100%. We might get filled on this RTY trade. Let's see.
Yeah, it's having trouble getting through my line.
Mm.
Zoom in a
It
little bit.
is.
There's my line.
Yeah, we're not going to risk a ton on this. Probably like $50, but like $50 kind of goes a long way in RTY. It's only I think $5 a tick, and it moves pretty slow, which is nice about RTY.
$50 is $50, right?
Yeah, I was by the Cicero Hotel a couple months ago, JD.
Ooh, how did that go?
Well, I drove past it, so great. It's across from like this, like a giant abandoned, like this yard. It's a massive yard. It must be like 4 blocks of just fenced-in grass, right across from the Cicero Hotel. I have no idea what they're doing with it. Ooh, almost got filled. Oh, that would have been a good one. That would have been a good one.
I think it hit my line to a tick.
Oh, I should have had my line drawn just a little bit closer. Oh man, this is like 2 points right there. Game of ticks. Game of ticks. We really were close, man. Oh, how close was that? Ah, two ticks.
Yeah.
Vinny, 2 ticks.
See, that's why I hate limit orders. I can't relinquish control to that degree. I have to be the one who decides when to get in.
But you give up price. It's it's.
It depends.
What do?
You give up a little bit of the price if you're watching tape. So on tape, you can pretty much see them very early what they're trying to do. And then to me, it's been like I used to do limit orders a lot, but then I was wrong a lot as well. So I'm like, and then I started using more limit orders, and I always want to see something happen, and then I make a decision based on that rather than who I think is going to go there. So, especially on range days, they do liquidity grabs through the inside highs and lows. If you have a general swing, they will try and swipe the smaller inside highs and lows, and that's where you strike. And if you're quick about it, then you can actually catch it at a pretty good price. If you're not quick, obviously, then trade location is gone, and then you're like, oh, damn it. But there's positives and negatives.
Yep. That's right. Do you want the guaranteed fill? Do you want the guaranteed price?
Mm-hmm.
A bit like a limit order would have been great, for example, in that, NQ trade we were talking about at 600s, because it just got down there real fast. And, my little fingy is not going to press that button faster than the NASDAQ can move. So that would have been a nice time to have a limit order in. And it's getting back up again.
Probably why Granny D doesn't like NASDAQ.
Randy H, any way to skip this segment? Yes, wait 8 minutes.
Damn, dude, we're not forcing you with a stick to stay here.
Take a lap, buddy. 8 minutes.
Get yourself a ham sandwich, warm glass of milk, maybe take a nap.
Exactly.
Power hour be right around the corner, man. Right around the corner.
Oh, very nice. So you just chose violence today. So great. Just going to insult some people online.
It's a good segment up until then.
Normally I'd be right back at him. I'm just in a good mood today. You're lucky.
Yeah, same.
You got lucky, Randy.
Yeah, same here, dude.
Come back tomorrow, Randy. You'll see how I feel.
Yeah, pop into Eurotrade. You'll get a bit of a lesson.
What a great name, Randy.
I don't know why that was so funny. Thanks for the laugh, Randy.
It goes back to the thing. If you don't have anything nice to say, just don't say anything, because otherwise you just look like an a-hole.
Oh no, I got a chuckle. That was great.
We got 2 minutes left here. Dilby, you gonna hold that offer?
Go. Randy, the torture will be over soon.
No.
How to trade with Topstep? I can't wait for our production meeting later. How to trade with Topstep go? Well, we took some heat from Randy in the chat. We gotta spice things up tomorrow.
That was good.
Man, that was a good level in the Russell. We're selling off.
Yeah, it was. That was some good reads. That was a good read. We missed it actually twice by 2 ticks, which is really unfortunate. But we still got power hour coming up, so there's still opportunity. We'll make it a little bit more action. The 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. segment's pretty tough. Typically, you only find like maybe one trade. It's just the volatility is not really there.
Yep, still moving. All right, guys.
3 points. Look at this,
guys. That's it. The hour's up. Did that go by fast or what?
Yeah, that hasn't
Randy's
changed.
gonna be happy.
Love that. Randy's thrilled.
Thanks for being here, D. Thanks for taking a trade. Appreciate it. Dolby time. Welcome back. We'll see you again in Power Hour. Dolby's going to stick around. We're going to step aside for Power Hour, which is coming up next. Andre, Gabe, and Dolby here. We got a 3-man weave to close out the session today. Again, D, thanks for joining us. We'll catch up with you later. We're going to get out of here. Power Hour. Power Hour coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Topstep TV live from Vegas. Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV. We'll be right back.
I love the manual lockout feature on Topstep X because it helps you avoid temptation. That's right, the devil on every trader's shoulder that says, I'm down a bunch, but I can just cannonball this and make some money. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Topstep X. You can take that option off the table by clicking the icon at the top of the Topstep X page and lock yourself out for an hour, a whole session, some custom time. It's all up to you and help you stay within your trading plan.
Oh, look who is back, making his triumphant return for 2026. My partner in crime for Power Hour, Mr. Dolby Time. Gabe in the middle, absolutely carving it up in Power Hour as well. Look at this trio. Let's have some fun. First, Dolby Time. Happy New Year. Welcome back. Take a look at that Dow. Or let's not Dow. Let's take a look. It used to be a Dow show. Let's take a look at that NQ. Let's break down the ranges. It's been a minute, man. Let's get into it. What's up?
Oh man, so many things, Dre. So many things. Turned 40. That was exciting. I went to Smith. We've been to Smith before.
Yes. We're north.
Three-star.
Oh no! Oh, that's Smith.
Michelin restaurant. Yeah, it was.
Well done.
Gotta say, it was a treat. It's quite pricey, but hey, it's dinner and a show all in one. Pretty incredible experience. Hell of a wine pairing.
Wow.
So it was awesome. And then I got the flu for 3 days, and now I'm here. But January has been exciting. We're off to a great start. House accounts up $100. I get to hang out with you guys for another hour. It's fantastic. Markets are kind of moving, but we got a big range right now. So if we get back to these markets, it's just the ranges of all ranges. A big old Dorito. Biggest Dorito. We'll do a nacho cheese flavor. So higher lows, lower highs. Need levels?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do the 1 hour. Let's start with the 1 hour. Basically,
sure.
We've been in a range. Last trade, NQ 25,630. Little pop in silver, little pop in gold here. Pretty much straight inside. Let's do 1 hour 30, and then we can do the 5 if you want.
I'm gonna say 580s on the 1 hour. But that is kind of like a Doritoed 580. That's because we're making these higher lows, but for being like true to the range, it's going to be like 580s, the lower end of the range. Upper end of that range is going to be 700 evens. We're kind of stuck in the middle right now, so there's not really a trade. If you get down to say like a 30-minute, we're just going to see a lot more of the same stuff, just really, really tight candlesticks. And then, just this downward wedge here, lower highs, higher lows. Market is waiting. We got big news coming up tomorrow with jobs. We got the Supreme Court doing the tariff thing. That could be huge. That might be more exciting to me than the jobs decision. I think that could really shake things up if that goes a way the market doesn't think it's going to go, but we'll see. But I would actually expect some pretty tight ranges tomorrow after the jobs report, because the market's going to be waiting for that big time.
Oh, yes, they will. Dolby time. Getting caught up to speed, jumping on the train. Good stuff. Little push higher. Crude, the big mover right now, continuing to push higher. We're looking at almost up $1.30 in the last 3 hours or so, making new highs in the session. $58.34 would be that price. Take a peek at the ES, 69.56. Gabe, the people demanded you come back on Power Hour. Lo and behold, here you are. Let's carve this thing up. What are you seeing?
Man, I kind of agree with Dolby. I don't think we're going to get a whole lot of action into the afternoon today. I think we are going to get a little bit, maybe more of a retracement. I don't think we're going to make new lows of day. I would like to just see a continued behavior of what we're doing here. Looking for some strength, maybe back in towards that 700 number. We continue to kind of keep building these higher lows, at least in the latest two swings that I'm looking at, the swing from essentially 1030 and then the latest swing around 115. So I'm looking for a little bit of continued upside here. But not looking for anything major above 700.
If we got to 700, that would be major based on how we've been trading the last 2 hours. Would take it. Most certainly would take it. We got another push higher here in gold, closing in on session highs around about $9 away, $9 away from those session highs. All right, Dolby Time, you are back. In case you forgot, Dolby Time, we like to play a game around here called Above Below. So Dolby, if you're not familiar,
do we know?
I'm going to ask you what you think the price and the NQ will be on the close, and you are going to set that price, and we're going to throw it to chat, throw a pull up in there, and say, do you think it'll be above or below that price? Dolby Time, last trade in the NQ, 25,639. What will the price be on the close?
Well, since it is in the middle of the range, and I am a drummer of the metal musics, I am going to say 25,666 is where we are going to close.
6.6. Okay. At least you didn't say 6.7, so I'm cool with that.
Same
Price
either.
has been set be above, below. Get that poll in there. Right now we are range bound for the time being. Except, well, no, I'm talking equities, right? Equities are range bound. I guess gold is a bit as well. Crude most certainly, the day just continue to grind higher. Take a look at the Dow. The Dow making new all-time highs yesterday, I do believe. Up around 49,800 or so. Big recovery day. We bottomed out today in the Dow at 49,000 even, call it 49,001. And we're currently trading about 460 points higher with the session high of 49,586. All right, poll is up. Above, below. I will say, boy, 25,666.
It should be about half and half.
It
should be about half.
It feels so far away right now. I'm going to say above.
It does. It really
I'm going to
does. It's
say
only
above.
36 points. It's not even that much. It's not even that much. I like these RTY. This RTY around the 2612 could be interesting for a long. It's like kind of the equivalent to 600s in NASDAQ. But that might be a good little opportunity there. Gabe, what markets are you going to be watching, man?
I'm currently looking at a long here in NASDAQ. I'm actually in one from 25,635, seeing if we can get a little bit of momentum back above 650. Stops below 609 3/4.
Long one. Q 25,635. 635.
Yeah, I saw you've been doing some group coaching sessions. How's that been going? That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like hanging out with the coaches. It's nice to get a little variety of faces and perspectives. Some good questions that some of them I can even relate to in my own experience. So it's pretty cool being able to hang out with those peeps and go through some of the common struggles.
Gabe, would you say if you didn't like hanging out with the coaches? Would you admit that?
I would.
Fair enough.
Oh,
okay, there you go.
yeah, let's go.
A little transparency here. TopStep TV. We got Power Hour cooking. We got the countdown clock in the lower right-hand corner. 52 minutes till the closing bell. 42 minutes until, yes, MOC market on close. Sometimes they're duds. Sometimes they are not. But of course, we'll bring that to you. Gabe Long, 1 and Q right now. Keep an eye on gold. Gold did pop. Well, $7.
Crude's out of control.
Crude continues it going still. Slight pullback. Maybe some profit taking.
I mean, it's trading what, 58.30, 58.25.
Okay.
I mean, it's just a hell of a run. It's very rare to see crude oil move so aggressively after 130. So either something knows, I think something's happened. Someone knows something. That's what it feels like.
There were some headlines, to say the least. And yeah, in the chat, the trader never knows for sure, but who wants to get long ahead of tomorrow's non-farm and the Supreme Court decision tomorrow? I mean, fair enough. Well, look at this. Delta in the ES positive 14,000. Positive 14,000 about 15 minutes ago. Let's see if we got a change to that. So they are lifting the offer in the ES. NQ minus 3,300. No, NQ minus 3,500.
How much is it? Minus 3,500? That's not too much.
NQ. No. Increased a little bit. NASDAQ looking like it may want to take a peek higher. What do you?
Yeah, the level that I'm worried about here, Dre, is 650.
Yeah.
So there's a little bit of a line in the sand that we've been struggling with here, kind of between 45 and 50. So as we break higher here in the 1 minute and get a little bit of a higher high in the one,
Right
Once
here.
we get this closure above, there's a little right here, right now, essentially.
Right
There's
here,
a
right now.
supply
Yep.
level that
There
I
you go.
really need us to break. We did just create a little bit of a higher low. So as soon as we get a closure here, I'm going to tighten up my risk a little bit because I didn't really get great location on my trade. I'm kind of, you know, I would say diddling in the middle for a better term. So because of that lack of location, if I don't get that momentum, I do want to start to tighten up my stop. We are getting that break.
Got to get through these
10
fits. Got to
seconds
hold
left
above
to
these
extend
50
right close.
already.
This is what Gabe was looking
Yeah.
for. Early trading 25,654. Now 655. Got to hold
So
above
there's the
these.
closure. I'm going to go ahead and tighten up my stop. So now I'm only risking a couple $100 just to stop briefly below the 625 low that we just made.
Okay.
I really want to just see continued structure. No real issues at the supply level. I'm okay with a little bit of a pullback, but I wouldn't really want to see much more than that type of response. You retest 640 and then a continuation. But if we see momentum back under 640, I think there's a likelihood that we go revisit the 10s to 25s.
Did the Dow wake up? Slightly. Where did you move your stop to?
623 quarter.
623. Okay.
It was 609 and 3/4.
Oh. Damn,
I tightened it up underneath that latest higher low.
And pull
I'm
is
gonna get stuck
up
on this.
Yeah. Back in range.
Is this the same account, Gabe, that you've been trading for a while?
It is. Yeah, this is actually day 6 in this XFA. At now day 6 is in 6 trading days. Traded a little bit back in December. This account's the only one that I'm using on air. So any day that you
That's
see
right.
me on here with you guys. So I've got 3 green days, 2 in December, 2 red days in December. Obviously the current yesterday's trade date.
Yeah.
But yeah, so far so good
great stuff.
in this account. See how long I can hang on to it for.
All right, see if we can get another push above. How high do we get? We got up to 25,656 and a little bit of a pullback into the range. Like Gabe said, higher lows, kind of what we're seeing.
Yeah, a little natural incline. I mean, there's no doubt about it that we're still range bound. I mean, don't get too caught up in the most recent 5-10 minutes of action. I mean, we're range bound violently, and we're right in the middle of the range. If you look back at kind of the overall location from since essentially 9:30 Central. So that's why I don't want to get too attached to this trade. Momentum shifts. I want to be adaptable and get glued to this bias.
I like that, Gabe. So essentially, I guess what you're kind of saying, tell me if I'm mishearing you. You kind of know that location wasn't the greatest. However, it is. Obviously, longs are working out right now. So kind of.
I mean, it looks pretty good so far.
Yeah, I don't know how to say this. Yeah, you know that we got to really push here. Otherwise,
yeah,
cut. Yeah.
I mean, also, you're kind of vibing off that bounce from 600s. So, like, we're kind of still living in this world where we're bouncing off the 600. So it's like, how much further can it go? Like, who knows? But like, you're in the right direction, at least.
Keep tapping this. They keep tapping up here.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dre, if we reject this twice, I'm going to end up just closing it early. This is a make or break level for me to stay in this long. Really want to see a candle body above 57.5, which would invalidate this little level of supply. The next level I'll be looking for would be 667 to 76. Be the next little pivot that we saw. I want to see follow through. And continue trailing this as we go here. See what we can get out of this.
Maybe the ES wants to kickstart this thing. Trading 69.59 in the ES. Dow waking up a little bit as well.
Dow's been crushing.
5 minute here. All right, this is the moment of truth here for Gabe.
It's a great trade so far.
NASDAQ, I should say, the NQ, not just for Gabe, for the NQ. It's got to hold this thing. But 20 points from Overnight view up, very flat, sloping.
I'm keeping an eye on this RTY here. I wanted to see this 2612.
2612.
Level
Jay
possibly.
took it. Yeah, Jay was taking RTY. Is it a nice trend? I should pull it up. It was
He got
a beautiful
me
trend.
back into
Beautiful
the
trend.
RTY again. It's one of the markets I have here for this data package.
Okay.
So it's pretty good to trade. You can trade mini on it. It feels fine.
Take a look at silver. Silver waking up just a bit. $75.87. Dobie, I quote silver prices all the time now.
Do you, man?
Well,
times are changing, Dre.
Yes, they are. But hey, making new all-time highs there. What, $82 and some change the other day. $7 off overnights. During slow markets and such. Metals are rocking. Pun intended. How about that? We get a push. Hold above these 50s on the hour. 13 minutes. 13 minutes to the bottom of the hour.
Right, we barely closed above. I'm talking like a tick.
Yeah, hold it.
Of that level. Not very confident in that closure. The problem right now that I face is that I don't really have any structure to support moving my stop even more. Like I don't have a clearly defined pivot yet that makes another new high. So I'm going to leave my stop where it's at right now. About 12 points of risk. If we do pivot around these 40s and then make a new high above 57, then I'll have some new structure to potentially continue trailing. But for right now, I kind of have to leave it alone to give it that breathing room. In case we do hold these 40s. Too premature to trail this. But I'm not really confident at all with that lack of strength.
Yeah,
above
is that
57.
like a stop run or?
That's kind of what I'm thinking, knowing it was a previous little pivot. It only ran it by about a point, maybe a point and a half. That could have been enough to make some stops.
Ooh, you take that poll down. Poll results, 200 votes. 57% saying below. 25,666. Oh, 58%. Couple extra votes getting in there at the last second. Gold drifting higher. 44.67 last trade. And 31 minutes till MOC. Market on close. Chat was lighting me up. Being thoroughly annoyed with the reminders that market on close will be announced 50 after the hour, 50 minutes past the hour. Silver waking up a little bit here, $75.99. 20 cents off the session highs. Yep. Gotta hold this. Seems to be holding a little bit.
Yep.
That can
Get that
obviously
movement.
change.
There
The
we
volume
go.
is light. The volume
That's
is
why-
light.
Yeah.
Dow picking up a little momentum to a little higher. About 80 points from the session highs. It's Crude continuing to push higher here. It did pull back a little bit. Any crude traders, all you crude traders out there, able to catch along and ride this thing.
I mean, yeah, crude oil has picked up, which is great for crude traders. It's. I mean, even still, I just looked at the chart. It's still very range bound on the daily.
Oh, Dolby. Yeah. Oh, man. A couple days. Right back.
Chop fest.
A couple days ago, crude was in a 20-cent range all day. 20 cents. Hogan oh man.
That's terrible.
20 cents. I
That
know.
is terrible.
Rough day.
That's tough. It's a tough one. Back in range here. Trader X. You get it. Click like. 2,000 people watching. Got Dolby time. Make this triumphant return. Click like. Please click subscribe. And the bell. Upper right-hand corner. Hold here.
Let's see.
Make these higher lows. I know. Delta isn't even changing that much. Got 50-50 on the tilt. Obviously, big numbers coming out tomorrow. Non-farm payrolls expected 75,000 now. That has increased the last 2 days. It was 65,000 for the estimate 2 days ago. Yesterday it was 70,000. Now it's up to 75,000. Expected unemployment rate will be announced tomorrow as well. 7:30 a.m. Central, by the way. Opening call will be all over it. Employment rate. It's expected or forecasted to downtick by 0.1%. It was 4.6%. It's expected to be 4.5%. And of course, the Supreme Court, no guarantee there will be a decision. However, there may be some opinions. We'll see, right? They announced that they're going to discuss the topic. Oh, and here we go. A new headline. Spending bill. What happened there? Right back into range.
Got a little bit of a wiggle there in the NASDAQ and the RTY.
Operation X. Total views go up. 44.70 last trade. Now 71s. We got silver picking up a little bit here. 7 cents from session highs. Hang in there. We've got gold and silver starting to wake up a little bit.
Good. This needs this. We might need MOC. You might need MOC to jiggle this thing loose a little bit.
Thoughts? Well, music to Chad's ears. You got an MOC market on close.
Chat, you're not a fan of MOC? What's the deal? I thought we liked MOC, Chat.
What are you doing?
It's fun.
They like it. They like it.
I love MOC.
You just got to be alert, right? Nothing may happen. You just got to know that it's coming. You don't want to get blindsided by it. I mean, they're kind of holding. The bids are kind of hanging in there.
Ooh. RTY perked up a little bit.
This is where I'd want to see that swing, little 1 minute pivot form. As you make it back above 58s, move my stop underneath the 40s.
We got gold on the move. $2 from session highs. Silver on the move to the upside as well. 5 cents from session highs.
Yeah, RTY is up. NASDAQ looks good. Trade looks good.
Some more gas in the goose here. Shout out Alfie.
So, oh, yeah.
I got an offer working to exit at 65 3/4 right now.
6.5? Nice. All right. And Gabe Long 1 and Q 25,635. Get into the 60s.
Do you have any goals? Any trading goals for 2026?
Yeah, just consistently try to stay under 5 trades a day. It's been working really well for me so far in this account. So I'm trying to take less quantity of trades since it's been showing some progress for myself. Quality
less
over
is
quantity.
More. Hell yeah. Love hearing that. Ooh, shout out to Zach.
And dude,
Maleka.
This past year, I've had days where in Asia, particularly when I started trading gold, I was doing like 40, 50 trades in a night.
Hell yeah, Gabe. Hell yeah, man.
Some days that would work really well, but most days it would not. It would not.
That is a lot of trades.
And to that point, we were talking about this in Fast Market, Gabe. A lot of this is learning. You learn what not to do first. A little bit. You learned touch the stove, it's hot. You got to touch the stove 1,000 times. At least that's how I learned what not to do.
Don't get me wrong. I agree with that. And I think that experience and time in the markets is the best teacher. But you don't want to just continuously blindly making the same decisions for an extended period of time. Of course, you do want to take that data and
100%.
analyze and reflect and figure out how is it working. If it's not working, what could I potentially do to increase my edge a little bit? Is it my strategy? Is it my risk management? Am I letting my emotions get the best of me?
New highs gold. New high silver.
Let's get these.
Market's
All right,
waking up.
We're out. 612 on the first trade.
Man, I didn't want to say it, Gabe, but basically, I don't want to put words in your mouth. You knew you were getting away with one with your trade location. That's what you're trying to say, kind of.
It looked like a.
It did.
It looked like a good. We were in
100%.
a discounted area of the range. I was okay with seeing some structure on the smaller time frame that would support looking long, and then we're just quicker to manage my risk on that side just because of the fact that I was trading inside of the range.
100%.
But yeah, 1 minute structure was great. Got that pullback to 40. Got that higher high, closing at this next little supply level. Now, if we see sustained buying through the 70s,
let's go.
I'd be chasing price, but I might be looking at continued momentum into those 700s. But I want to take a breather, take that first win, and move on to the next trade.
Most certainly was not gambling. I saw the structure too.
100%
picking up to the upside.
Gambling.
100%. Nope. All right. And here we go. Silver waking up, gold waking up. New highs there. 44.79 in gold. Silver, $76.28.
FD Trader in chat said, does that pivot back up not constitute for you to move just under for a bit more than break even? I assume you're referring to the pivot around 40s. If I had more on and I wanted to maybe start to pay myself, I could have took one off, take a partial around the 660s that I just did instead of going all out there. And then my stop would have moved from underneath 625 to that next pivot underneath 39. And that would have definitely locked in a little bit more than break even. Yeah, you're right in that thinking. I only had one on, so I couldn't really partial my way out. I didn't really feel like getting saucy with micros either.
Getting saucy.
Pick it up here. New highs. Yeah, new highs. Here we go. Gold has woken up since power hour started. We are up. Ooh, solid $20. Even more, $23. Silver waking up also. Looking to be up about a buck. Someone hit the buy button on the ES and the NQ. Down not so much. Longs, the bulls are taking the ball and running with it. Tilt. 50-50 across. We got 90 seconds till the bottom of the hour. We'll be looking
definitely interested in shorts.
I was gonna say, what were the prices up here? What do you got for
700s?
700. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. Let's see.
Yeah, until it fails, why not, right?
I mean, that's the range trade. Trade that range until it doesn't range anymore. Let's see if we can get 700, 715, and like 7.5. So it'll be 3 micros.
Start at 7? 700 even?
Start at 7. Starting at 7.
Dolby time back. 5 points apart, correct?
Come on there.
The use?
Yeah, approximately. It's like 7 points apart, I think. 7.5.
That's good. New high silver. $76.39. Silver up. $1. $1 since power hour started. Gold up. $25 since power hour has begun, making new highs.
$25. That's
$2,500
on a one lot. That is a lot of movement.
Yes, it is. Ooh, we're picking up here. More buying jumping in here. No headlines coming in, but we're buying in the ES, Dow, silver, gold, NQ. Buyers are in the house. New session highs in both those metals. 69.60.
It's getting exciting.
Yes.
Power hour is
Finally
getting
waking up.
exciting.
Finally, yeah. Dolby, it's been tough, man. It's been pulling teeth the last couple of days, but here we are. We are waking up, man. Here we go. Bottom of the hour has come and gone, and metals are off to the races.
Yeah, I wish I could trade some gold. Look at that chart, man. I had a really nice range around like lunchtime, like 11 o'clock or so. Man, gold is fun to trade. I heard silver is even more fun to trade, which I find hard to believe because gold is already very much fun. Leslie Paul, relax. You kidding me? It's my first day back. There is no relaxing. First day back, third hour on air. This train has no brakes, Leslie Paul.
Wow. All gas, no brakes, just like
That's
this
right.
rally in silver and gold. Oh, up $30. $30 in gold since power hour began. We got 18 minutes till MOC. What's going on in crude? Continue to cook higher here. Everything's rallying together. This is interesting. Crude new highs, $58.40.
I think we might get these 700s. I don't know what kind of trade it's going to end up being. It might just be a nice little scalp. I might get quick with it.
What's it up to, Hogue?
RTY, whatever.
Little headline. Sure. I don't know if it's a little. We got a headline here. Ooh. Yeah, it just came out. President Trump demands Venezuela partner exclusively with the U.S. on oil and cut ties with China, Iran, Russia, Cuba, threatening a blockade if ignored, according to reports. Okay, it was something to do with this pop in. That rally started before that headline, but I definitely saw oil accelerate to the upside. Maybe that's what the rally in the metals is about.
Yeah. Also, there's a lot of gold minerals in Venezuela as well, which I'm sure we'll be very interested in if I had to guess.
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Well. All right, we got our orders in. We just gotta chill.
Headline for D.
Let these orders cook a little bit. I want this R2Y to get back up to the 20s. It's not happening.
Silver, gold, continuing to push now. 44.85. Gold up $35. $28 actually. Since power hour began. Silver up way more than $1 since power hour began.
Oh, my goodness.
Oil making session highs.
What a move in gold.
Why equities? Why? Yeah. Who caught that?
Yeah, who did catch that? That's just crazy. Crazy move. Man, that's the only thing actually moving, really.
And silver cooking,
too. Commodities are
those two hand in hand
right now.
Hand in hand, just skipping.
Yeah.
Oftentimes when there's uncertainty
entering
the market, you'll see a rotation into, gold. Looks like silver following suit as well. But we're closing in on 25,700 in the NQ. 15 points to go. I mean,
some action. Come on. It's just the commodities are just. It feels like anyone who's trading indices is just like, I'd rather just go trade gold.
I mean, hey, we're seeing a lot of that. We're seeing a lot of it.
Yeah. Wait, did Jack ever find out like how many traders are trading commodities now instead of just NASDAQ? I thought he was like talking to some guys on the risk team to see.
Yeah, hold on, Dolby time. We're still cooking here. New 5-minute just open and more buying coming in right now. And Q. Damn, Gabe.
Yeah.
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 No, I'm good read.
I got an offer in here at Micro Silver at 76.76.
Oh man, oh man,
Oh, you're trading silver.
What's going on here? What just happened? Hold on. All right.
This is the Gabe show. What am I even doing? Trading micros,
We're gonna get long.
You're trading silver right now.
Get long. 50-50 tilt. Again, major numbers being released tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Jobs reports. First, I'll say solid one since the government's fully back. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Fully back to count those jobs gained or lost for the month of December. A new 5-minute. There's some serious conviction in this push higher.
We got 234 offered in the micros at 700. It's a whole 2.3 minis. Nothing else really.
Damn.
Any other big size though? On the
I'm watching.
we got 20s at 9s, 10s, and 11s. 45 offered, 720. Nothing crazy.
All right, I'm in one SIL 76.76 even.
76 short one.
Now this is a counter trend trade. This is only reason I like this is because we're at a really strong level of supply between 76.69 and 76.97.
How do you define
above
that?
77. So there's a little period of consolidation on the 5-minute from back on yesterday, just prior to midnight. And there's a really strong sell-off for 15 minutes prior. So like 15 minutes after. So 3 down closed candles in a row. So very strong selling imbalance. Invalidation would just be above 76.97. This is counter trend. So I'd be looking for essentially a pullback. On a 1 minute, I would love to see a little 3-bar reversal. So a closure underneath 76.61 be ideal.
Okay, cool. The chat was asking too, so thank you for answering. Almost got the 700s. Somehow it did not get filled though.
You might get another shot here. Got the 3 ticks.
Yeah, missed by a couple. RTY is starting to roll over a little bit.
Is it
Maybe
now?
we get a chance. Yeah, I mean, a little bit. If we can get down to the 12s, that'd be interesting.
Damn,
I think we're going to get this NASDAQ fill first before anything else.
Okay. Little pullback ES. Little pullback in gold as well. And Q staying bid.
What's the
Crude
delta?
Glad you asked. Plus 15,000 in the ES, minus 3,000 in the NQ.
Okay.
NQ.
Not gonna lie, that fill on silver was ridiculous.
And oh boy,
look at that freaking fill,
famous,
dude.
Famous last words.
Every
Gabe.
time, Gabe.
Famous last words. You better get out. It was a good fill. It was a good fill. What are you looking for downside? Oh boy. No,
38. 76.38.
Okay.
Wait, what's? Oh my goodness! Look at this.
Get that.
Nice location.
Could be very short-lived though.
I gave
right
come
back
on.
to above 62. So
it jumps around for sure. We got Dow pushing lower here a little bit, now beneath the 500s. ES also. Oh man, the 700s.
What is you trade the micro or no? Trade the mini? I know we missed the 700s, unfortunately.
Micro. Dude, if I touch E-mini silver, just SI, I'm screwed. There's no way I could survive in that contract.
What's it per tick?
In the micro, it's $5 per tick.
Oh, damn.
It's still fairly bendy.
Yeah, that's still legit.
Yeah.
I mean, RTY is $5 a tick. And it still moves slower than micro silver does. Yeah, game of ticks, Dre.
I was gonna say the Gabe called the top. The Gabe called the top on silver. We'll see.
Got
ES
a bid
got
in at
ES
76.34, by the way, Dre.
76.34 is the target. Okay.
Yeah. First little 1 minute level of demand. I'm going counter trend, so I want to be realistic about this. Rocking 420 for P&L on that TP.
Ooh, that's tempting.
Shout out to Eddie.
Nice call on the 700s in NQ.
Yeah, two ticks.
Mm-hmm. Well, good.
Again.
Good read though, Dolby.
Yep, reads are good today. Reads are good today. We had 2 ticks away in RTY. We had 2 ticks away from micro NASDAQ.
Are we looking for 34s?
It's a good feeling, though. It's a good feeling. We like being in the right direction, reading the market well. It feels good.
All right,
slightly heartbreaking, but it's fine.
Might be taking a bit of a breather here because we got 8 minutes till MOC. Do have a bit of news to catch up on in case you missed it. So it's a short one, something to keep an eye on. U.S. trade deficit. Let's get caught up on this. U.S. trade deficit was since 2009. Let's run this. Let's get caught up what the macro is.
A new report shows the October trade deficit was the lowest since 2009. The Commerce Department says it was about $29 billion. That's roughly half of what economists expected, according to a consensus estimate from FactSet. Experts say the low deficit could boost the fourth quarter GDP. New tariffs are causing trade volatility as U.S. businesses try to figure out sourcing and prices. Some experts think duties could be especially hard on American consumers this year as retailers run out of pre-tariff stockpiles.
GDP, we heard Set talking about we're going to ramp up GDP in 2026. Interesting. Dakota talking about those stockpiles that they were loading up on beginning of 2025. Starting to burn through that inventory. 6 minutes, about 7 minutes till market on close. NQ did retreat from those 25,700. About 30 points. ES rolled over about 8 or 9 points lower. 50-50 tilt.
Oh, hey, right by my boat below. That's kind of cool. We just stay here for the next
666.
minutes. Yep. Might be waving goodbye to him though. If we head back down.
We might. 69.50. Yeah, I'm sorry, 69. Yeah, 50 in the ES big magnet there. We took a peek above 7,000s yesterday, Dolby. Got in the ES, got to 7,000. What 006? 5 points away from all-time highs.
Also saw that 26,000 we touched and rolled over super hard from, like 200 points. That was wild. NQ.
We see all-time highs in the ES, new all-time highs in the Dow tomorrow. We'll find out. Ending up on that Delta. Delta's still staying, well, hasn't budged really in the NQ. Paired back by about 1,000 now, plus 14,000 ES, minus 3,300 NQ. It's been right around that for most of Power Hour. Our new 5 minute, less than 5 minutes. Here's the truth. Gabe, did you call the tops?
I don't know.
Well,
not looking
killer
great.
entry.
Comes at you fast.
Killer entry, man. Come on. Keep the killer entry a killer entry.
I'm okay with the retest.
Take the profit?
I'm just
okay
don't want
retest
to
here of this supply.
Let's not see that price again. Ooh, sellers
Almost
just
none.
hit the bid. Sellers just hit the bid in the ES and the NQ there, pushing it lower. Dow is continuing to sell off.
MOC, you're our only hope.
Perfect, Danielle. I like it. Looks good. And buyers jump right back in.
Yo, Dre, you mind if I answer a question from chat real quick?
No, I don't mind at all. You can do it. Go ahead.
All
What's
right,
the
so
question?
Shadow asks, can you explain the difference between the 1 minute and a 5 minute demand that you have annotated on the screen? So in general, the pattern or the motion is essentially a rally, some inside bars, and then a continuation. So up close candle, inside bar, could be multiple, at least one, and then continued up close candle. So there's a 1 minute version of that. Up close candle here, couple inside bars, continuation with a breakout above the previous highs. 5 minute is the same pattern, but just on a 5 minute time frame. So up close candle, inside bars, continuation higher. So it's just essentially it's consolidation, or what I would consider basing. And then you have motion before the halt and motion after the halt. But I'm just surrounding, my zones are essentially surrounding the inside bars in between.
I love you, Gabe. Compelled.
Love
Look at that. No, man, it's
That's good stuff.
short gold. I mean, short silver. Short silver. Taking questions,
moves.
answer them. Hell yeah, man. He's feeling it. I was like, okay.
Yeah,
That was a great answer. 100% spot on too. Quality. All right, 2.5 minutes. 2.5 minutes till market on close. Headline here. Just saw it. Where'd it go? Denmark and Greenland envoys will reportedly meet at the White House, according to the Associated Press. A little bit of a pullback in gold. $5 off the highs. 44.82. Yes, trade 69.61. And Leslie, you're
My new
wild.
favorite.
Leslie Wild. Leslie's a wild one. I love it. Oh, look at Crude. Crude continuing to push higher here. $58.63. Up about a buck. Up about a buck since Power Hour began. No massive size. On the ladder, look in the NQ. ES, not
Are we
seeing
going
too
to get
much.
700s? Are we going to get 700s? That is the question.
$90 seconds.
Gabe, let's go. Let's go, MOC.
Let's go. Market on close. It's going to go ES, NQ, then YM.
See what we can get.
Mm-hmm.
Bilbo had a
Look.
surprisingly good day today, just range trading. Glad to
Nice
hear it.
job. I'd love to hear that.
Glad to hear it.
A lot of people say, "Oh, ranges, it's terrible price action." No, that's just the price action, and I'm guilty of it too. This price action was garbage. That was the price action. The longer you're doing this, we're gonna have to learn to adapt to whatever the hell the market wants to give for that day.
Yeah, one man's trash price action is another man's treasured price action. It's just how that works.
Yeah, I get it. Going market in long in the silver when it just pops $2. I get it. I mean, that's the good stuff. All right, we got 15 seconds. MOC. Buckle up. Will it be a dud? Will it be a big one? Well, stay tuned and find. Oh, when we get to the 700s in NQ, we're about 10 points beneath it right now. MOC coming at you. That's it.
We're just gonna do two.
That's it.
That's okay.
Wait, what the hell is that?
ES was
What was
buy
that,
side
Dre?
buy side 1 million. ES NQ minus 500 million. ES buy side 1 million. NQ minus 500 million. Dow buy side 240 million. I'm sorry, I short circuited there for a second when I saw buy side 1 million, but yeah, that is it.
Nothing even happened.
Now, those numbers can and will change, but ES.
Is this what chat's getting pissed off about? Because that kind of makes sense
Yeah,
now.
I don't blame them.
Literally nothing happened.
Wow.
Trey, remember we used to get like 50-point moves off of MOC?
Yeah. It
It
used to
was
be
like the bee's knees.
5 billion.
Yeah.
It used to be like, there was that one day back in August, last Friday of August, Tuckman called it. It's like, this is going to be a big one. It's like 10 billion buy side.
Yeah, right? I'm just playing for above below now at this point.
And we pretty much are. Again, those numbers can and will change as we close in on the bell here in about 8 minutes. All right, let's let that cook. I'll keep you updated. Those numbers do change again. That's a little sell side. Anyways, this morning, asked you to hit us up at TopstepTV on X using that hashtag Power Hour, hashtag Fast Markets. Let's see some cool content, as the kids call it. James, did they come through today?
Oh, Andre, they came through with the content, as you call it. Let's take a look at some of our Power Hour Fast Markets content that was provided to us on the X. Plugged it earlier. You can go there. From David Mills. Locked out both XFAs. Locked out the 100K earlier. Here's my 150K. Smarter, not harder. Thank you, Topstep, TopstepTV, hashtag Fast Markets. Got my slice of the pie. Congrats, David Mills. And thank you for using the hashtag Fast Markets. You're a good listener. Now, up next, from Spider Trading, solid day trading silver, locking out for the rest of the day before greed gets to me. And that's how you do it. That's how you secure those profits. And that's how you work your way towards a payout using the risk management features in Topstep X, such as the daily lockout. Congrats, Spider Trading. We love to see it. Can't wait to see your name someday on the top payout list. Moving on from Ando, locking in those profits for today, over 2K with 2 new Express funded accounts. No one's given us risk management tools like Topstep in the game. That's right, the risk management tools, like I said it before, I'm going to say it every day. They're game changing. Utilize them in your trading plan and start building better habits towards bigger success. Next up, from R, blew 1 funded account but requested a payout on my other 4 accounts today. Started a combine to replace my lost account, and it's already halfway to being funded. Thanks, Topstep, for the opportunity to pay myself up to 15K total in payouts since joining last year. That is incredible. 15K since joining in a year. I can't wait to see what 2026 brings for you and your trading. I always say it, but I want to see your names on the big board. So let's see your names show up on the top 5 P&Ls. Now, last one. This was I like this one a lot, from Order Rejected. Someone sent me this.
I love this.
102 trades taken. Profit $2.48.
Trade for a scratch.
Thank you for your Power Hour submissions, y'all. Keep it up. Keep tagging us at TopstepTV on the X. And tune in tomorrow. You never know if you'll see your content here on screen. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Jay. 102 trades. 102 trades up $2. That's, trade for a scratch. All right. MOC flip buy side a little bit. I mean, this is all right. Fine. Fair enough, Chad. So far, MOC not showing a lot. Keep in mind, they've been showing their hand at the very last minute, because these orders are to be executed in the last minute of the session. So right now we're looking at 200 mil buy side ES, NQ. It's called 0. And Dow or YM. This is Dow 30. 400 mil buy side. Those numbers will change. Based on what Delta's been doing, still pretty good. Positive 14,000 in the ES. Wouldn't be surprised if we get pop here in the last 5 minutes till the bell. Gabe, let's check in on that silver trade.
Oh, Dre, nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. I'm super tempted to go put on a side trade in NQ or something.
So the first 30 minutes of this Power Hour had all the fireworks. The second 30 minutes, go figure. All right, Dolby Time, you still like those 700s?
If anything, I'm going to see if we could get like 713s on some stop run. I also have an offer in. It's for 2620s and RTY. We'll see if we can get on either of these here. Both are range trades. We'll see what can get filled first. It's probably going to be NASDAQ, if anything.
I might be getting it.
It'd be down to 1 micro, though. Because it's
Okay.
so late in the session already.
Oh man, let's check back in. I just got a sneak peek at some of today's live leaders, our live funded traders here at Topstep. We saw their names in the morning. Catherine, up 42 large. Timothy up 29. Some of the same names. Colin's a new name, I do believe. Hussam up 22. New name from what we saw earlier this morning. We've been seeing Colin's name up pretty frequently lately. Colin up 16,000 and he's up almost 18,000. Job well done. How'd you do it? It's the real question. Well done. All right, let's take a peek at MOC. MOC is going to be a dud. 4 minutes.
Has anything happened anywhere else? Am I the only one?
You got the market all yourself, Gabe.
Colby.
It's all you. We can't get to any of these range. We can't get any extremes right now.
Yes, Delta grown 15,500 positive. It might be a hint at what's to come here in MOC. NQ lightning up on the negative. Now it's minus 2,900. 3 minutes till that closing bell. Again, huge numbers coming out tomorrow. Perhaps a general idea what the Supreme Court is thinking regarding the tariffs.
A big one.
Buckle up. You know where to come. TopstepTV will be here. Always bell to bell. European session, Asian session. Get it ready here. It's holding. Nothing doing yet. Man, you put a halt to this damn silver game. Silver was cooking until you got in this thing.
Apparently.
All the top. What a guy.
Apparently.
They have.
I mean, hey, I'm not going to lie to you. Those 70s have been holding. After all that momentum to the upside, tearing through the 75s and 76s, we are currently holding very strong at this level of supply. So, I mean, that's a good thing for me. But the question is, will I be able to get out of this before the close?
I side growing.
Without having to go to market.
Okay.
I'm pulling orders. We're going to walk into the sunset with
that Delta.
$97.
Not bad.
Great first day back.
Great
first day back. We'll take it.
Colby time, what you're saying? There is a trader out there who killed to be
Wishes they were up $100 right now.
I've definitely been there. Fellow trader. Oh, I'm scratch on the day. Man, I'd do anything to be scratch on the day today.
I mean, yeah.
I'm about to scratch.
90 seconds. Buy side growing ES. Even though the market's selling off, buy side up to 700 million. NQ 200 mil. Buy side. What was your above belows? 25,666. Gabe.
They were close.
Dude, this is gonna move. This is gonna
hilarious.
move in electronic hours. I know it.
This is too funny.
Yep.
Maybe we're flipping
sells off.
You got 60 seconds. All right.
Do something.
Okay, I'm gonna see officially done. Chat was right. This one was a dud. I mean, it's kind of buy side growing. It was. I'm with you. Some uncertainty out of the way. We got silver pushing higher here. Now all eyes on the above below. That Dolby set 20 points higher from it right now. Seeing a little selling in the ES. And did Gabe call the top on that quote unquote killer entry? Silver.
28 seconds. Buzzer beater.
Not this game.
Still good.
Yeah, we showed from 76. Last trade
right
silver is 66.
Let's go.
Ooh, what was that? Someone just came in. Lots of size trading on the ES. Lots of size coming in. That was about a 1,500 line. I just jumped in there on the offer. And folks, what? All right. Matt, come on. Look at that size. 5,000. And, Gabe.
Gosh.
Look at that size. What'd you get? That was a winner.
I mean, yeah. Winner. Hey, $655 in the day.
Let's go.
Great stuff.
All right, and looking to go higher there. Just now trading 78s, Gabe, and 80s, 76, 80 trades. Look at that, Gabe. Look at that. Well, I'm shaking your head. That would have been a loser. That killer entry, not so killer.
It would have
That's
been a
killer
loser.
anymore. Good job, Gabe. Dolby time. It just feels right having you back in Power Hour
Feels
and the
good.
show in general. Hell yeah. With that being said, shout out to all the Bellers. Huge day coming at us tomorrow, the day of the Supreme Court. How it is. With that being said, I'm going to throw it to my main man, James. James, take us out of here and into At the Buzzer. Welcome back.
Yeah, welcome back, Dolby, and thank you so much for making this Power Hour a great one. And thank you to Andre, and thank you to Gabe for hanging with us this last hour, and thank you to all of you for viewing, for being here with us bell to bell. Whether you've been here bell to bell or you're tuning in now for At the Buzzer, we couldn't do Topstep TV without you, so you are just a valuable part of the team as anybody else. Thank you for being here. And yeah, this is it, guys. We're at the end of the day. It's Thursday. The weekend's almost here, but you don't care about that. You want more trading action. Well, we've got you covered, because At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul is coming up right after this. They're going to recap the entire trading day for you, and they're going to make sure that you are all set and confident and good to go for that 5 p.m. reopen. And then when you're ready to watch more Topstep TV at night, come back here, 7:30 p.m. Slow Markets with Coach Dakota is taking the internet by storm. Tonight, Barron will sit down with Coach Dakota on Slow Markets, so if you want to catch up with Barron, see how his trading is going. I hear he's been trading silver very well. There's only one place you can do that at, and that's Topstep TV, Slow Markets at 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Then tomorrow is Friday, and Euro trade fans know that means there is no Deanna's Euro trade tomorrow. And as a reminder, Aaron Trades is still off on vacation until next week. So no London Open, no Euro trade tomorrow morning, but don't fear, we're still going to be here at 7:15 a.m. Central Time, kicking off a whole new day of Topstep TV. It's bell-to-bell action, and there's only one place you want to be, so stick with the experts and never trade alone. But for now, stick around. At the Buzzer's coming up next. I'm James Harden. I say it every day, you're the chat. And as always, this is Topstep TV. Let's go. We'll see you tomorrow.